Board ready? All right. Ready?
Sitting in hold.
Good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, good morning. Supervisors Desmond, Frost,
Here.
Hume,
Here.
Kennedy,
Here.
and you have a quorum. And let's let the record reflect also that Supervisor Cerna will be arriving a little later today.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and live streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov and can be heard live for free on 96.5 FM KUBU radio. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, October 25th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. And this meeting can also be viewed at youtube.com/Metro Cable 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda or off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during the Board of Supervisors meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registrations, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these open public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access to proceedings of public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda or off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. You may also send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov, and your comments will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. At this time, I have a brief statement I would like to read. It is not unheard of, but unusual, particularly while I'm sitting in this chair, but I think that there's an important message I would like to get across, so I thank my board in advance for your indulgence. On October 2nd, the board received correspondence from a group that calls themselves the New California State, urging the county to cease and desist from compliance with Assembly Bill 969 and suggesting that the county should hold one-day hand-counted elections requiring ID to vote and mail-in ballots limited to legitimate absentee voters. AB 969 codified in California Elections Code section 15270.1 through 15270.3 and 19207.5 was approved by the Governor of California on October 4th, 2023. Among other things, it prohibits election officials from performing a manual vote count in any contest held on an established election day where there are more than 1,000 registered voters eligible to participate in that election as of 154 days in advance of the election. No court has deemed AB 969 unconstitutional. Therefore, it is controlling and the county must comply with its mandates. Additionally, pursuant to Election Code Section 18002, the county's Registrar of Voters and the Voter Registration and Elections Department must comply with all state laws. Failure to do so may result in imposition of fines and/or imprisonment. In most cases, a California voter is not required to show identification to a polling place worker before casting a ballot, as the provision of identifying information is required at the time of voter registration per Election Code 2150, 2 CCR 20107, and 52 USCS Section 2504. The voter registration and elections department complies with all identification procedures required by the law and will continue to do so during the upcoming elections and thereafter. The California Voters' Choice Act allows counties to conduct elections under a model which provides greater flexibility and convenience for voters. This election model allows voters to choose how, when, and where they cast ballots by mailing every voter a ballot per California Elections Codes 4005. The County Board of Supervisors adopted the California Voters' Choice Act on June 6, 2017. Thereafter, AB 860 in 2020, SB 29 in 2021, and AB 37 in 2021 were approved, and they require county elections officials to mail a ballot to every registered voter. Elections Code Section 3000.5. As such, the Voter Registration and Elections Department must mail ballots to every registered voter in the county. The Voter Registration and Elections Department has developed detailed elections procedures that are consistent with federal and state elections laws. These procedures address election administration, security, and integrity, and are accessible on the Voter Registration and Elections Department website. All voting systems used by the Voter Registration and Elections Department are certified by the California Secretary of State, and the Voter Registration and Elections Department performs routine voter file updates in accordance with federal and state law to ensure its voter records are accurate. California Constitution, Article 4, Section 2B, sets forth the date for the election of members of the State Assembly and Senate. It indicates that these elections shall be on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November on even-numbered years, unless otherwise prescribed by the legislature. California Constitution, Article 3, outlines the requirements for voter eligibility, the right to have votes counted, and states that the legislature shall define residence requirements and provide for registration and free elections. California Constitution, Article 2, Sections 2, 2.5, and 3. In Sections 1,000 and 1,500 of the California Elections Code, the California legislature provides additional guidance regarding date of general, statewide, local, special, and mail ballot elections. According to election codes, Section 324 and 1000, California's general election can be held throughout the state on the first Tuesday after the first Monday of November in each election year. This date is commonly referred to as Election Day. Establishing an election day in no way prohibits people from voting prior to that day. The Sacramento County Department of Voter Registration and Elections administers all federal, state, and local elections for the county. In Sacramento County, federal, general, statewide, and local elections are held on Election Day. On that date, vote centers are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and county residents may cast their ballots in person during that time frame. Nowhere in the California Constitution does it require that an election be held on a single day. The California Constitution gives the state legislature the authority to set the dates for elections. Again, Article 2, Section 3, Article 4, Section 2B. In the Elections Code, the legislature established the first Tuesday after the first Monday of November in each year as Election Day. Again, the legislature also legally established opportunities for California voters to cast their ballots early pursuant to the Voters' Choice Act, which is also contained in Election Code. And we all talk about wanting a fair and free election, but we have to ask ourselves, what does that mean? A fair and free election refers to an electoral process that ensures transparency, equal opportunity, and legitimacy in selecting political representatives. Some of the essential elements of a fair and free election include universal suffrage, where all eligible citizens have the right to vote regardless of race, gender, religion, or social status. Equal opportunity. All candidates and political parties have equal access to campaign, media coverage, and public forums. Transparency. The election process is open to scrutiny by independent observers, and results are transparently counted and reported. No coercion. Voters are free to cast their votes without intimidation, pressure, or manipulation. Secret ballot. Voters can make their choices confidentially, ensuring that no one can influence or monitor their votes. And rule of law. Ensuring the election process follows legal frameworks that are enforced impartially. These principles are essential for building trust in the electoral system and ensuring that the government reflects the will of the people. These are all principles that are followed by the County of Sacramento. Therefore, the actions and remedies requested by the so-called New California State in its October 2nd, 2024 letter are neither legally permitted nor supported by voting procedures adopted by the California legislature or enshrined in the state constitution. The Sacramento County Department of Voter Registration and Elections is prepared to conduct a fair, free, accurate, and transparent election in compliance with all applicable laws and regulations. Spreading misinformation, information otherwise, undermines the good work of our election staff, our registrar. It undermines the fairness of the election, and it undermines democracy itself. Thank you again for your indulgence. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Okay, our first item are public comments relating to matters not on the public agenda. Our first speaker is Ms. Lily Duvall.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Lily Duvall. I'm representing the League of Women Voters of Sacramento County. The League of Women Voters supports free, fair, and accessible elections for all eligible Americans. We oppose efforts to create barriers that block citizens from participating fully in democracy. Voting is the one time when all citizens have an equal voice in our government. Our country was founded on the principle that we are created equal, living up to this promise to provide all citizens with the same freedoms and opportunities. This means to provide all citizens with the same freedoms and opportunities. It is wrong to pass laws that deny eligible American voters the opportunity to participate equally in our democracy. We support the reforms that have increased access, such as voting by mail and early voting, and applaud our county for being one of the first counties to adopt the Voters' Choice Act. The League participated in educating voters about this expanded access and continues today to share the benefits of the Voters' Choice Act. Voter fraud is extremely rare. In fact, out of 200 million votes between 2000 and 2020, less than 192 criminal cases were found. By those numbers, you're more likely to be struck by lightning than you are to commit voter fraud. The Sacramento County Elections Department has measures in place to detect any irregularities and investigate potential cases of voter fraud. Election security is a top priority of our Sacramento County Elections Department, and the tactics used by groups that purport to be concerned about security undermine public trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Claudia?
Good morning. My name is Claudia Bonsignor, resident of the City of Sacramento and Mr. Kennedy's district. Thank you for your comments. I am an election worker. My husband and I, this is our second election year as ballot drop box picker-uppers on election night. So I'm here to support that the Registrar of Voters does a very good job of trying to secure and make sure that everything is fair and done correctly. I've been on the tour at their facility to understand the procedures. There are 60 drop box locations, and on election night, they need extra help. We've applied We provide all of our identifying information. Once you're selected, they want to know your vehicle as well. We go through the training for how to arrive early at that drop box location. In our case, it's been libraries. Librarian is there. 8 o'clock, she closes the doors. We open, do all the secure measures to take the ballots out in a bag that has a special lock, and do all the stuff we need to write down. And then we return the ballots to where they need to be. All ballot drop pickup people have to deliver their ballots by 9 o'clock that night. So that's in less than an hour, roughly, since they close. So anyway, I just find their procedures are secure, and I have every confidence in our county's registrar of voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
Paula?
Good morning.
Morning.
Paula Lee, I come to you today as a voter here in this county. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for those comments. I'm in your district too. I've never missed an election since I've been eligible to vote. I believe it's my duty as an American citizen to participate. These folks from New California State say they represent the rural counties and they don't trust the process. I don't think they really want to trust the process. I wonder if they've been on the tour of the Elections Department to see the secure process for verifying signatures and the handling and counting of ballots. I was a rural voter in El Dorado County for 30 years, serving many years as a trained poll worker and inspector. And in El Dorado County, as well as here in urban Sacramento, the responsibility to ensure a secure, transparent process is a commitment the Registrar of Voters and the entire department prepares for all year. And voters are happy with the options that the Voters' Choice Act has brought to us. We now have time to check the candidates and the questions on our ballot and think about it. We have time to become a more informed voter, and then we can drop the ballot in a secure drop box anywhere in the county that's convenient. We get a text the next day confirming receipt of our ballot. If you are voting on election day and you can't make it home, you can vote close to where you work. And there is a paper record for all the backup. Making voting more convenient for voters has not contributed to voter fraud, but it has led to unprecedented voter turnout in 2020, and it's looking good now. I wanted to say that 38%, according to the Brennan Center, 38% of local election officials have experienced threats and harassment or even abuse. And I urge the board to do whatever you can to protect our Registrar of Voters and the department employees and even voters from any intimidation that may result in this election. And I would urge these folks from New State, California, to sign up for a tour of the elections department.
Can you wrap up,
But you'll
Paula?
need to bring an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenneth? Kenneth?
Good morning. My name is Kenneth Calvin Jr., and I speak on behalf of We the People and a representative of New California State, Sacramento Rural. That said, as you know, we sent you a cease and desist order on October 2nd, which calls for immediate halt of compliance with California AB 969, passed unlawfully using a false urgency clause that bypassed the constitutional procedures and violated citizens' rights to referendum under Article 2, Section 9. The bill offers no factual justification for urgency, violating Article 4, Section 8D of the California Constitution. Additionally, California's inaccurate voter rolls violate the Help America Vote Act, which mandates accurate rolls and transparency, rendering elections uncertifiable and breaching federal law. Counties that accepted HAVA funds are contractually bound to comply, and failure to do so risks misappropriation and financial liability. Certifying non-compliant elections exposes officials to legal action, including treason. The demand is for transparent, hand-counted, one-day elections with ID requirements to comply with both U.S. and California constitutions, rejecting unconstitutional state laws. Furthermore, let it be known the election system in the U.S., particularly in California, has been subverted by an election industrial complex that compromises the integrity of our democratic process. The use of mail-in ballots, electronic voting machines connected to the internet, and third-party software have enabled widespread manipulation, fraud, and foreign interference. Voter rolls are strategically inflated, algorithms fractionate votes, and ballot harvesting allows for fraudulent results. Equipment from adversary nations like China further undermines national security, and new state laws restrict transparency and audits. This system has become a tool to maintain control by a group of self-identified and determined elitists, and we demand a return to one-day in-person voting on Election Day without the use of machines to restore trust and integrity in our elections. That said, do not assume just because county election officials have not been held accountable to this point that they will not be held accountable now and in the future. So here are 17 grievances provided by Tina Hassan from Colusa County to further expound on what we shared with you before.
I'm Lynn Reeves, and I will start the 17 reasons. Number 17, mail-in ballots are problematic post-COVID. They are expensive, lack chain of custody, and create opportunities for ballot harvesting and identity theft. In Colusa County, for the March 2024 primary, there were 31,761 unreturned ballots. The Kansas Secretary of State, Scott Schwab, advises against using USPS for ballot delivery, suggesting the Pony Express is more efficient. The Gateway Pundit reported highlighted significant procedural failures in the USPS Office of Inspector General that could delay or result in non-counting of mailed ballots. 16, the electronic voting system is inefficient, requiring 29 days before and 27 days after the election day to count the ballots. Instead of being effective, this extended period allows for reconnaissance to anticipate voter behavior and run algorithms, then time to reconcile paper ballots with manipulated numbers. Number 15, ballots must be printed on paper 4 to 5 times thicker than normal with an infrared fluorescent watermark to prevent counterfeiting. However, scanners can be disabled, allowing regular or even school notebook paper to pass as valid ballots. Some precincts can print ballots on site, increasing the risk of manipulation. Additionally, improper legal wording on ballots can render them invalid, as demonstrated in a Sutter County case by Paul Preston. Number 14. Voter rolls are strategically inflated and deflated, acting like a credit line for candidates. The rolls change daily, and during the early voting and election day, integrated software and electronic poll books manipulate records in real time. Techniques like phantom voters, signature theft, address flipping, incursions, and removals are rampant, necessitating a thorough cleaning of the voter rolls to ensure accuracy. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm with We the People. Ballot harvesting is used to make paper ballots audible and match manipulated algorithmic numbers. The chain of custody is lost with evidence of mules from NGOs delivering multiple ballots strategically. Convictions for ballot harvesting fraud have occurred in Iowa, Michigan, North Carolina, and San Joaquin County when discrepancies arise between paper ballots and algorithmic numbers. The government denies audit requests, undermining election transparency by the HAVA Act. Election hardware components are manufactured in China, violating Department of Defense regulations that prohibit assembly outside the U.S. or by adversary countries. This poses a national security risk as data and communicated via Chinese-made IT or communication technology can be accessed by Chinese intelligence, making U.S. elections insecure. Integrated software from third-party vendors like 10x and Electionware can connect to the internet and modify election data. These all-inclusive software systems have the capability to change vote counts, compromising election integrity. Voting machines are connected to the internet through Albert sensors, allowing corrupt government pockets real-time access to election outcomes. Former Dominion employee Melissa Corone confirmed that machines have the internal modems and can be networked via USB or Ethernet enabled manipulation. Legitimate investigations are censored to silence those revealing election manipulations. Dr. Silva.
Please wrap up.
Okay.
So I was going to read, but I'm just going to speak off the cuff, a few notes. Disinformation. As you pretend to believe nothing is going on here, we know you know. We know every elite liberal in this room knows that there are lies being said in this room and that there are lies being spread on the news. And the reason that you act like common sense doesn't apply is because you believe that this is a threat against democracy. So in the greater good, you're going to say 2 + 2 is 5. So you're going to tell me there's no illegals voting in our election? You're going to tell me that their machines aren't connected to the internet? How many things do we have to see with our own eyes that contradict the truth? But you're going to threaten me with disinformation. Do you know that I have the right to speak? I have my First Amendment right to speak freely in this country. It's not disinformation. That term just came along in the last, I think the last 5 years. So now we're all quelled to have to believe that we can't speak the truth. So now we have democracy, a threat to democracy. Why is that? Why will we not allow the people to decide who they want their president to be? Why will we not let a populist president into office? Because it will upset the world order? Because of the lovely institutions we must protect at all costs? The corrupt institutions that govern us? Why not believe in something that can be changed for the better? Why can't we believe in that? Why can't we believe in true progressivism, to change our institutions, to allow the wisdom of the people to decide what our institutions will do, and root out corruption, not protect it and hide it and silence the people that it governs? I have 5 seconds left, and you know damn well what I'm saying is the truth, and I do hope you follow it.
Dr. Shiva's algorithms reveal that election votes are fractionated, removing the 1.1 value of paper ballots to achieve desired results. In the 2020 election, Biden votes were weighted at 1.3 and Trump votes at 0.7, skewing national outcomes. Similar manipulations explain why politicians like Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris have never won a single election fairly. In a Georgia courtroom on January 19, 2024, J. Alex Halderman demonstrated how easily Dominion voting systems can be hacked to alter votes. USB drives used in air-gapped systems can be pre-hacked to execute attacks in under 7 seconds, allowing complete system control and the addition of non-existent candidates, undermining election security. Election Day is legally defined as the Tuesday after the first Monday in November every even-numbered year. However, it has been unjustly stretched to 29 days before and 27 days after. The author demands a return to one-day voting to ensure election integrity. With at least 7.2 million illegal immigrants in the country, the integrity of voter rolls is at risk. Ineligible voters on the rolls in key battleground states could sway election results. Even if only 1% of illegal immigrants appear on voter rolls, resulting in 72,000 unlawful voters, it could tip close the presidential elections. The government floods public discourse with misinformation and conspiracy theories to erode trust in leaders, media, and institutions. This weaponization targets individuals like President Trump, Peter Navarro, Alex Jones, Owen Schroyer, Stephen Bannon, and the J6 political prisoners, suppressing those who question election integrity.
Please wrap up. Your time is up.
Thank you. At the end of the presentation, you will receive the letter with the 17 reasons. I'm going to move forward, and number 4, in August of 2024, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg turned state's evidence exposing the link between government pressure and platform actions. This creates prosecution risks for officials under the Hatch Act if counties accepting TCL and HAVA funds fail to maintain required transparency, leading to the return of HAVA funds. Number 3, California has proposed 82 new laws and enacted 41, including AB 969, which restricts clerks from providing election records and auditing elections. These laws violate federal regulations and the HAVA Act, subjecting officials to the Hatch Act if they comply. In 2020, no counties responded to public records requests for ballot images except San Francisco. Number 2, Jeffrey O'Donnell warns the cyber attacks like those in July 2024 could cripple the election system, causing catastrophic failures. And on July 31, 2024, CISA and the FBI issued a PSA and DDoS attacks, potentially overwhelming election websites. Number 1 reason, all of the aforementioned issues create an elections industrial complex, a multi-billion-dollar industry ensuring globalist control by subverting the will of the people. Desperate to maintain power, this complex engages in actions like imprisoning J6 participants, restricting free speech, attempting presidential coups, multiple assassination attempts, weather warfare, manipulation, countries into wars, and aggregating constitutional rights. Nowhere in the Constitution is the word democracy mentioned. We are a constitutional republic, and the doctrine of the lesser magistrates is rooted in this information and biblical history. It is our right, it is our duty. When you see a tyrannical overturn of state leaders not following the Constitution, join us. It is our duty to reject it. I beg of you.
Please wrap up.
God bless you. I hope you make the right decision.
We have any more public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Not at this time.
Okay. Next item, please.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, if I could.
Of course.
I appreciate you exercising Chair's prerogative to put kind of the legal speak on the record here, and I appreciate the speakers that came out, both from the League of Women Voters as well as from New California. The thing I would encourage is to recognize the last point that was made by that last speaker, that there is no threat to democracy because we live in a constitutional republic. The issue I think we face from this dais is that there's a lot of legislative actions that are being taken, not just on this issue, but on many issues that usurp our control as local electeds. The shame in that is that we actually honor your First Amendment right and allow you to address your grievances with us. They are much more insulated and so therefore don't get the feedback that they ought to be hearing from the will of the people. And I will say this, I don't subscribe to conspiracy theories, but I do have my eyes open and I can see where suspicions and things do take root. And I'm not denying that there is a possibility that shenanigans can happen in our elections, but I think the majority of those possibilities and shenanigans happen before the ballots come in control of our registrar of voters. And so I have toured with Hang to see how we handle the counting of the ballots, the processing of the ballots, where our actual vote counting machines are, and I have pretty good confidence that she is trying to do her job to the best of her abilities. Now, that being said, I do believe that there are things that we can do as a county in order to verify and clean up our voter rolls, and I think that between this election and the next election, we should take a concerted effort to do those things, at least what we can do. Because as was mentioned at the top of the meeting there and reading all those statutes, there are things that we are now legislatively prohibited from doing, in which case we're going to bring ire from the state onto ourselves. And so toward that end, toward the fact that we are a constitutional republic, I would say that one, make sure you vote. But also, we need to start holding those legislators, the legislator, accountable for things that they are doing to remove local control at every layer. So, thank you. Thank you for the indulgence, Chair.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Okay, so for your next item, for your consent matters, items 2 through 50, you are adopting, for item 9, you're adopting an ordinance amending Sacramento County Code 4.54 and adding sections 4.54.500 through 4.54.560 relating to intoxicating cannabinoids derived from hemp. You waive reading on this on October 8th. For item 11, you are introducing an ordinance. This is to authorize the county executive to amend the management leave program and introduce an ordinance amending section 2.100.080 of the Sacramento County Code related to management time. Waive full reading and continue this to November 5th, 2004 for adoption. And I don't have any other notes.
Okay, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question on item 24.
All right. For item 24, this is to adopt an addendum to the American River Parkway Plan update, final environmental impact report, adopt an amended American River Parkway Cal Expo area plan map, and approve the American River Parkway Cal Expo area maintenance road and fire break realignment project.
Great, thank you. Ms. Bellis, if you could please go to the podium. First of all, I'll preface this with a bit of criticism on my part. So we are in possession of, we the board are in possession of a very last minute, a lengthy detailed correspondence from Save the American River Association as it relates to this item. As far as I know, this correspondence dropped hours before the meeting. Madam Clerk, I don't know if I have that incorrect, but that's my impression.
Let me confirm that.
I have to say I'm always very, very skeptical when we have something, whether it's consent or a time matter, and the game is played where we receive a lengthy correspondence, whether it's email or in letter form, or even sometimes presented in person at the podium, with a last-ditch 11th hour effort to try and cite legal consequences if we take action, and other perceived consequences relative to what the staff recommendation is. And I got to say that that is a tactic that leaves me less likely to kind of take seriously those comments and those concerns. If they are so important, if they are so intricate that an individual or organization needs to believe that we need to take the time to either not vote on an item immediately or otherwise vote against staff recommendation, that correspondence, that communication should have taken place not just hours ago or days ago, probably weeks ago. And that's not what has happened, at least the way I understand it as we received this correspondence today. So with all of that said, I do want to just ask the general question of our Regional Parks Director, and I would also invite our County Council to also chime in. The correspondence has a theme to it, and the theme is inconsistency with the American River Parkway Plan. So I would like to understand generally from both of you whether staff has taken the time and County Council has taken the time to ensure that staff's recommendation to take the action that is before us this morning is not going to be inconsistent with that plan.
Good morning, Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. To answer your question about the early notification procedures, which is a theme of the letter that was received early this morning, early notification procedures per the Parkway Plan, per what was adopted by the board, will occur during the project design phase of the planning process, which precedes CEQA review. Therefore, our early notification that went out for the American River Parkway Advisory Committee meeting and the Recreation and Park Commission meeting, which were both held in November of 2023, were the early notification prior to our CEQA review, which is being brought to your board today. It also, the early notification letter also stated that the final hearing body was the Recreation and Park Commission. That is in reference to the item of the consistency, American River Parkway Plan Consistency Review for cross-country racing. In both of those meetings, it was publicly stated that we would be bringing an area plan map amendment to the board for approval, which is what is required by the Parkway Plan.
Okay, so sounds to me like you've actually gone over and above in terms of responding to my question. And I appreciate the fact that, Liz, you have cited not only the fact that there, if I understand you correctly, that there is consistency with the Parkway Plan, but that there are statutory requirements that we have fulfilled in terms of early notification. So concerned individuals, organizations have plenty of time, and it's actually in law to be notified of what is being proposed and have ample opportunity between the time they are notified and the time that this board takes action or is expected to take action to communicate any concerns, grievances, or even support. So is that, I'm going to look to our county council at this point. Is that, in fact, the right understanding?
Yes, I believe it is. And as you pointed out, unfortunately, we just received the letter this morning, so we haven't had a chance to analyze all of their claims and assertions. But as the Parks Director said, we're confident that the legal requirements have been met.
Good. Well, if you're confident, and based on what Ms. Bellis has just said, I'm very confident. I was actually confident before hearing from you, but I think it's important for the public to hear from you both about this. And again, I'll just say that, the game of gotcha late in the game just really rubs me the wrong way. And to me, it's not a very good way to groom our relationship between this board and nonprofit organizations that do great work, but that occasionally, take this tactic and it falls flat with me. So I will be supporting item 24. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. My question is on item 36.
Item 36 is a retroactive authority to establish a new open enrollment contract pool for foster youth intensive placement services.
Thank you. I note that Director Calles don't believe is in the audience, but I believe that Deputy Executive Qatari will be able to answer my questions. So the Chair and I have met with the employees for our welcome homes and their representatives, as well as with county staff. And we're going to have a meeting with one of our statewide representatives to talk about perhaps some legislative fixes to issues that we've seen really kind of rear its head. And so my question on this is, as I understand it from my briefing with the county executive, this is moving towards getting us out of the welcome home business?
Yes, absolutely. So our goal is to not operate welcome homes or these temporary shelter care facilities into the future. So we're working diligently with private providers, CBOs, who are working to ramp up their capacity to be able to take this on. So far, we have transferred one of those homes to Progress Ranch, one of our partners, and we are intending to transfer a couple more in the upcoming months. On November 5th, we'll be coming back to the board and providing an overview of where we're at with building that placement capacity.
Okay, and then now we're in kind of the weeds of my question, which is, in the staff report, there was a sort of an example contract. Did this have to go out to bid, or does it have to go out to bid, or are we able to just determine who to let these contracts to?
We actually, for this process, were able to, and we worked with council to do this, but we were able to cast a very wide net. There are very few providers who actually provide this type of service that we're looking for. So we welcomed any provider who was interested and could meet the requirements to come and discuss with us whether or not they'd meet the criteria for being able to contract with us for this.
Okay, and so then my final question is, the reason it sort of made the hair on my neck stand up a little bit is because it had a very specific dollar amount that made it seem like it was more like a bid award. Is that reverse engineered based off of funding that's available?
Not based on funding that's available per se, but based on the cost of doing business compared to other contracts. I'm going to get some more specifics for you, though, just so I make sure I know what you're referencing.
So there was a table in the staff report that that I think is where that number was derived. Realignment funds, et cetera, et cetera. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head. Anyway, not important to the overall issue, which is this is trying to wean us off of providing welcome homes directly and contract with a third-party provider.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'll just follow up on that and just to say that I understand that staff's given a great deal of thought to how we deal with the welcome home, and we were kind of thrust into this situation, you know, for circumstances outside of our control. But I also want to make it clear to the public that we are not shirking our responsibility, we are shifting our responsibility, and that we will maintain scrutiny and oversight of these private providers to make sure that they're doing the right thing by the population that we're looking to serve. Okay, thank you. That's all the speakers I have from the board. Is there any member of the public?
We do. We have public speakers for item 24, and I've already read that item into the record.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is Betsy.
Hello, good morning. My name is Betsy Weiland, and I am the person, I guess, representing the organization that Phil Cerna was referring to. I'm with Save the American River Association. And let me just say the intent was not to give you a gotcha letter this morning. Unfortunately, you know, we have many, many things on our plate, and I was responsible for writing the comment letter, and I spent about 30 hours at Sutter's Landing this weekend on different projects. And so I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I could very well be wrong, but what took so long, this whole process has been very disjointed and disconcerting. So I might be misreading the early notification procedures or the public notification procedures. I don't know. Put them on the thing, but I think I know them. I was here when Supervisor Natoli worked with the Sun River Neighborhood Association.
And see, if you want us to see that on the overhead, you need to put it on the white, there, the whiteboard there. And then now you need to.
So basically the thrust of our letter was, first of all, we should not be approving a parkway plan amendment, especially in the Bushy Lake Preservation Area, on a consent calendar. This is too important. Early notification or the public notification procedures were designed for to allow the public very early on, before any kind of design happened, to hear a concept. So this is the way I read the early notification procedures. The early notification is a decision the Parkway...
You're running out of time, Betsy.
Oh, I know.
Sorry.
Okay, so this is it. This was not a gotcha letter. Feel free to make the decisions you want to make. You know, we put on paper the expression of what we see, and it is what it is. But I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Diana.
Good morning. My name is Diana Pugetto, and I'm the Executive Director of the American River Parkway Foundation. And I'm here really for two reasons today. One is for the approval of the Area Plan Map Agreement for the Cal Expo area. There are two reasons. One, the foundation has spent over $160,000 over the last 2 years creating a community wildfire protection plan to protect the parkway. These fire breaks are crucial to protecting the parkway. And if you look at the Cal Expo area, there was 9% of the parkway that burned in that area. So anything to mitigate that is very important. The other hat we wear is we are the distributor of the Tykert Parkway Fund, and those grants were from the Hard Rock Mining Agreement that this board approved, or I should say some members of this board at that time approved. And so we distribute those funds back into the parkway. This proposal for Sacramento Running Association in creating some cross-country areas on the dirt trails. This was approved 2 years ago through the Parkway Fund. It has been a 2-year process of going through the vetting process, ensuring that it was consistent with the Parkway Plan. Not only will this be a great additive to the Cal Expo area, this will bring individuals to that area because it is a very underutilized area. The Tykert Parkway Fund is to provide funding to areas that are underutilized. So the archery range, we've done some money also over at Soilborn, but the Cal Expo area is really, really important for this. This project is also not coming out of the general fund of Sacramento County. Tykert Parkway Fund is funding this, and through this funding, it will also generate some TOT dollars for the future of Sacramento County. So I hope that you vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott?
Hi, I'm Scott Abbott. I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Running Association. We're a nonprofit here in Sacramento, and we're the ones that brought forward this project to the Tykert Fund and the American River Parkway Foundation. Really, the design of it was to work with the existing infrastructure that's already in the Cal Expo area. There are already trails in the area, fire breaks in the area, and we just wanted to repurpose, reimagine those in an intentional way to really facilitate more active usage in that area. We really believe that this will improve it. The design, working closely with county parks, the design of this project really creates more intentional use for those trails and fire breaks, but works with the existing plan that's already there. And as Diana said, really that's an underutilized area that's susceptible to unauthorized activities at this time. We're going to try to create more facilitated use in that area, active recreation there, that's going to bring a lot of new people to the parkway, new users to the parkway, including youth and scholastic users to the parkway, which, yes, as Diana said, could be or should be a boon to our TOT dollars in terms of hotel and restaurant in the Cal Expo area. So we recognize that this project can be a win-win. It obviously avoids all of the nature study areas that were of concern in the Bushy Lake area and works within the existing parkway plan there in Cal Expo.
Thank you, Supervisor Serna. Don't run away.
Thank you, Chair. Scott, thank you for being here and for your testimony. Just curious, are you privy to any expectation or knowledge that should this be adopted today, that there would be any outreach by your organization or other similar organizations dedicated to the sport of running to local high schools in terms of, perhaps making a course out in the parkway a home course? Cross country, believe it or not, I lettered in cross country. I know by looking at me today, you would say there's absolutely no way he did that. But it's a great sport. And when I was at Christian Brothers back in the mid 80s, our home course at the time was Sierra College, at quite some distance from the high school. And of course, cross country courses aren't likely going to be on site at a high school. So I'm really curious to know whether or not there'll be any intentional outreach to local high schools so that they can expect to use the course, more freely.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, Supervisor Cerna. Really, that's where the terminus of this began, is that really our county, one of the largest counties in the state, that really can't facilitate that sport effectively in our county parks. And so that's really where this came from, the loss of the course out at Sierra College due to a parking lot being built out there, and numerous other courses that have gone by the wayside through development really has created a gap in our ability to facilitate that sport for our scholastic, for our schools and our youth here in this community. So this would be a great addition to our offerings for our community and our scholastic. So yes, to answer your question, yeah, that's the goal. That's what our organization does. We facilitate the sport here, kind of cradle to grave, from youth all the way up to adult. And we've worked closely with the California Interscholastic Federation they're excited about the potential for this project as an opportunity to facilitate the sport. Our school districts have to spend a lot of money on busing to bus our schools out of this area, out of this county, to go participate in events outside of our county. So having something where we can facilitate the sport here in our county is really important.
I assume, though, we could expect that invitational meets would occur out there as well.
And that's where those TOT dollars can come in. We're able to host things, maybe even potentially have the opportunity to host championship events that could bring, could buoy our regional hotels, especially in the Point West area, as well as restaurant and other things in that area.
Well, let me put my early vote in for the naming of that invitational. I think it should be called the Parkway Classic. So.
All right. Or the Cerna Classic.
Parkway.
I want to pull the item.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi, Supervisor Cerna, you've been out at Bushy Lake with me. I've been working out there since 2015. I have a $350,000 grant to develop a conceptual restoration plan I'm happy to send to you. I have been telling people my concerns about this project for a year. In that time, county parks, Diana, Pagado, the Tiker, nobody's contacted me about my concerns. 15,000 to 20,000 people in an area within the Bushy Lake Preservation Act, which is a documented wildlife corridor. I've documented nests of western pond turtles, beaver, otters, rare birds. There's a lot of wildlife that go back and forth between the rivers there. They don't only document the core project, they don't document this $350,000 publicly funded with many awards project. The core project is a no deal. If it gets funding, it won't work. They want to put toxic stormwater in there in a way that would never be permitted, but that's fine. I'd be happy to work with them, but after all this work and research, I work with the tribes. We have a new grant going through with the tribes. We have a grant from Sac State with the county. So I don't understand why we have this about $400,000 grant. I have all these stakeholders on the river, been working since 2015, and nobody in the last year contacted me. Nobody contacted me. This is not last minute. This is people completely ignoring this publicly funded and well-awarded research about this project. So that's my concern. Is it's a very valuable wildlife habitat.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could. I just want to point out that no, I don't. You can go ahead and sit down. I just want to point out, though, in the testimony just given, there was inference. At least I took it as an inference that somehow Diana Pagetto with the American River Parkway Foundation is county staff and has the responsibilities of county staff, and she is not. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that important distinction. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Mead, and I have been an active volunteer out at Bushy Lake. My background is science. In fact, my background is 30 27 years with the California Air Resources Board, working with the board members and comments. I would like to really emphasize the lack of communication. If the board, the Air Resources Board, did this amount of lack of communication to Professor Stevens, we would have lawsuits up the yin-yang. So, calm down. I'm very disappointed with you, Supervisor Cerna, by your previous comments. This is not a gotcha. The Bushy Lake area is a research plot that has a potentially listed endangered species. If we get tons of people running through there, and I'm not against the running. So, Supervisor Desmond, I'm not against difficult and challenging physical things that need to happen in our parkway. I'm not against having a great track team utilize the area. Just work with the environment. That's all we're asking. And we would please just let us show you the areas where the nesting's happening and where the turtles are happening and everything else. There has been no communication, period. So with that, please understand, process has not been done here. Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Since my name was just invoked, I'll just remind the speaker that my earlier comments were very specific to the letter received this morning. So when you say you're disappointed with me because I'm citing somehow universally that everyone got it was part of that letter, I made it very abundantly clear who the author was. So I just want to make that point abundantly clear. Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since this recurring issue about the lack of communication, my experience with our Parks Department or our Parks Director is they do a very good job trying to communicate with all the stakeholders in situations like this. So I'd ask, Liz, could you come up and talk a little bit about the communication and the process for that and the level of transparency throughout this process?
Certainly. So I wanted to bring to everyone's attention that when we had our early notification hearings for the American River Parkway Advisory Committee, Recreation Park Commission, Dr. Stevens actually did make a presentation to the committee about Bushy Lake, and I have some information from her PowerPoint I'll put up here. The first one on top shows the proposed realignment of the maintenance and fire break roads. And as you can see, the brown area is the nature study area, the Bushy Lake area, if you will. And the one that is down below is the information provided by Dr. Stevens on the turtle nesting areas, which are outside of our proposed realigned maintenance roads and fire breaks. So we did take that information into consideration as we brought that forward for the development of the environmental document before the board for the area plan map amendment. And so we haven't had any further discussions because we needed to have the area plan map amendment adopted, and then we can move forward with actual conversations on how, I believe Dr. Stevens volunteered to help us with some of the restoration components because of her knowledge base on the native plants that she's been using in her Bushy Lake area. That would also benefit us for the proposed mitigation that we're going to be doing adjacent to these maintenance roads.
Okay. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that. And those efforts will be ongoing, and this does not signal a lack of support for those efforts. I'm also very comfortable with this item, and I think that, oftentimes when we talk about a lack of communication, sometimes it's a disagreement that we may have, but that does not translate to lack of communication. Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, and I know we need to move on with today's busy agenda, but I think it's worth mentioning, at least from my perspective, that with the beginning of this process, adoption of the map, looking at putting some more legitimate uses out in that part of the parkway, and having had the benefit of, as it was cited earlier, going out to see the great work that Dr. Stevens and CSUS students are doing at Bushy Lake, and also taking note of the unfortunate fire that occurred out there, I think maybe 2 or 3 years ago, that I truly believe that the more legitimate uses that we can plan appropriately for the parkway that are consistent with the parkway plan, the less likely we are to have those illegitimate uses on the parkway that can and often do, especially during the summertime, result in wildland fire. So I think those are some important dots to connect with today's early action on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I will say on this item, your last comment, I 100% agree with. We can't keep doing what we've been doing. I spent a good part of my childhood in the 80s on horseback in this very area in Bushy Lake, and it's unrecognizable now to what it was then. In some areas, it looks like a moonscape. And we're not going to be talking about turtles. We're going to be talking about the very existence of the area if we don't do something about it. And I think that this takes us closer to doing that and protecting the parkway and the wildlife that is there today. So,
second.
We have any more public comment on any other item?
We do not have any more public comment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Next item, please.
Item 51 is a presentation of resolution recognizing October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Go Falcons. All right. Well, hopefully you know this.
Yes.
Okay, good. Good morning, colleagues and staff. It's my honor to again present this annual resolution here publicly in chambers. It's one that I feel very intimately tied to, as I've referenced many times before. Unfortunately, in my life experience, I've been, I think, way too exposed to the disease of breast cancer in the form of dear family members who have passed, including my mother, my stepmother, my aunt, and my grandmother, all passing away from breast cancer within a 10-year span. And for me, this is a resolution, again, that I think is very important to not just this county, but to breast cancer awareness globally. And we are very fortunate here in Sacramento to have great advocates that do tremendous work in the space of making sure that women and men are educated about breast cancer risks and frequent checking, and making sure that you have a very productive line of communication with your health systems and your physicians for early detection. And so I'm not going to read the whereases here in the resolution, but I just wanted to make abundantly clear this morning that it's a great honor to present this resolution recognizing October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And this is the first whereas does reference the I'll Be Aware Breast Cancer Foundation. I will say that on a personal note, I've also had the honor of performing in Urbana Unsupervised in years past as part of a charitable event to raise funds for this organization. So with that, I will invite Courtney to come to the podium and say a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. I want to first tell you about the history of I'll Be Aware. We are actually celebrating our 20th anniversary, but it's out of tragedy. Doug Carson, who's here today, he's our founder of our organization, and tragically, he lost his wife, Albie, who was a local resident 22 years ago to breast cancer. And so out of that tragedy, he turned it into something positive, which is I'll Be Aware. And our organization, we work with local individuals in the greater Sacramento area who are facing breast cancer. A couple things for you all to know as supervisors. The age recommendation has now changed. It had been age 45, but now it's age 40 that is recommended to get a breast cancer screening. However, I will say I was 37 years old when I was diagnosed. So if there is a family history or someone notices a lump or has concerns, our organization is the first place to go because we work with the 4 major regional hospitals. We also work with a number of clinics and the government programs and insurance. And so we can help you navigate that system. That's what our program manager, Melissa, who is here with us today, her entire role is. And then if someone needs additional support and they fall through those cracks of government programs or insurance, we will pay for their coverage. So that is something to know about I'll Be Aware. You see us wearing a lot of pink in the month of October. It's because, sadly, we're still losing too many individuals to breast cancer, and Sacramento County actually has a higher death rate related to breast cancer than the California and national average. And that's something we're trying to change. And we know that happens through early detection screening. And so getting diagnosed and finding out you have breast cancer, like I did early, is your best way to beat breast cancer. So we want to just make everyone aware of that information as well. And if there's any questions, happy to answer that. But thank you all for having us again here today to share this message.
Thank you for being here and for what you do.
Great.
As the founder, I'm very proud of the services that we've done over the last 20 years. And now with our executive director and program director, they have done an outstanding job. We're making some strides to make some sense out of Albie dying. She died needlessly. There is no reason why someone should not die today of breast cancer if we do early detection. So again, I am very proud of our staff and for what they're doing, and I'm excited about going forward. And we appreciate this honor.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next item, please.
52, this is the Sheriff Activity League presentation of award.
How you guys doing today? Thank you for having us. My name is Kerry Trzynski. I'm a retired lieutenant from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. In 2011, while a patrol officer in the Central Division, we created the Sheriff's Activities League, which is an anti-juvenile gang prevention program. It is still going strong today. Our Sheriff, Jim Cooper, is currently the president of our organization. The reason why we're here today is because of all the success that we've had. And one of your county board of supervisors has been there since day one in 2011. He donated over 100 turkeys to us, and ever since that year, he has been contributing, not just financially, but helping us with programs. So we're here to honor and recognize and give a couple of plaques to Supervisor Phil Cerna. And our sheriff would like to say something as well.
Yeah, Supervisor Cerna, thank you for all you do for our community, especially for children. Obviously, we know that children are your passion, and you've done so much since day one. That's so important to make a difference and give a kid a chance, because you never know with Sal reaching out to them what is going to change that kid's life and direction. And we just want to thank you so much for all you've done, and God bless you. You're doing the Lord's work.
And these plaques were made by children that participate in our programs.
Nice.
See you.
Thank you for everything.
Great, thank you. Oh, okay. You want, should we get in the pit? Let's go in front. All right.
Sweet.
Next item, please.
Item 53 is the presentation of awards of appreciation for contributions to the Florin Road Dog Park.
Are Blaine Paschetti or Blaine Stumpf here, or both? I'm sorry, Jennifer Paschetti. Blaine Stumpf. Come on, Beth. Is Blaine here? Okay. Hi, it's good to meet you. Nice to meet you. So this won't take long, but I think that this was very worthy of a thank you from the community. It's pretty well known that I spent an evening at our Florin Road, the first safe stay site, and one of the things that we insisted on having as a safe stay site was an opportunity for people to have their pets on site and have somewhere for their pets to go, literally and figuratively. So we did cordon off a large area, but I can tell you when I was there with Fergus that it was uninhabitable for dogs, and all of the people that were staying there with their pets, they all said the same thing, that it was hard pan with weeds and thistles, and it was just not a good situation for the dogs or their owners. So, however, we were at the budget, and I just made a phone call to Tykert and asked, I said, look, you guys, as you've already been mentioned quite a few times today as your generous support of our community, and they didn't hesitate. Along with Blaine Stumpf Trucking, together they worked so that now there is DG out there in a large area that the dogs can take advantage of, and cats, and it's much appreciated. So for this, I want to award the first annual Fergus Award in appreciation for exemplary service for supporting Sacramento County animals. I want to present you with this, and can we have a photo here?
Oh, Fergus.
And I would also like if Natasha Drain would join me up here. Here, you hold that. And I did have Natasha join because Natasha was extremely instrumental in coordinating all of this, and I appreciate your efforts. So thank you so much. You want to say anything? Or? Okay. Thank you. Oh, yes, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye, buddy. See you at home.
Thought that was a Board of Supervisors emotional support dog.
Okay, next item. Thank you for that, everybody.
All right, for your next item 54, this is County Service Area Number 1, Zone 1, public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the Terracina at Wild Hawk project.
Good morning, members of the board. Dawn Pimentel with County Engineering. The Terracina Wild Hawk project is located approximately 600 feet east of Bradshaw Road on the south side of Gerber Road and consists of the construction of 145 units of affordable multifamily apartments and the associated site improvements. The project was approved via an Affordable Housing Incentive Program application on April 5th, 2024. In response to the project's condition of approval required prior to the building permit issuance, the project proponents submitted an application requesting the initiation of the benefit category change process. In response to that request, a ballot notice was mailed to the property owner on September 6th of this year. Currently, the project is a single parcel in the street and safety light non-residential benefit category and is assessed $125.24 annually. After the benefit category changed to the enhanced street and safety light non-residential category, the increased annual service charge will be approximately $496.50. If there are no questions from the board, we recommend the board open the public hearing, consider any written and oral testimony, objections and protests, and close the public hearing, and then direct the clerk to tabulate the return protest ballot.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from the board? Hearing, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Is there any member of the public that would like to address the board at this time on this subject?
We do not have any public comments.
All right, we will close the public hearing. Would you please tabulate the ballot?
I sure will. Okay, so I have received one protest ballot. The legal owner is B&Z Investments, LLC. The parcel number is 122-0790020, and the site address is Gerber Road, and they are in favor.
Thank you. Will you please read any changes into the record?
Thank you. Section 2, at the close of the tabulation, the board received 0 oral and written protests. And in Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board received 1 protest ballot totaling 100% of the total amount to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the change of the benefit category and 0% were in opposition of the change to the benefit category.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I will move staff recommendation.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
It takes longer to give an award for a dog than it does to build a bunch of homes in South Sacramento. Next item.
Okay, for item 55, this is the George Hills Company 2023-2024 George Hills Annual Report.
We have Randy Rendig here from George Hills Company to provide the board with the update from the 23-24 annual report. I know he has a PowerPoint, and Randy, myself, or Sarah Baker are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Good morning.
Morning.
I did this several months ago for 2 fiscal years ago, and this is now the most current fiscal year that we have all the information on. So at the request of Supervisor Kennedy, he had asked at the last presentation that we try and add some additional information that would give your board more details and more information. We've tried to do that. Hopefully you will find that in this report, and certainly at the end, if you still aren't seeing something that you feel you would like to see in the report, more than happy to add it for next time. So these are all going to look very different. This first one, liability claims filed and closed for the last fiscal year. As you'll see, 2 years ago when I was here, as I say, 3 or 4 months ago, we had a huge intake, 1,155 claims, pretty much weather related, along with the usual assortment of claims. This year, we've taken in 731, which, as you will see, pretty much tracks within 100 or so of most of the previous years. And when you typically have a lot of new cases, your closing cases are going to be less because you're working on the new ones, and the closing, or the ones that are already in the system, are working their way through. So not surprisingly, last year, I keep referring to last year, the 22-23 fiscal year, we didn't close nearly as many as we should have or could have. I shouldn't say should have, could have. This year we closed a lot more than we opened. The 23-24 year, it's 124% closing ratio. You always look in the industry for 100% closing ratio. You're closing as many as you're taking in. It's kind of industry standard. So we did a really good job in 23-24. But you never know from year to year what's going to happen, because you could get in, again, weather claims, you could get unusual claims, you could get in the normal flow of claims, but you just never know what's going to happen to where you can predict what a closing ratio may look like at the end of the fiscal year. So what you strive for and what you get may be totally different, but the industry looks for 100% closing ratio. So you're never getting behind.
Excuse me, Randy. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So good timing on those last comments. The question I have is relative to fiscal year 22-23, and as everyone can see by the chart, that's the year with the highest number of claims submitted, given the range of years here. Is that in part, maybe in large part, due to the pandemic?
It could have been part of the pandemic, but if you look at the types of claims that we were getting in, they were pretty much the increase. We saw pretty much the same types across the board for most things, but it was we had 250 potholes in a year. I mean, that's just unheard of. We had, I think, 50.
You're making Mr. Desmond twitch right now. So.
I don't mean to.
It was a combination of the weather-related claims and then the statute of limitations for childhood sexual abuse. So we received around 40 lawsuits that year. So those combination of those two are the reasons why.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, between the potholes and the trees and stuff, that was like 300 right there.
Gotcha. So. Thank you.
George Hill's fees, otherwise known as claims administration fees. Again, you see an uptick in 22-23, not surprising. 23-24, that was the second highest year we've had in 10 years. But again, we're working off all the new ones that are coming in. They continue, so not terribly a big surprise that number is what it is, and it's the second highest in this 10-year.
Well, you're still closing out for the ones, the astronomical number from last year.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, and that again is reflected in the prior slide where it's 124%. Right. So. I think I'm going the wrong way. There we go. So claim payments. Anybody want to guess why the 23-24 is so high? I think you all know why that is. The mining cases. Mm-hmm. Not surprising that you see just this tremendous jump. They were all paid in the 23-24 year, even though there were two cases, of course, and they settled at different times. But all the approvals, the Board of Supervisors approval was done in October of 23, and that's when all the payments were issued. If you take that out, the year was $9,890,988, not unlike the previous year. So again, you take that shock loss out, and it's not terribly disturbing. Attorney's fees, decent sized jump from 22-23 to 23-24. There's going to be another slide that's going to show the amounts paid to our panel counsel. Of this amount, $7,439,674. There were 7 additional defense lawyers that were involved in some of our cases that are not made up of the 4 panel counsel that we have. That was because of the mining case. We had 4 counsel on that case. So the reason that you're going to see a difference on a couple slides from now, that amount is only $5 million something, but the increase is not only due to the additional defense counsel that we had to use, but added into this, and it should say attorney's fees and costs, quite frankly. Deposition fees, expert fees, fees for independent medical exams, mediation fees. So it's not all the additional 7 firms, but it's also the other fees associated with litigation. New assignments by firm. Again, if you see most of the cases are really being handled by two firms, Porter Scott and Rivera, Hewitt and Paul. Those are going to be the two colored bars off to the right. So we assigned a total of 40 new cases to Porter Scott, which little less than half were the sexual abuse cases. There was also their normal amount of cases that they get for other causes. Pretty much in line with the two previous years. I think I said 3 months ago that the average for about 5 or 6 years was somewhere between 70 and 85 new losses. These last 2 fiscal years, they've been in the hundreds, low hundreds, but they've been going up. And again, the reason is the sexual abuse cases. Attorney's fees. This again is the 4 panel firms that we have. $5,819,663 paid to those 4 firms. As I said on a previous slide, the total paid for legal and costs was $7.4 million. So you can see the difference is 2.45 in terms, or 1.6 million is the difference between all payments to all attorneys and that sort of thing versus just to our 4 defense counsel panel. Next slide, the liability claim summary by fiscal year. I don't know why that's blocked. Something blocked there.
It's the screen.
Okay.
Look to your left.
Yeah, okay. These are by fiscal year payments and the summary of payments by fiscal year. So any loss that occurred in 2014 and 15, those payments are going to be reflected in that year. To go back to illustrate this, the mining case happened in 2011. It's not going to show up anywhere on here because these are based on the fiscal year that the occurrence occurred. So this just distributes, and you can see how the claims per fiscal year for that fiscal year, what they're costing.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Since you brought it up, the timing of the, I believe it was the filing of the mining case, right, 2011?
2011.
So I think it's worth mentioning in that same breath the fact that you had a completely different Board of Supervisors that was seated relative to the litigated actions in that case prior to even my seating on this board. So I think it's an important footnote for the public to understand.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. This breaks down the claims by summary type based upon amounts. This is an interesting chart. Again, one we've never done before. You'll see, not surprisingly, the small ones, 6,264 number of claims. And as you move down this list, as you would expect, the numbers go down based upon how big the claims were. For the 10-year period, we had 9 over $2 million. Some of you probably remember some of those since you were approving them. But this just is a chart, and incurred, and I think everybody knows at this point what incurred is, but it's simply the paid versus the paid plus the reserves equals the incurred. So you have what's paid, you have outstanding reserves to cover what you think it's going to cost to resolve all the other cases. That gives you the number on the very right-hand side of the page. Any questions on this one? Does this surprise anybody? Or okay. This is several charts we did where we took the top 7 departments over a 10-year period and broke down what departments were in the top 7. As you will see, regional parks, I'm not going to list them all since they're there, but I would note that the sheriff has 2 categories. One's the jails, the other is the sheriff. If you combine both of those, the total number of claims is actually 2,184. And yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So this pretty well illustrates what you would expect with most public entities. Transportation and the sheriff, or transportation and law enforcement, are always going to be the two highest. We see it with all of our clients. No big surprise. I've mentioned in the past the transportation, the numbers, that 10-year period, if you were to look back, that number really was high for about the first 5 or 6 years of this, and they have severely decreased over the last 4. So even though that number's high, it's been decreasing pretty substantially over the last 4 years.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So if you took the bottom bar for the Sheriff's Department that's not related to the main jail or CCC, so the 1325 number, if you further broke that down, and you probably don't have that with you, but take a guess, would you say that most of it is vehicular related?
I'm smiling because before we met today, I was telling Sarah, and Sarah agreed, we ought to really break these down by excessive force, we ought to break them down by auto, and I can provide that to you after this meeting. But guessing, I would say, I'd say auto's 30 to 40%. It could be 50.
Okay.
It could be 50. But then you have, all the stops that are out in the field. The auto's probably close to 50, I would say. But I will. It's very easy to provide a breakdown of these, and I think we'll do it on. Sarah and I were talking about this, maybe on transportation, the sheriff, and all other departments. There's going to be so many, it may not be that meaningful. But certainly on transportation and the sheriff's department and the jails, we could break that down.
I think it would also be, since you brought it up, I think it would also be interesting to understand for the category sheriff, main jail, RCCC, how many of the 859 are Americans with Disabilities Act claims?
That shouldn't be very big. But,
yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that is important to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Again, not only do we do claims filed, but incurred costs. If you, again, add all the sheriff's, both categories together, it's $84,438,685. Some $30 million less than all other departments and significantly less than transportation. Again, not a big surprise. The sheriff is where you're going to see most of your bad auto accidents, excessive force, wrongful deaths. So again, from an industry standpoint or a public entity standpoint, these are not out of whack at all. Incurred by loss cause, bodily injury versus personal injury versus property damage. You can see the breakdown for other auto, so other's going to be the slip and falls, everything that's obviously non-auto. And then the auto is a big number, obviously. Again, this is 10 years worth, so $5 million a year. Yeah, I'm not sure that that's necessarily out of whack for a year for a county and the amount of vehicles we have in this county. When I looked at the personal injury, I thought, how can there be $720,000 in the auto category for personal injury, which isn't a physical injury? It's, emotional distress. It could be a number of things, but this could be a wrongful death case where the people that are bringing the action are paid wrongful death damages that have nothing to do with the physical injury. So that's why there's that number in there for those. There could be a loss of consortium claim, which again is going to be considered a personal injury claim, not a bodily injury claim. So that's why you see personal injury in auto rather than actual bodily injury. And last but not least, subrogation recoveries. Terrific year last year, over $1 million. And this again has nothing to do with auto accident recoveries per se, but these are recoveries from people that aren't insured, from insurance companies who damage county property. When there's insurance and it's clear liability on the other party's fault, pretty easy to recover that stuff. But when you get in negotiations on disputed liability, you're dealing with carriers who don't want to pay you for whatever reason, that's a pretty healthy number coming back to the county, $1 million in a year. Also, that's it with the slides. In the written report that I provided, there are more slides in the back that detail much more, or provide much more detail with the top 7 departments. So there is a breakdown there, but it's not going to be as granular as you asked for, Supervisor. But again, I'll provide that after this meeting. Any other questions?
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, on one of the slides, you mentioned that the aggregate amount paid out for the Sheriff's Department is not out of whack for industry standards. I'm curious, is your metric that department relative to other county departments, or is it that payout amount relative to the size of, say, the county's budget or some other?
It's to other departments as opposed to trying to find similar sized counties, because it's hard to do with Sacramento County. Riverside's one. There's several others, but it's strictly looking at percentages of what's paid by a lot of different public entities as well as ours.
Okay, so stands to reason then that that's where your exposure is, and so that's where your liability is going to come in and your payouts are going to be. But you don't have any feeling of whether or not Sacramento County is more or less exposed than other counties?
It's now on the to-do list.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I see no others, but Randy, I'll say thank you for adding the slides that you did, and want to make clear the reason for my asking for some of that information had nothing to do with trying to point a finger at one department over another. It just helps us as a county as we look at risk management and strategize our risk management programs, and where we need perhaps some training that we're not getting. It was strictly for that I asked that information be separated out. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. In terms of adding to your to-do list, I would be very interested, since this slide has remained up, to understand whether or not we have had any kind of recoveries. You mentioned county property, but I'd be interested to know whether we have had a history of recoveries or not relative to damage of the parkway relative to wildfires that have been concluded is arson related or human activity related.
I don't know the answer to that, but I'll talk to the subrogation supervisor who sees all those, and I can get you that answer as well.
Thank you very much.
I don't remember seeing much on that, but again, I'll find out.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this?
We do not.
All right.
I just, to follow up, Supervisor Kennedy, I just want to thank Lisa and Sarah and Mike Daly, who provided a whole bunch of assistance in terms of putting these charts together and the numbers, because it took a while to do it. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's receive and file. So next item.
So for item 56, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors and Housing Authority of County of Sacramento. This is the Housing Choice Voucher Program update.
Good morning, board members. My name is Mary Liz Paulson. I am the director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and I'm here to give you an update. So first, I'd like to go over the agenda. Today, I'll be talking to you about the history of the program, an overview about what the Housing Choice Voucher Program is. We'll talk about demographics, the types of assistance, funding, how that works, process improvements, and program efficiencies. So we'll start off with a little bit of a history lesson. So President FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, signed into law on September 1st, 1937, the Housing Act. This created a national housing authority and really brought to the forefront the importance of housing nationally. So after that, President Nixon was very interested in having a sample program where we could provide housing to low-income folks by providing funds to them to take out into the market to look for a unit. This then became the Section 8 program, which was actually signed into law by President Ford in 1974. We just had, on a national level, a celebration of the anniversary of the 50 years since this was signed into law. So last week in Washington, D.C., there was a lot of celebration of 50 years of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So this is not an entitlement program. It is thought that about 1 out of 4 families who are eligible for the program actually have a voucher are actually able to participate nationally. The numbers differ by location. This is a program that is managed by housing authorities throughout the country. There have been several changes and updates on the Housing Choice Voucher Section 8 program over the years. It was called Section 8 until QUORA. QUORA was the Quality Housing and Work Responsibility Act of 1998, when HUD tried to change the name from Section 8 to the Housing Choice Voucher Program, focusing on choice and then moving with a new program, starting all over again. It didn't work. Everybody knows Section 8, so we still now call it the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. So there are some key tenets that have been consistent through the Housing Choice Voucher Program through the years. Those include portability, which means that the family that has the voucher can move from one jurisdiction to another. So a family that has a voucher in Sacramento can take that voucher and go anywhere in the country where there is a Housing Choice Voucher Program that will administer it on our behalf. Another key component is the importance of inspections. So when a unit is subsidized, there's a value on making sure that the unit is decent, safe, and sanitary, and so the unit is inspected at regular intervals. When we talk about rental assistance, that includes utilities. So anytime I'm talking about rental assistance or subsidy, that's to pay for the rental assistance plus the cost of utilities, and it's based on an allowance, on an average cost. And then the fourth tenet that's been consistent throughout is tying the amount of assistance, the amount of subsidy, to the family's income. So in Sacramento, we have had 2 housing authorities, and when you heard Mark Hamilton's presentation on the RAD program a couple weeks ago or a month ago, he was talking about the City Housing Authority and the County Housing Authority. So it used to be that both housing authorities had vouchers, but when I talk about portability and how easy it is for families to move from one jurisdiction to another, administratively it was very burdensome to manage the families who had a voucher from the county who lived in the city and vice versa. So as of January 1st of 2025, the county absorbed all of the city vouchers, and now we have one program managed by one housing authority, that being the County of Sacramento, that manages all of the vouchers. So we're going to continue on and start talking about the tenant-based voucher program. I like to use this chart because it shows the 3 different players or the 3 different roles that are involved in the administration of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So the Housing Authority administers the program, and we have a unique relationship with the tenant or program participant, that being the voucher. The voucher shows that the family is eligible for the assistance. The tenant has a unique relationship with the landlord, that being the lease. The housing authority is not party to the lease between the landlord and the tenant. And then the landlord and the housing authority have a housing assistance payment contract. So those are the rules by which the landlord needs to participate to be in the program. So we're going to go through each one of those categories a little bit more as we talk about the program. So first we're going to start off with the tenant role and what exactly the tenant responsibilities and how they play the game, so to speak, in the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So first we're going to talk about how the family gets a voucher. Most of the time, the family is on a waiting list. And then as we have turnover within the unit, as we have attrition and families that go off, then we can pull families from the wait list to fill those vouchers. So the waitlist is available at sacwaitlist.com online. Families apply. The last time we opened the waitlist was in 2022. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But as we have vouchers available, we take families that way. The other way that families can get a voucher is by a referral. We have several programs that are referral-based, such as the VASH program, we'll talk a little bit later, which is a program for veterans. It's Veterans Affairs and Supportive Housing. So we get referrals from the VA for that. Or we have a foster youth initiative program that's referral-based. Once the family is referred, then they go through an eligibility process. We look at their income, we look at citizenship, and we do a background check for criminal activity. Our look back is 3 years, and we're looking at if there's violent or drug-related criminal activity. There's two mandated prohibitions to participating in the program based on criminal activity. One is if the family has been convicted of drug-related criminal activity for the manufacture or production of methamphetamine on the premises of federally assisted housing. So it's very, very specific. The second is if a family has a household member who is subject to a national registration as a lifetime registration as a sex offender, then they are prohibited from participating. Outside of that, we work with families where there is a history of criminal activity. We have an admissions review team that meets regularly. It's a committee, and we receive additional information from the family about their efforts to re-enter society and not re-offend, and then all of that information is considered, and then a family is determined eligible or not and given the voucher to continue through the process.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you.
Yes.
I wanted to catch you before you left the slide here. My first question is, and maybe you were getting to it, but the last bullet there, based on what you said earlier about the county managing both city and county HCV activity, what's the breakdown here of the 500 city and county?
So because it's one housing authority that is managing all of the vouchers, we don't make that determination. We just serve the whole jurisdiction. So it's all county-wide at this point.
So we don't know?
We could find out based on zip code, but it's not something that we regularly track, or it's all one housing authority. It's all the county at this point. So we don't make any determinations as to how many are city or how many are county.
I see our county executive has punched in. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Villanueva, you have. Oh, okay.
There we go. Just to clarify, in terms of the vouchers, they were separated before, but it was in 2005 that they were all consolidated under the County Housing Authority. So we do have information that tells us where people live in terms of how many people live in the city versus the county. So we definitely have that information. But because the voucher is so portable, it allows people to move seamlessly between the city, the county, unincorporated, incorporated cities, all of those things.
I may not be the only one up here that might be interested in that information, even if it's a snapshot in time.
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess where I'm going with it is that if understanding that we took on the administrative burden of HCV almost 20 years ago, I'd like to understand kind of what that means in terms of cost and what it means in terms of where the vouchers are maybe initially offered, unincorporated versus City of Sacramento. And again, understanding based on what you just said, Lachelle, the fact that it's somewhat fluid in terms of the application of the vouchers, I do think it might be of interest to more than one supervisor up here. I also had a question about, since you referenced it, immigration status. So what's the line in the sand in terms of ineligibility for vouchers based on immigration status?
In order to be eligible for a voucher, there has to be at least one person in the household who is a citizen, and then the assistance that is provided through the subsidy is prorated, so that if a family, say it's a family of 5, and 3 of the family members are citizens and 2 are not, then we would provide 60% of the subsidy. It would be prorated.
It's proportional, not necessarily prorated, right?
You're right, exactly.
Okay.
It's proportional based on the number of citizens, yes.
So the household actually can suffer the value of it based on the immigration status of someone that may not be a complete, may not have not yet achieved complete citizen, being a citizen, but maybe in the legitimate process of becoming a citizen. Are we still essentially penalizing that household?
There's different categories of citizenship, and it changes as people go through the process. So as that changes, then the calculation would change as well. But there's ineligible non-citizen, then there's eligible non-citizen, and there's folks who are going through. But there's several categories there.
Do we have any working relationship with Immigration Customs when it comes to a family member who is pursuing citizenship relative to achieving the full value of their voucher?
Are you asking if we have any reporting responsibility?
No, just any working relationship.
No.
Okay.
We look up through a database that is maintained just to verify citizenship and where they're at in the process, but that's all no.
Okay. And then lastly, when you were explaining eligibility relative to criminal background,
yes.
Is there any kind of value assigned to when this panel? I think you described it as a panel that determines eligibility for HCV. Is there a particular value to someone in the household that may be a Sacramento County probationer or not?
Yes. And then we would ask for information from the probation officer when we're making that decision.
So like something like a probationer in good standing?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
A couple of questions. One is, it says that you issued 500 vouchers from January to July of 2024. I remember earlier in 2024, there was a talk of the shortfall.
Right.
And through the 4x2, which Supervisor Desmond and I sit on, and other venues, both the city and county leadership had asked that a concerted effort be given to focus on people experiencing homelessness, and I think the number got up to 175. I might be wrong. So what happened with the other 325?
I actually have a slide.
Okay.
So I will be talking about that. The quick answer right now is the shortfall doesn't affect all of our programs. We have some sub-programs, and I'll be talking about later, like the VASH program for the veterans, that we're still issuing vouchers, we're still leasing up. So that's part of the 500.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So as we go through, are there any questions? Okay. As we go through eligibility, then we issue the voucher to the family. The voucher is good for 180 days or 6 months. Then they receive information about payment standards, how to lease a unit, how to determine if the unit is going to be affordable as we calculate, so that the family has the information so that when they submit the paperwork, we are able to approve that unit. There's information on our website, and we have workshops that we give to families who have vouchers as well. Then the family begins their housing search. And the number there, as we were just talking, was 500 units or 500 vouchers from January to July. I updated this since I'm presenting today, and we've actually issued 100 more, about 600 vouchers from January through September. When the family gets the voucher, they go through what we call a briefing, and a briefing is where we explain what I like to call the rules of the game, how to participate in the program, what the family obligations or the family's rules are, and we talk about the payment standards. The payment standards are the amount by which the family, if they find a unit where the rent and the utilities is at the payment standard or less, then they're paying 30% of their income, whatever it is, to rent. The family has the choice to rent and the option to rent a unit that costs more than that, but then they pay the overage. And so we have an affordability calculator online that makes it easier to understand what I just said, because that's not very straightforward, where the family can put in the information about the rent amount for the unit and the utilities and go through and determine if it's going to be affordable, approvable by us or not when they submit the information.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. So this is applied at a household level. So if mom, dad, and 2 adult kids, children living, all 4 of them living in the same unit, this is by way of example. If they're all working, that combined income, I hope and I assume, is used in the calculation for the 30% threshold.
Exactly.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, correct. So then once the family finds a unit that is affordable, then they have a packet that's available that they give to the prospective landlord, including how to submit what we call a RFTA, and you'll see it spelled out there. It's a request for tenancy approval. And so this is the document that the landlord starts and provides information about the landlord and about the unit. And then there's a part that the tenant fills out that says who is going to live in that unit, who the family members are, and so on. Once the landlord starts it, then it goes to the tenant, and then once they both complete it, it comes to our office and we review it. This is now done online, and the last time I looked, we had about 70% of the RFTAs that come in are coming in online. So it makes it faster. We don't deal with the mail. It makes legibility issues a non-issue. We can read all of it, so that it really hastens the process for everybody.
So, Mary Liz, I've got questions on the process and the inspections and all that. Would it be better for me to wait until we get to the landlord slides?
I'll get there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So typically there's about 500 families at any one time who are in the process of moving, who have a voucher, but it may not be associated with a subsidy at that time. So then once the tenant finds a unit and submits the RFTA, then we go through an approval process, and we'll talk a little bit more. We'll talk here, and we'll also talk in the landlord section about that. We, as the Housing Authority, review the RFTA, and again, we'll get into more detail in a minute. We schedule the unit for inspection, then the household can move into the unit, then the subsidy begins. So after the family has been there for 12 months, they have the option. They can take their voucher and move to another unit. We, as the Housing Authority, go through an annual recertification. So that's when the family submits very much of the information they did initially to be determined eligible, where we redetermine that the family continues to be eligible to participate in the program. And then again, the family can move. So we're going to move on from the tenant part and talk about the landlord role. So the landlord is a really, really important player in this whole process. As mentioned, there's a HAP contract between the Housing Authority and the landlord, and there's a lease between the landlord and the tenant. The lease may be signed before the RFTA is submitted. If a family's already living in a unit and then they get a voucher, they can lease in place. And so then they would continue with that assistance where they're currently living. Then there's some key language that HUD likes to see in the lease. So there's a tenancy addendum that we ask the tenant and the landlord to sign. The landlord-tenant relationship is the same whether the family has a voucher or the family does not have a voucher. The landlord is responsible for selecting the tenant. I mentioned that we don't match a landlord and a tenant. The whole program is based on tenant choice. The tenant goes out and finds a property and a landlord that they choose to work with. The landlord can do their own background check, and they can do whatever screening that they would do for non-voucher holders, they can do for voucher holders as well.
Okay, I've got a question there, and then Supervisor Desmond. Okay, he's more polite than I am. It's up to the tenant for selection, which I find interesting because it seems to me, I mean, and I guess, is there a legal reason for that, or is that just our practice?
That's the whole basis of the tenant choice voucher program. So the tenant has the choice to choose a unit wherever in the community they want to live. So,
but what if you have a tenant who, doesn't have the sophistication, frankly, of an SHRA to identify a landlord, these are the calls we get, and they don't know where to start. They don't have inroads to a landlord. But whereas you have established relationships ostensibly with landlords, why is it we don't assist those folks?
So there's a couple of things. One is we have workshops where we help tenants learn how to find a unit and information that way. So we try and educate the tenant that way. So that's one point. The second point, we work with not only tenants, but if they have a family member support, we work with them as well. And then additionally, there's a website that we work with where landlords can advertise when they have units available. It's affordablehousing.com, and families can go there and look at what units are available, see what it rents and where it's located and how many bedrooms and all of that to make their decision. But we as a housing authority just don't have the staffing for to do that kind of locator service, which is what you're asking about. But we partner with some of the service providers in the community who also are able to do that. And so we'll talk a little bit more. You'll see when we talk about that 175, the role of the community service providers in helping to provide that assistance.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And thank you, Mary, for this presentation. This is, I think, extremely helpful to understand some of the ins and outs, but it's still a little confusing to me, and I'm glad the chair brought up that issue with the 175 people who are homeless who in possession of housing choice vouchers, but we're issuing 500, actually 600. So I'll be interested to hear that explanation in a moment. So just maybe when it comes to the tenants and what flexibility or what leeway they have to select a unit, explain a little more to me about how you determine whether the rate is reasonable that's being charged for a unit.
Sure. So that's based on the family's income. So if the family has income, that determines how much they're paying. And so we would go through that calculation, but it also depends on how much the unit is renting for. So if the rent plus the utilities is at or below the payment standard, then we pay 30%, and there's really not an issue of affordability at that point. Even if the family has zero income, we'll pay all of the rental assistance and the utility at that point. But if the family has let's say they have no income, and they choose a unit that rents for over that payment standard, then we would not approve it because they don't have funding to pay that overage, the difference between the payment standard and what the unit is asking for.
Okay, and how do you determine the payment standard? I imagine that differs depending on location, right? Because what I'm interested in finding out, how do we maximize the capacity of the units that are available to tenants?
So, and I'm smiling because nothing is simple. This is a very complex program. So the payment standard is based on the fair market rent that HUD sets. HUD determines fair market rent. Then we, as a housing authority, look at what our lease up is, the dollars that we have, how many families are able to find a unit, and we set the payment standard as a function of the fair market rate, the fair market rent. So the answer is, in part, it comes from HUD.
Okay, because we do hear...
If I could just add on there. In terms of the fair market rent, we are one of the housing authority that has small area fair market rents. So it allows us to set the payment, to set those market rents based on zip code. So we'll look at those particular zip codes, and I think we have, is it 50?
Something, yeah.
50 different zip codes, which means that's We have all of those different payment standards, and we're going to pay based on what's reasonable within that area. So for instance, if you're in a higher cost area, we'll end up paying more. So that gives our tenants more access to those areas versus an area where the rents are lower and the payment standard.
Okay. And I'll have a few more questions, as will the chair, on the inspection process, because I have some questions about that as well. Hold off.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Frost.
I'm just curious, does the tenants' participation, like if there's problems with tenants, is there a record of that? Does it follow them in their history with their voucher? Or if they're especially great tenant, does that follow them?
So if first, let me answer the first question. If there's a problem with the tenant, we work with the landlord. So depending on what the problem is, if the tenant, for example, is not paying their portion of the rent, that's violating what we call family obligations, or one of the rules that I said that we go through in the briefing and talk about the rules the families have to follow to continue to receive the voucher. If they don't do something in compliance with the lease, like paying rent, then they're putting their voucher at risk. The landlord is then supposed to let us know if there's a problem with the tenant. We'll call the tenant in and we'll talk with them and let them know that if in fact they're not paying their portion of the rent, they could lose their voucher. And so then the family, if they lose their voucher, then they cannot participate and take that voucher to another unit. And then it's up to the landlord to go through all the regular process that the landlord would do with anybody, whether they're a voucher holder or not, to evict the family. But we do work with the landlord when there are problems, and our ability, our only leverage, but it's a really important, and it's an important and valuable leverage, is removing the voucher, taking the voucher away from the family.
So the landlord has a lease with a tenant, but if the landlord has a problem, they contact the tenant and you, or they contact you?
They would go through all the same process that they would with any other tenant, putting a notice, the 3-day pay or quit notice, but we ask that they let us know as well. Then we will work with the landlord to reinforce the lease at the risk of losing at the risk of the family losing the voucher.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Before I get into my questions, I just want to double check. Are we going to have another slide on the inspections process? Because
yes,
it's important as it relates to the land. Okay.
Yes.
So you touched on what a key piece the landlords play in this process, because without the availability of units, these vouchers are worthless. And I'm looking at these lists from submitting the REFTA down to contract execution. How long does that, from a timeline, does that take roughly?
It depends on the landlord. It can take anywhere from, I would say, 2 weeks to a month or longer. And I'm saying that because we have families who turn in the RIFTA. I've got several families that I was working with recently. They've turned in the RIFTA, we've approved, the landlord's approved, but the unit's not ready. They're having to do some issues. So that, in that case, then it goes on for a while. But there are circumstances where we do the inspection and the inspection fails, and it takes time for that to be repaired before we can actually lease the family up. So there's a wide variety of things that impact the timeline for the RIFTA to be processed.
I would assume there is, and that's why I'm asking the question. So what I heard you saying is that most delays are related to a trigger of something related to the unit itself, physical environment.
I think unusual delays, yes, are related to issues with the unit or things that the landlord can control that are out of our control.
So I've heard rumor that there have been offices that have been closed inexplicably, that has also contributed to a delay in the process. Can you speak to that?
So right now, our office, our lobby is closed to public coming in, but we have other ways that families can work with us, and we're saying that on our website as well. So families can call in. We have a call center. There's a resident portal. Families can communicate with us. They can submit changes of household, changes of income, request assistance through the portal. So there are other ways that folks can help out as well, landlords as well as tenants regarding the RFTA.
Okay. And so then my last question goes back to the discussion on the rent reasonableness. That is driven, the landlord says this is what I expect to charge for this unit.
Right.
And then that is cross-referenced with the demographics of the family, as well as the sort of market rate for the zip code. And then all of those things are determined whether or not the amount of subsidy that we would be paying with these vouchers, if it all adds up to the right amount.
Yes.
And so is that a fairly formulaic?
Yes.
There's not a lot of, we think you're charging too much, and so if you make the rent this, then we'll approve the program.
So yes, all of what you're saying is correct. And then if the rent is more than what we would approve, if it's more because it's not affordable to the family, then we can negotiate with the landlord and ask if they would lower it. What happens more often is when we look at the market and we say that this unit is renting for, you're asking for more than what the market is showing is reasonable. In either case, we'll reach out to the landlord and we'll negotiate that rent amount. The landlord, when he submits the RFTA, there's a place where we're asking for other comparable units, so other similar units and what they're renting for. If we end up determining that it's too much, we will work with the landlord and we will ask if they will partner with us to find other units that are renting for that amount or more that justify what they're asking for. And that information then is put into the database. So the database is always dynamic and receiving new information.
Okay, and I can appreciate that the onus is on them to sort of provide the comparables so that they can say, look, this is fair market. But I guess, and why I started with the length of the process is because if that information comes out at the execution stage, and we're saying it could take 2 weeks to a month to go through from submitting the RFTA to that stage.
Yeah, no, we would determine.
If I'm holding my unit open for that amount of time, I mean, that's lost income.
Understood.
Yeah.
We would make all of that determination before we schedule the inspection. So there's a review process, but once we inspect the unit, we are certain as we can be, based on the information that we have, that unit is approvable and we'll end up with a family leasing it.
Okay, so before we even get into the weeds on the actual unit itself, are we even starting from a position where everybody's on the same page?
Right.
Okay.
And that's really important because landlords and the public thinks that it takes us a long time to schedule the inspection, but when the RFTA comes in, the next step is not scheduling the inspection. It's all of this review, so that when we do the inspection, it is most likely to be able to be approved and the family can move in.
Sorry, real quick before we get this to Supervisor Frost, a little housekeeping. We do have a number of people that are here for a later item, and we have a trouble with item 59. We're going to lose our interpreter, so when the time comes, if you're here for item 59, we will be moving to continue that item to a future meeting so that we don't completely inconvenience half the audience here today. Go ahead, Supervisor Frost.
I can save my question to the end of her PowerPoint if you want.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so we'll continue on. So the landlord completes their portion of the RFTA. The unit is then scheduled for inspection. As I said, the tenant can move in when the unit passes inspection. We encourage, unless the tenant is living there before, we encourage the tenant not to move in until the unit passes inspection, because it has to pass inspection for the subsidy to be approvable. If they move in and the unit doesn't pass inspection and the landlord doesn't want to make the repairs, then the tenant is stuck very often in a lease where we will not pay the subsidy. The tenant is responsible for all the rent before the unit passes inspection. And then once Once the unit passes inspection, then we execute the contract with the landlord and the subsidy begins.
Okay, let's, Supervisor Frost now?
Oops.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond. I'm going to put you off in the parking lot there, Supervisor Frost. Okay, all right. Supervisor Desmond. No.
So I didn't want to interrupt and get into the inspection stuff while we were talking about the kind of the rate reasonableness and some of the other process points that Supervisor Hume was fleshing out as well. So you mentioned that's one potential delay determining if the rent amount is reasonable. But then once you determine that it's allowable based on that rate, then it goes into this inspection process. And we hear a lot, and we've had a lot of discussion even in the context of the vouchers for people experiencing homelessness about the delay in the inspection. So I'd like you to talk a little bit in a little more detail about that, because we're hearing from a lot of providers that that's a real big concern about not only the delays of inspection and reinspection and sometimes some of the ambiguity about what a landlord needs to do to come into compliance.
Yes, so we actually have done a few things recently. So one is I had mentioned all of what we go through when we are receiving the RFTA that needs to be approved before we get to the inspection. We need to, and this is really to protect the tenant, to protect the program participants. So we want to make sure that they're moving into a unit and we're paying someone who is actually the legal owner. We've all heard of stories where people come in and they're paying somebody and it ends up not being the owner. If there's a property management company, we want to make sure that there's an agreement between the owner and the property management company, again, so we're paying the right entity. So we'll go through all the review. Once we've finished the review, we've negotiated the rent amount, we're okay with everything being approvable, then we'll schedule the inspection. The inspection, about 60% of the time, the inspection passes the first time with the first inspection. And we have on our website information about what it takes to pass the inspection, so we try and get that information out so that it does pass the first time. If it does not pass the first time, we will schedule a second inspection, and we are working so that if it doesn't pass inspection, we're still in the process of making it available through the landlord portal, so the landlord can go out and see why the unit did not pass inspection. So then that is information that's available immediately.
Who does the inspections?
We contract with a third-party vendor who does that.
And is there a backlog in inspections right now? Are you able to keep up with the
Yes.
inspections and the re-inspections?
And that's part of why we use the vendor, so that they have the ability to expand and contract their workforce, whereas we would not be able to do that. So in the process of lease up, when we have vouchers and we're increasing the number of folks who are leasing up, then they have the ability to expand and bring in additional inspectors.
Who's the vendor that you use?
The company is called Nan McKay Associates Incorporated.
And so you're confident that even if the demand really grows, they would be able to accommodate that demand to make sure the inspections are done in a timely manner?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so I'll be specific and ask the question, what's the typical time between the call for an inspection and an inspection taking place? Because Supervisor Desmond's correct. Those are some of the most common calls we get,
Right.
is I can't hold on to this property any longer, and we lose a voucher house or a place for them to live. And so if it's not happening in a timely manner, then we're losing opportunities. So what's the timeline that typically that happens? I would assume we track that.
Right, we do. So, and it's usually within a week. So within a couple of days from when we determine that the unit is ready to be inspected and the inspection happens. Now, a lot of the delay is because we can't reach the landlord to schedule the inspection. Those are not scheduled through the mail. If it's an initial inspection, and that's what we're talking about, initial means the family is just moving into the unit, then we would communicate by phone and by email with that prospective landlord. And we have numerous times where every day where we're trying to reach and the phone isn't getting answered or they're not responsive to emails. So I'll say in general, it's when we're ready for the inspection, that happens within a week.
Okay, I guess there's I'm seeing a red flag there in my own mind, and
Sure.
that's that when you say it's ready for inspection, but the time between when a prospective tenant reaches out to a prospective landlord, there's that time on top of when you say it's ready to be inspected,
right?
And that's still the clock's ticking for these landlords, right. And again, they can't wait for us,
right?
So, I mean, is there any way? I mean, would it, as Supervisor Desmond was asking, and I believe that we have a lot of providers at the county that we do business with, as do you, a lot of partners in the community, and it's my understanding that we've even offered as a county to train so that, because we don't want to in any way lessen the quality of these inspections. Right. We want to decrease the time it takes to do them. So what if we were to train to a level of standard that SHRA would approve of, and we'll even pay for our contractors, our providers to do these inspections? Seems to me the more we got, the better opportunity we have to shorten that time frame and not lose these opportunities.
Yeah, so two things. One is we go through a federal procurement process to procure the vendor who is providing the service. After saying that, we always encourage the tenant or anybody who is working on behalf of the tenant to do a pre-inspection. And so we have the information, and there's information about how to do a pre-inspection to make sure that all of the things that we're inspecting are covered. And so if that can be done beforehand, then we can up our 60% that passed the first time. We can increase that, and that allows the family to start the subsidy sooner as well. So I think there's a role that we can work on together that would work so that ultimately that happens and it passes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just first wanted to iterate the Chair's point that I think we stand ready and willing to augment the workforce, either through training or through actual bodies, to try and make sure that these inspections happen in a more timely fashion. But then the other thing is, apparently landlords have complained that they can't understand the reasoning sometimes that they are being denied. And so is there a very clear set of standards or guidelines or things that spell out these are what we're going to be looking for, and this is the minimum threshold that you'll have to meet?
Yes, so it is spelled out, and again, we're working to put that, I think it's on the landlord portal now, so that it clarifies why the unit failed and that's available in real time. Or not in real time,
I don't
within
want
a day.
to necessarily after the fact for a specific unit. Is there somewhere where they can go so that they know exactly if they've got something, flooring that's too old, whatever it is, if they can go and see, this is what I have to make sure my ducks are in a row before we even...
Yes.
Does that exist?
Yes, it does, and it's on our website. We put on our website the items that frequently cause fail. So if we can address those, then it's likely to pass. And then we can put more information as well. We used to, in the RIFTA package, have a pre-inspection checklist, and so we were finding that folks were not doing that, but we can certainly put that on our website, make that available. Whatever we can do, like you are saying, and we're all on the same page, if we can get the unit to be inspected and to pass as quickly as possible, then everybody wins. I think I moved this in the wrong way. Okay. So doing business with landlords, as I mentioned before, and some of you have repeated as well, we highly value our landlords. We could not have a program if we did not have participating landlords. We have currently about 3,700 participating landlords, and that number is fluid as families move from unit to unit. Some of these, as you know, would be large corporate landlords as well as those who own single-family homes. We have office hours specifically available for landlords on Tuesday morning and Thursday afternoon. We have a landlord liaison who works specifically to help with landlord issues, and we have semi-annual webinars. We had a webinar in December. We had over 400 landlords participate, and another one in June this year. So now we'll talk about what the Housing Authority does within the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And some of that we've talked about, so I'm going to go kind of quickly here through. So we receive the funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. The Housing Authority implements programs or administers the program based on federal regulations. Congress approves the statute, and the U.S. Department of HUD then creates the regulations. The Housing Authority administers the program. We have an administrative plan, which is our policy document. This is revised annually, and the public is invited to participate in a review of this. And then we submit the updated and admin plan to HUD on an annual basis. The HCV program is managed by, or administered by the County Housing Authority. As we said, it's countywide. We have a total of 8 waiting lists at this point for various programs. Our tenant-based voucher wait list, as what I've been talking about so far, we'll be talking about project-based vouchers as well. We last opened the waiting list in 2022. We received 23,000 applications. We announced beforehand that we would be randomly accepting 5,000. So we accept a number that we think we can reasonably serve in a 2-year period. Wait lists are ordered by preferences. Preferences are points that we give, so it does not determine eligibility, but it determines the order of the families who are on the wait list. So some of our preferences include if they're a resident of Sacramento County, if they're a veteran, if they're permanently disabled, if they can lease in place, if they're homeless, or if they're rent burdened. We do have a preference for homeless, so if folks are homeless, then they come to the top. The Housing Authority is responsible for maintaining the wait list, and then again, our goal is to open the wait list and serve folks within a 2-year time period. And then, as we've talked about, the Housing Authority implements the eligibility process and determines eligibility for the families.
Supervisor.
Thank you. Back to your comment about determining whether someone is homeless or not. Is that how do you make the determination when there are multiple varieties of people being homeless? Whether it's someone that is literally out on the street, living outdoors, someone that's couch surfing, someone that is temporarily, otherwise maybe staying with someone to bridge, a paycheck. So how do you prioritize within that designation?
Within the homeless category, there is not a priority. So anybody who is homeless and who meets the definition, so we go through and we have the list of all of the definition that HUD uses to determine homelessness.
Do we actually have individuals that are living outdoors that have had a history of applying and receiving the vouchers?
So I'll say on our tenant-based voucher program, again, that's the one that everybody wants, that there's not a lot of movement right now in shortfall. We're not taking families off of the wait list. So yes, but I'll tell you that we are serving more families who are homeless through our project-based voucher program. And I'll be talking about that in just a minute.
I guess where I'm going with this is that it seems common sense to me, and tell me where I'm missing the mark here if I am, but it seems like it's common sense that you would want to prioritize and help individuals and families that are literally enduring the worst hardship of being unsheltered, meaning that they are currently living outside in a tent, on the parkway or underneath an overpass, something like that. So if we're not doing that, how could we or should we maybe change or adjust how we prioritize within that category?
Well, I'll just speak to that, and I think Mary Liz is going to start talking about project base. And so when we are project basing, we are actually going through the COC, and then based on, you know, their score on the VI SPDAT are the ones who are going to get referred who meet that type of criteria. And specifically, as we develop those project base through HomeKey, then we are targeting some of those exact individuals that you're talking about. For instance, like at Vista Nueva, we're looking for the families who are out there. At the one under construction, we're looking for the homeless individuals who are seniors who are on the parkway. So I think that's how we really get to those most needy individuals.
I look forward to that part of the upcoming presentation. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Okay, the Housing Authority receives about 300 RFTAs each month. We review the RFTAs to protect tenants, as we've talked about. We have inspections. We inspect about 350 initial inspections, and again, these are folks who are moving into a new unit. So we inspect 350 initial inspections per month, and then annually we inspect units, and so we have 500 additional inspections that we do on a month. We've already talked about the referral and the time frames, so I'm going to skip some of that. We are issuing $16 million to $18 million each month to the landlords by way of subsidies. When the family has a RFTA and it's voided for whatever reason, if the owner changes their mind, the tenant changes their mind, we can't end up with resolving the rent negotiation. The family receives any unused search time back so that they can continue. Then we continued, once a family moves in, then we do the annual recertification. And there's some data on our website that's giving more information about our inspections and how many families we're serving. I have some information here about the demographics of the participants who are in our programs. So over 4,000 of the families were homeless at admission, so that's 33%. You can go through and see how many are single families, have a disabled person in the household, and so on. I also, it's not on my slide, but I know last time I think Supervisor Kennedy was interested in the racial breakdown and our ethnicity, and so I will give that verbally instead of on the slide. 37% of our program participants are white, 48% are black, 2% are American Indian or Alaskan Native, 9% are Asian, 1% is Hawaiian, and 1% is answered that they identify with more than one racial group. 87% of our households that are assisted are Hispanic, and 13% are non-Hispanic.
And what was that last number?
87% are Hispanic, 13% are non-Hispanic. So we do prioritize homeless families, as we were just talking about, especially in our HomeKey program and our project-based vouchers. So we've been talking up until this point about our tenant-based voucher. A tenant-based voucher is where the family gets the voucher and they can take that voucher from one unit to another. They need to stay in the unit for an initial period of 12 months, but then they can move after that. Project-based voucher is where we go through, typically we go through a request for proposal process. We identify units based on who is submitting a proposal that can serve. Right now, all of our project-based voucher units that are coming through that process are being used for homeless families. It's important to note that the project-based voucher units are permanently affordable units. When we go through the RFP and we make a commitment to project-based some or all of the units at that site, we sign a contract with the private owner that's for 20 years, and it can be renewed after that. We serve 4 different populations, or there's 4 different groups of project-based vouchers. One is elderly. We have about 500 units of project-based vouchers that serve the elderly. We have over 2,000, about 2,100 that are serving homeless families. We have other units that are serving non-homeless families. And then, as you heard in Mark's presentation, Mark Hamilton, about a month ago, when we talked about the rental assistance development program, that also converts public housing to project-based vouchers. There are more units in the pipeline that are under construction that we're working on. These are units that were awarded project-based vouchers before 2024. Usually we have an RFP process annually, but because we're in shortfall, we did not do an RFP process this year. So we expect to have about 4,000 units by the end of 2025 that are project-based vouchers. So over time, the Housing Choice Voucher Program has become very complex. In the old days, there was one voucher program. Now we have several programs that all have separate documentation, separate funding, and we report and work on those separately. So some of those we've already talked about. The VASH program for veterans, we have 874 vouchers there. About 100 or thereabout are still ready to be leased, so we're still leasing, still issuing vouchers for that. So that answered the question earlier about us still issuing vouchers. We received 494 emergency housing vouchers. We received referrals from the continuum of care through coordinated entry, and all of those vouchers have been utilized. We have the Foster Youth Initiative Program. We have 98 vouchers, but I'm happy to tell you that last week HUD awarded an additional 25 vouchers. We received referrals from the Division of Child and Family Services and the coordinated entry to utilize those. We have a mainstream program that's 216 unit that serves non-elderly disabled families. We have Shelter Plus Care, which is a program that serves the most needy, those folks who really could not live independently without the services that are provided as well. So that totals over 2,000 units there. So next we'll talk about funding. The funding is approved by Congress. Generally, the president starts with his budget in February. Then we hope to have an annual budget by September 30th. If not, to start the fiscal year in October 1st, then there's a continuing resolution. Once the budget is approved, HUD has 60 days to tell the housing authorities how much funding is coming to them. So this past year, when the budget was approved on March 9th, the Housing Authority received notification as to how much funds we would receive as of May 8th. So this is we're halfway through the fiscal year by the time we know what our budget is. Now, we have 2 funding buckets that we receive. One is for the housing subsidy, and HUD looks at how much the housing authorities need and how much money is available and prorates it. The housing subsidy was prorated this past year at 99.5%, so we got most of the amount of subsidy that was budgeted. And then we look at the admin fee. These are 2 separate buckets that don't go back and forth. They're very separate sources of funding. We receive about $13.5 million in admin this year, and that we expect to cover about 100 full-time employees, FTEs, and the various contractors and so on. The shortfall concerns that we have only cover the subsidy amount that we're talking about, but as we have shortfall and the program reduces in the number of vouchers, that reduces the admin that's available. Admin is it's a formula based on how many vouchers are subsidized, and we receive funding based on the number of subsidies that we're paying out. So HUD holds the funds and they make the rules, and we meet with them to talk about shortfall and what we need to do. And so we have been meeting with HUD for monthly since February. So we have met with them, and they've asked us about what measures we're taking to reduce shortfall or the subsidies that we are paying. And so I know we've talked before about the measures that we're taking. You can see them listed here, so that is to get us through as much as we can to continue to assist the families that are depending on us for the subsidy. We expect the shortfall to continue for sure through 2024 and into 2025. We have applied for additional funds, and we expect to hear in November if we will qualify for additional funds to help cover that gap. There are programs that are not affected by the shortfall, and we've talked about some of those already. Shelter Plus Care is not impacted by shortfall, neither is VASH or the Foster Youth Initiative program.
So these are just directives from HUD, but they don't necessarily all apply to us. For example, immediately stop absorbing vouchers from other jurisdictions. Did we do that?
Yes, we did do that.
We did.
Yes,
To
and
what-
actually, that's the next slide. So the Sacramento.
I'm clairvoyant that way.
Yes. So in Sacramento, we stopped issuing vouchers. We encourage voucher holders to lease up, and I'm getting to the 175 I know you're anxious to hear about. We have identified the families. We've worked in partnership with some of the service providers to help them lease up. We've reached out to families who are at risk of the voucher expiring and provided assistance. We've collaborated with 20 different agencies, meeting weekly and then working together to identify families that need help. So we anticipate, as you're hearing, needing to use or needing to disperse more housing assistance than what HUD is giving us. That's the definition of shortfall. We're working with HUD to receive additional funds to cover this gap. Nationally, HUD has set aside $200 million and then taken back unexpended funds from other housing authorities to make about $400 million available. There's concern about whether this is sufficient or not. So here is a chart that's showing the 175, about 175 that we have been talking about that were identified. These were folks who had vouchers who, by virtue of how they were referred, we believe that they were homeless. And so you can see my last update, because this PowerPoint was to be presented in September. The last touch point was in August, but I can give you some updates. So as of October 18th, we had 1 active voucher instead of 5. We have 6 RIFTAs in process instead of 38. We've leased up 124 now, and that leaves other as 40, a total of 47. So of those 47, 44 of the vouchers have expired for all sorts of reasons. We have done outreach, but folks have not been available or have not responded. And we've had tenants who have passed away or who have moved to other jurisdictions, moved in with family and no longer need the voucher, for example. I'm going to move on to process improvements. Just quickly, we have implemented some improvements to how we do business to create efficiencies, including the use of electronic documents. Every document that comes into the office is scanned, and staff work with electronic documents. We use paper only when we are communicating with families and we send out letters. We've created portals, some of which you've heard about already. We have got an applicant portal where families can apply for housing and maintain their information, check on their status. We have resident portals where folks can ask for help. They can complete their recertification online. The landlord portal allows landlords to see which tenant they're getting paid for in which unit, how much they're getting paid for. They can look at the history of the tenant. They can see inspection information and the e-RIFTA that we've talked about. Our inspectors use tablets, so our tablets are uploading the information into the system, and we are putting that on the landlord portal. We're using Box.com as a way to communicate with our service providers, our partnering agencies, so that we can be transparent and visible to them when they make a referral, and we're working together to go through the eligibility process. If we're missing documentation, they can go and see what documents we're missing so that we can work together to help the family. But we use barcodes on our forms, especially those that are coming back through the mail, so that those get uploaded electronically very quickly. We have audits. I'm going to skip this. I'm going to go through this very quickly. Just based on our size and the dollars that we have, we are seemingly always in the midst of being audited by different groups. And so you can see a sample of some of our different audits. In addition, HUD looks at our program and evaluates us based on CMAP, which is the Section 8 Management Assessment Program. It's defined in the Code of Federal Regulations. It looks at 14 different indicators that are spelled out here. And then there's a total of 145 points. We're scored based on a percentage of how many points we receive. And the Housing Authority is determined to be either high performer, standard performer, or troubled. And we are very excited and pleased and proud to say that we have received the high performer status in 2023. This is really hard for a large housing authority like us to receive, because everything has to be done correctly as far as the calculations and all the timelines to be met. And that's the end of my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Supervisor Frost?
Thank you. She answered my question in her presentation.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that very robust presentation, and especially the fact that we were peppering you with questions along the way. I just want to reiterate a couple. Well, first, let me ask a clarifying question, because I think it came up and was alluded to. The 175 number versus the 500 or 600 number, those are homeless voucher recipients versus non-homeless voucher recipients, or are there families out there that have vouchers that aren't being utilized, that aren't necessarily a byproduct of the shortfall?
So let me explain a little bit where the 175 came from. So in March, when we were in shortfall and we were looking at what we needed to do to live within the dollars that we have, HUD was asking us to shorten the time frame, or to go back. It's not really shortening, going back to what we had been doing as far as issuing vouchers. During the COVID, we were very generous, and we were not expiring vouchers, because during COVID, we wanted people to lease up. So we had extended voucher time over time, much more than is reasonable, and HUD can see that. It's in the information that we provide the documentation. And so they were holding us accountable for going back to issuing a voucher. It's good for 120 days, and then we can do a 60-day extension, getting us to 180 days. So when we were notifying our families who had vouchers at that time, that we were going to be not extending the vouchers and giving extension after extension, but they needed to lease up right away. When we looked at who had vouchers in March, we identified 178. It's easier to say 175. So we identified about 175 families who, by virtue of how they had come into the program, we knew or believed them to be homeless. We have referral programs that where homeless families are referred through. The city had a program, the county has a program. So we flagged those, and then we were working to target those families with additional services. So it was those families that we believed to be homeless in March who had a voucher. So the 500 are families that we continue to issue vouchers to, like the VASH program makes up a portion of that. So VASH has locators, has support services that are available. They were not included in that 175, and I'm not saying they were excluded, but we continued to issue vouchers after we had identified that 175. So it was the focus of that 175 that the service providers got together. Every week we looked at who is being served, who is homeless, who has a voucher, has anybody seen them, can we reach out? And we were reaching out. When we reached out to them, if they wanted assistance, we had a release of information form that listed all of our partnering agencies, asked them to give us permission so we could bring that to the group and see if somebody was available to assist them, and they were. So the referrals came both ways, from us who identified the families and then asked the service providers for help, or the service providers were helping someone that they knew to be homeless and were working with us.
Great. And actually, in providing that answer, you touched on really the overarching reason that I'm drilling down on these questions, and that is as Ms. Halkin's department looks to refine our ability to distill and communicate all of the ways that we're touching the homelessness situation. Housing and rehousing is a very important component of that. It's certainly not the end-all, be-all of what the county offers. But I know that within SHRA, there's some sensitivity relative to data sharing, and obviously protection of privacy is an important issue. But there was talk of a creation of a process map relative so that we can keep a handle on where folks are being served, how they're being served, how we can plug in our wraparound services that are beyond just housing and shelter. And so I would just encourage that SHRA work with the county and, to lift that up and bring that to fruition in whatever form that takes, to where the client's privacy concerns are addressed, but also that we have good data that we can start to build that clearer picture. Thank you.
Thank
you, Chair.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you, Mary. So, with respect to the issue with the 175, and I know I was on a couple of calls, but not nearly as involved as the chair. I appreciate you talking about some of these process issues, and you've touched on a lot of the things that you were working on during that time. Are you still having the regular meetings with both our Emily Halcon's department as well as some of the other service providers? Because it was really kind of an all hands on deck thing, realizing that we need to really combine our resources to help these most vulnerable.
Right. The answer is no. We were working, we had organized to serve that 175, and we were, as much as we were doing outreach and trying to reach out as a group, the number of folks that we were bringing to the group was dwindling over time, because you can see how many of them were getting leased up. And so it was by mutual agreement that there was not a need to continue to meet. We had met what we were there to do to help that group.
Okay. I think there's value in this process map that Supervisor Hume refers to. Certainly value in identifying, I think regular meetings, not weekly, because it's not as acute of a situation, I understand that. But still to have that regular conversation with both Emily's department as well as some of the other providers. And then, I appreciate all the information. I've learned a lot from this presentation. There still seems to be, I think, a disconnect, certainly with some of the providers who I know SHRA work with, who I hear from, who still complain about some of the delays, certainly in the rate, establishing the reasonableness of a rate, and the delay in the inspections. So appreciate that you've listened to us and heard our concerns, but those concerns are out there, and they are being articulated by folks that you work with. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to have a little stronger concerns. I agree with my colleagues, but a few things. One is, the way that SHRA came together with the city and the county and the 175, we were part of that, and I appreciated that. But that was a small slice of a need in this community, and it's a little disappointing if we've walked away from the process of collaboration once we took care of one of the many myriad of issues that we have. So I would hope that we would remedy that. I think overall I'm seeing a disconnect between SHRA and county staff. I think that with CalAIM coming, with the investments that we've made in the LEAP program, with the partnerships that we have, many of which you share, with providers out in the community, I just think we're acting in silos still, and I don't think that we're doing enough to really work together and leverage the resources that are available, number one. I give kudos for high performing status, but that's from an agency that's 3,000 miles away, and we're here on the ground, every day. I think we could do better there. I still am concerned, and I will make these comments based upon not just what I heard today, but more so what I heard the last month or so when we had our presentation, our first workshop on these issues. And that's that, we as members of the Board of Supervisors are asked for a certain amount of oversight, but yet we're in the dark most of the time on what the agency's doing. I still think that this is not 1986. I don't think this is even 2005. We live in a different world, and I'm not sure if the JPA is even relevant anymore, and not an anachronism that is too big and too heavy and too, in the dark to really be effective. And I would like, our staff on the county side to look into that issue and take a look at what other authorities, I've done some research myself, but how we could act more nimbly and better utilize the resources as a county that are available to us. That is not to say, please do not interpret that as I'm trying to cut SHRA staff out of the process. I'm not, because the expertise that is at SHRA, the infrastructure that's at SHRA is incredibly vital. There's no question about that. I just don't think that we're operating under the best form of governance to continue operating the way we are. As an example, once again, we talked about it, or I talked about it last time. You talk about the preferences for vouchers, and it's buried somewhere in this administration plan that the board is technically responsible at the end of the day for, but we don't even review it. So we're asking to play an oversight role that we're almost entirely cut out of. Now, the argument coming back at me regularly is, well, you have the SHRA Commission. It's not the same thing as having direct access to the policies and procedures that are in place and, finding better ways to run an agency that's been around for decades in a completely different environment. So those are really the comments I have. I think we could do better with leveraging our resources, with sharing data in order to serve this most vulnerable of populations. I think we could do better if we work together better at shortening that time frame and not lose those opportunities for inspections and get more people housed. This is something that it's as we all know, we all agree, I'm not saying anything that anybody here would disagree with, this is one of the most important things we can do as a Board of Supervisors, and I think we need to play a bigger role. And I'm not so sure that a JPA with the city has any role in what's going on the streets today. Thank you, Mary Liz. That wasn't necessarily aimed at you, as it is the situation which concerns me, but I thank you for your presentation. I thank you for allowing us to interrupt as we did, and it was very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can I ask, the point about, really reevaluating the county's relationship with SHRA, the comments you mentioned, but also how do we, in consideration of the prior presentation we received prior, I'd like to have staff look at this and come back to us with some recommendations about how this governing body can be more involved and I think exert some of our control and oversight in SHRA and some of our suggestions for how our new Department of Homelessness and Housing can be more formally incorporated into SHRA policies and procedures, and also evaluate just the governance structure in general with SHRA. So that's what I'd like to hear back and have another discussion about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, thank you very much, staff, for working on that. That takes us to our next item.
Or item 57, you're introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 9.120 relating to unlawful camping on public property, waiving full reading and continuing to November 5th for adoption.
I guess I can kick it off for the board. As you all recall, Supervisors Desmond and Hume requested a couple months ago for us to draft an ordinance to address camping on public property within the unincorporated area of the county. This ordinance will do that, and I will be available to answer questions. And I know Emily Halcon is also here if you have specific questions.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I know we do have some folks here that are been very patient and wanting to speak on this item, but I just did want to provide kind of in the context of an update. When Supervisor Desmond and I first started exploring introduction of a camping ordinance, that was prior to the grants pass decision. And so rather than introducing a new ordinance with new criteria, with new parameters, through talking with the County Counsel's office, it seemed a lot cleaner and smoother to just amend our critical infrastructure ordinance. And so that is what is being brought before us today, is something that simplifies what we already had on the books so that it can be applied more generally and less ambiguously. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. And just to underscore that a little bit, we met with the sheriff and the district attorney about this issue as well. And I know when we did craft the critical infrastructure ordinance, we really struggled with, okay, what can we identify that would comply with Boise versus Martin? And that has created some difficulties, certainly, for law enforcement in determining when that applies, when it doesn't apply, and I think we never really came back and fully fleshed out where that critical infrastructure is. So that has made things a little more difficult, and I think that has also led us to a point where we should have something that is just more general and allow the prioritization to be done by law enforcement based on encampments that are particularly problematic. And I want to thank County Counsel Lisa. Thank you for your guidance and discussion about this, and thank you to Janice for preparing the matrix that you provided us that shows the other ordinances throughout Sacramento County. I think this ordinance that we're proposing today aligns us, generally speaking, with all of the other jurisdictions within the county. And I think there's value in that as well, that we all have a consistent authority in how we approach the encampment. So,
thank you. Do we have public comment?
For item 56, or sorry, for 57, we do have public comment. Liz Williams.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I forgot my bow tie at home, but next time I'll bring it. My dog is not as behaved, so we'll leave her at home. Well, good afternoon, Chair Kennedy, members of the board, county executive, county staff. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Metro Chamber and the Sacramento County businesses we represent and their employees, their families, and their patrons. We are in full support of item 57 and greatly appreciate the work being done to ensure necessary tools are in place to manage the public realm and best serve our community. As the County Department of Social Services continues to do the excellent work of expanding outreach resources and support for unhoused individuals, we applaud the streamlined approach of this ordinance to create consistency throughout the county and bring into alignment with recent state and federal direction. As this item moves forward, please call upon us as a partner for collaboration as we strive to uplift the voice of business owners and aspiring entrepreneurs that call Sacramento home. We urge your support and thank you for consideration and opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Liz. Lisa Sanchez.
I have some photos just to be able to show. If that's fine.
he'll go ahead and just change them during. Hello, Board. My name is Lisa. I volunteer with River City Waterway Alliance, and I just wanted to come and show support for the amended ordinance. Thank you so much. We do understand that this is also including a lot of the critical infrastructure, which had added creeks and waterways to this a couple years ago, again, which we so appreciate. One of the things I did want to identify in this or updated ordinance is how the encampments that will be established in violation have either a 48-hour notice or less than 48-hour notice. And we would like to suggest to have those under critical infrastructure under the 48-hour notice to include creeks and waterways. One of the reasons is because, especially during the winter time, the creeks and waterways, not rivers per se, but the creeks flood so fast. And once a camp is identified in and around a waterway within the channel, along the floodplain, on the top bank, so forth, it is imperative to be able to have them vacated within the under 48 hours. The sooner the better. And it is because it is considered a flood risk. A lot of times what we'll find is their encampment debris, not only just small trash and litter, but mattresses, camps, tents, tarps, tend to kind of create blockages along trees and bushes and shrubs that have grown during the summertime. So it is a big issue to vacate anybody that is in and around creek and waterway. The other thing I did want to identify and just say thank you for is that it's just considered on public property, but also that you've included the notion within, let's see here, under public property as well. I don't think many people actually think about that, but under bridges and so forth, again, for us, it's over creeks and waterways that the bridges and people camping under it, like their debris is discharged and they're again causing flooding and a lot of backing up of stuff. So again, the fact that it was noted under the public property is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Council. If I recall right, when we had the critical infrastructure ordinance before us, we kind of went back and forth on where we draw the line for water, top of levee, all of that. And if I recall right, the reason that we had that robust discussion was because while we were trying to accomplish a certain goal, we were also trying to make it defensible under Boise. That no longer being the case, is that something we could look at giving options when this comes back in November?
I would say that it's actually addressed in the ordinance as it is because it's more of a sweeping prohibition.
Okay.
We don't identify anything between top of the waterway and waterway, just public property.
Okay.
And the examples that the speaker showed, I think, would most likely qualify as exigent circumstances so that they could be removed immediately and not have to wait the 48 hours.
Thank you, Council.
Mr. Chairperson, our next speaker will be District Attorney Ho, and then after that, Under Sheriff Mike Siegler.
Jumping the line there. Thank you for your patience, Mr. District Attorney.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, and the rest of the board as well.
I'm not going to start the clock, but last time I did that.
I did go over a little bit. So, first of all, I want to applaud the board for its continuing effort to deal with this humanitarian crisis. I know that last year the county spent over $180 million in programs and services to address the unhoused crisis. And frankly, I believe that the media does not give the county enough credit for the efforts that the county continually engages in to deal with this crisis. And so I want to first note that. This is something that is needed, this amendment. When the original ordinance was put into place, the issues that we had in the court system and federally was Martin versus Boise. But since then, as you have mentioned, we have the Grants Pass case that I had the privilege of watching in Washington, D.C. before the Supreme Court. And I do want to thank, I know that Supervisor Hume and Desmond had reached out and worked extensively on this amendment, and as well as County Council. This is going to bring the County of Sacramento into an area of consistency with many other jurisdictions, including Elk Grove. And I think that's incredibly important to have that consistency across the county. And even the city has moved towards this direction as well. So this is something that is needed, something that I applaud the county for really engaging in. It is a humanitarian crisis. It is an environmental crisis. And I know that this particular board in particular has made great efforts and strides to deal with this. So thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Welcome, Undersheriff.
Chair, board members, thank you for having me today. Undersheriff Mike Ziegler. A little historical perspective on the homeless crisis from the Sheriff's Department's viewpoint. As you know, as soon as Sheriff Cooper got elected, we came in and we made homeless our #1 priority, but we tackled it from a different angle. We understood that, we saw that a lot of the unhoused were being victimized by a small portion of unhoused. So instead of, it took us a couple months, but we pretty much just stopped doing sweeps, right? And we didn't think sweeps were as effective as some of the other jurisdictions were doing. We didn't even see it as our primary goal. Our primary goal as a Sheriff's Department is to protect those who are being victimized by crime, domestic violence, sexual assault, those that are addicted to drugs or with mental illness that commit crimes. It's not a crime to have a mental illness, but to commit crimes was to address those issues. And I think you saw, I stood up here before a couple occasions before this board, and I think we've all seen that in the unincorporated area of the county, the homeless, especially with the major encampments, has gotten a lot better. And having been part of the discussion on this ordinance early on, yes, there was some concern with the Sheriff's Department, especially about, taking and housing property of the unhoused, having them come and get it when they needed it and stuff like that. That was a gargantuan. That would have been a gargantuan effort for us. And we aren't funded or don't have the staff to do that. But having read this current proposal on this ordinance, I think that has relieved some of our concerns. Will this change how the sheriff deals with the homeless crisis in Sacramento? I don't think so. After grants passed, we were getting a lot of calls. What are you going to do different? What are you going to do different? We're not doing anything different. I think that the path that we have taken to focus on the public safety aspect of it, the victimization aspect of it, is the best approach for a sheriff's office to do. I think there's some positive unintended consequences with that, and I think we've seen those, but I don't really see the ordinance being a heavy lift for the Sheriff's Department because as of today, that could change. I don't see us changing our operations that much.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike, for your contribution here. It's important. And, to your last point about what you would change or what the Sheriff's Department would change being nothing, I would respectfully challenge that in terms of, I think what you and I both know, this board knows, is that hot services are incredibly oversubscribed. And there's, I think, fair to say, a growing need for hot services in the unincorporated county. So I would respectfully ask that if the Sheriff's Department, your office in particular, is not already thinking about what could or should occur subsequent to passage of staff's recommendation today, what budget consequence that might have in terms of maybe enhancing. I would say the only thing you want to do differently is more of what you're doing. But you can't really do that unless you have the resources to achieve that objective. So it's early in terms of, consideration of growth requests, budget requests for next year. And we're going to need to know a lot more in terms of our fiscal condition before the county exec begins his annual exercise of asking departments to come back with growth requests. But again, as it relates to what we're being asked to consider today, and if affirmed, I would strongly encourage you to think about how we get there from here in terms of doing more of what we're doing successfully.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, and I'll get in the weeds on the budget aspect of it a little bit. As you know, the Sheriff's Department, we hold about 100 plus 110 vacancies, right? And so when we're talking about our hot team, which we're very, very proud of, both on the social services side and the victimization side, do a fantastic job. We've always been blessed with the best personnel in the hot team. But when we do operations, we bring in a lot of different people outside, from inside the department, detectives, patrol, that type, and that costs a lot of money, right? We've had the luxury, unfortunately, of having a lot of salary savings in the last 2 years, right? Because we've been so far down-staffed. But we're seeing a change in that. I was just at Academy graduation yesterday. It was, we're a regional academy. We had 46 graduates. 23 of those were ours. And going into December and the next couple academies, we're going to staff those. We're going to have about 75 recruits in those academies, like we used to do. I used to be academy commander, and we routinely have 70. But what that will impact, Supervisor, we won't have the money then, right? We won't have the salary savings to go into these operations. So I take your point, and we're looking into the future on these operations and other operations that we do that have been successful, like human trafficking and all this other stuff that we're dealing with major narcotics cases and stuff like that, because that luxury of having that budget is shrinking. It's going to be shrinking. So,
thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Deanne Dwyer.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy, supervisors, and staff. My name is Dion Dwyer, and today I'm representing nearly 1,000 businesses in Sacramento County. I'm representing the Arden Howe Business Alliance as well as the Carmichael Improvement District. And we applaud the effort of staff and the board to modernize the ordinances based upon the Supreme Court decisions. We're looking for transparency and consistency in the county, and we feel this is a really important measure to move forward with. Both the districts combined spend close to $750,000 both on clean and safe with the budgets that we're currently working on. So it's a need, and we understand the county has budget needs. The business owners are putting up budgets as well, and we look forward to being a partner moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Randy?
Good afternoon. I'm Randy Smith. I'm in District 3, and I would really pleased to see the board considering this ordinance. I think it's offers a great improvement to help our community. I work primarily in helping to protect our creeks and waterways that, as a previous speaker showed, have been so impacted by allowing camping that has been occurring in our waterways. And I was pleased to see in the writing of this ordinance on page 3, under the definitions on L, public property, defining public property, that included waterways, canal banks, and the like. And I just wanted to say that the county is receiving a lot of, as many of you supervisors know, a lot of support from volunteers that are removing a lot of this debris from our waterways. And in the process, we're talking with people who are in our waterways as we're working around active camps, helping them to remove things. And I think this will, helping people move out of harm's way where they're getting flooded and all their equipment is getting washed away, I think it'll be serving them as well as the general public. So thank you for considering this ordinance, and I hope to see that it does go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Janice?
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, and county staff. Janice Foster Downs with the SAC Asian Chamber, representing the AAPI businesses throughout the county. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. We are in full support of this ordinance, and we greatly appreciate the work that's being done by county staff, by the county, to ensure that the necessary tools are in place to manage our public sphere and to best serve our community as a whole. As the County Department of Social Services continues to elevate the outreach, the resources, and the support for our unhoused individuals, it continues to offer solutions that addresses the problems that were mentioned by the Sheriff's Department and the District Attorney, but also solutions that support our businesses and our community as a whole. We applaud these efforts. We applaud the streamlined approach of this ordinance to create consistency throughout the county, and we just really want to continue to support the county as it moves forward in efforts to support our unhoused and our business community. Consider us a partner as you move forward, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Janice. Is that all the public comment we have?
Be all for this item.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I want to thank all the speakers here today, representatives from the business community and the Metro Chamber, Asian Chamber, and of course the River City Waterway Alliance. You're staunch, steadfast advocates, and really appreciate the work you do. And also, of course, our DA and undersheriff. And I think what is really heartening for me to hear is that everybody who talks about this dual role that we have to have. We have to have good tools for enforcement, but we also have to remain committed to providing help to people. And I think that's what this board has shown that we are committed to. And just because we are going to hopefully pass this today does not mean we will lay off the gas on continuing to prioritize services and help for people who need it. I think this change, this relatively simple change, provides the consistency, clarity, and simplicity. Simplicity that will make, I think, decisions for law enforcement and those most affected by the encampments much easier. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would move support of the item.
We have a motion and a second.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you very much, everybody, for staying as long as you did. We appreciate your input and what you are doing in our community. At this point, we missed a card on item 56, so we have public comment on item 56.
Yes, Marjorie Beezer.
Ms. Beezer, I apologize for that.
It's okay. A modicum of grace, yeah, for all of it, for everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I was walking through and heard the conversation taking place, and I popped in. My name is Marjorie Beezer. I reside here in Sacramento County. Thank you, Chair Kennedy and others again for inviting my voice into this space. Really quickly, I just wanted to put a human face on the homeless population that's being discussed in a number of these items. As I stand before you right now, I was homeless until 2 weeks ago and had been since 2015. So as these comments are being made about me, I thought it was important for persons to see what homeless look like. That's what homeless looks like. I am one representative of many, many voices, many perspectives, many stories, many histories about where quote unquote we come from, how we got here and how we're going to get out. What I wanted to make sure I highlighted is inclusion is important as part of the conversation. It took me this long to get where I am and not be unhoused and impacted by the experiences of being unhoused at my age and my condition, because the system is not seamless. It's not an integrated whole. It does not operate in, if you will, in a harmonized way, and that presents a barrier for persons like me. So that's something I'd like to put out there as we talk about the housing choice voucher, and that's how I got housed. I got what they call a HUD-VASH certificate, Right, I'm a veteran, served for 12 years, I'm honorably discharged, and yet I found myself on the street. I have degrees, I have experience, I have expertise, yet I found myself on the road, sleeping in abandoned vehicles. Part of the challenge is, as we talk about, and how does the HCV program maximize its potential and the role that it's designed to serve, is by ensuring, one, that capacity is built. They need more bodies. They need more bodies doing the work. They need more bodies who are trained and ready to hit the ground running. Also, one of the things you find, those frontline personnel tend to be themselves struggling with their own mental health issues, their own personal things that shows up as they're interacting with us. And that tends to be a barrier, because that person gets to say, I'm going to refuse your service because you attacked me. One young lady, for instance, was traumatized because the conversation was raised.
Can you kind of wrap up, Ms. Beezer?
Sure.
Thank you.
As to her particular perspective about persons who are unhoused. At the end of the day, as I sit as co-chair of Sacramento Steps Forward, Persons with Lived Expertise Committee, their Racial Equity Committee, and I also co-chair the Cal ICH's Lived Experience Advisory Board, I would say look at us as partners and look to me as a partner as you go forward in looking at it through our lens, not just the lens of policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beezer, for your voice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next item.
Item 58 is to adopt the 2025 through 2029 Consolidated Plan, approve and authorize submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, the 2025 one-year action plan for the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships Program, and Emergency Solutions grant-funded projects and programs, and amendment of the prior year's action plans, and amendment to the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency budget.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Green. I'm the program manager for the federal programs at SHRA. Tonight, as mentioned, we'll be asking you to approve the 5-year consolidated plan as well as the annual action plan for 2025 for the federal program grants that SHRA administers on behalf of the county. The consolidated plan we're asking you to approve identifies goals which will be used to guide the one-year action plans over the next 5 years, and the 2025 annual action plan identifies the specific activities that will be undertaken over the next year with those federal entitlement grants in order to meet the objectives identified in the consolidated plan. We have Heidi Agler here from Root Policy, who was our consultant who helped us develop the consolidated plan, and she will talk a little bit about the process and the outcomes of that consolidated plan, after which I'll go over the 2025 annual action plan.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to give a brief presentation and overview of the consolidated plan, and then I'll talk a bit about the community engagement, the housing market analysis, and the needs assessment that inform the priorities and the goals. As Stephanie mentioned, this is a 5-year plan. It is focused on the HUD block grants that the county and the city receive and that SHRA administers for the city and the county. It's developed through extensive consultation with the community, service providers, and other stakeholders. Stephanie's going to talk about the action plan, and that's really the piece of the plan that is the one-year spending plan. And that action plan is conducted every year. This is a 5-year research piece initially. I'll talk about community engagement, the assessments that inform the plan, briefly review the goals, and then turn it over to Stephanie. So we began with stakeholder interviews. We conducted those of a number of county staff with representative departments that are affected by the priorities and the goals. We also conducted outreach activities to a number of neighborhood associations, to public service groups, invited them to participate in the survey that we had fielded, as well as focus groups with my colleague Sherry Coulter. We did tabling. We did a lot of pop-up events where we came into the community. We set up tables during the summer. We invited people to engage with us and also to complete the survey. And then we conducted a survey, as I mentioned. We received responses from 257 county residents. We also collaborated really closely with the City of Citrus Heights, who was a partner, and we also helped them with their consolidated plan. You'll see here the representation, demographic representation of the survey respondents. And just to note that this type of survey is not a random sample. It's not a representative sample of county or city residents overall, but the approach is to really understand the needs of low to moderate income people and then the preferences for spending that the community and stakeholders would offer. So a bit about the needs assessment. This is the piece of the plan that really focuses on low to moderate income individuals and individuals who are experiencing homelessness. No surprise, as housing costs have risen, cost burden and severe cost burden are a growing problem and a very common problem. The next 4 bullets give you a sense of how the county's priorities coming from residents and stakeholders differ from the cities. We saw a lot more emphasis on assisting people with disabilities, assisting people who've experienced adverse conditions like domestic violence or people who might have a criminal record. There was a really strong focus on home rehab and accessibility provisions, particularly mobile homes as well. Mental health services and neighborhood revitalization were top community development needs that are expressed by respondents. And then parks and playgrounds came up quite a bit too, as well as the navigation of housing and public services. This came up through both the city and county respondents. And I think you heard a little bit of that in earlier conversations, just a call for a more seamless system to be able to get people served. In terms of the market analysis, just some highlights about current statistics. About a quarter of your renters have incomes of less than $25,000 a year, about 20,000 households. They can only afford rent of $625. That's rent plus utilities per month. Obviously, there's quite a shortage of those types of units, and so the gap when we compare renter households to available rental units is 15,500 units or vouchers. In 2022, and that's the data at which we were working with when we did this analysis, about 18% of homes were affordable to households who have incomes of less than $100,000. Big change from 2019, where about 59% of homes were affordable to that income bracket. So a very large shift in attainability of homeownership. In terms of community development and what we call public facilities in this work, infrastructure, vacant lot disposition, environmental remediation, improved city and county coordination all came up as priority needs. And the other thing that we really saw stand out in the survey was an emphasis on employment-related work, so workforce development, digital literacy, and financial counseling, as well as small business assistance and support, and all needed to increase stability and independence of low to moderate income households. So with all that, we did a lot more work. I'm just giving you the highlights. We put that all together, and then we come up with recommended goals, which we reviewed with city, with the county, as well as with SHRA. And these goals are listed here. I'll just give you sort of the cliff notes of those. Goal 1 really focuses on the development and preservation of decent, affordable housing, and that does include home rehab, which was a priority for residents in the county, as well as connecting residents with needs to wraparound services. Goal 2 is really a revitalization and community development goal associated with revitalizing low-income neighborhoods, focusing on eliminating blight and promoting economic development. And that really crosses a lot of different types of facilities and investments. Goal 3, provide community and supportive services. We call those supportive services in HUD speak to low to moderate income residents. That would include the Meals on Wheels program that was prioritized in your survey. Goal 4, promoting equal housing opportunities and coordinating and supporting fair housing advocates. And that's really focusing on bolstering education for landlords as well as for residents. Goal 5, contributing to the continued improvement of the continuum of care system. So this addresses that sort of seamless coordination that was prioritized in the community engagement. Goal 6, implementing effective and efficient management practice to enhance customer service and project delivery, a comparable goal to Goal 5. Goal 7 is a workforce development and business support goal. And Goal 8 calls out disaster response recovery activities in the event of a local, state, or national event. With that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Stephanie. She'll talk about past accomplishments and then priority projects and the spending plan for the current action plan.
Thank you, Heidi. So before I turn your focus from the consolidated plan to the 2025 annual action plan, I just wanted to provide a brief update on some accomplishments from 2024 that were achieved with some of these federal block grants. A couple infrastructure and public facility projects that were completed this year with CDBG, that's Community Development Block Grant funds, included Henley Park Walkway Improvement, which was a new accessible walkway and concrete ramp. Rosemont Park baseball fence, where we replaced an existing outfield and baseball fences, and Rosemont Park sports court, where we reconstructed 4 tennis courts into a multi-sport court facility for basketball, pickleball, and tennis, as well as added new accessible walkways. In addition to the public facility projects, we also have public services where we provide a variety of safety net programs. And this slide provides an estimate of the number of people and households served by these programs in 2024. These programs include Meals to Seniors through the Meals on Wheels program, homeless and housing assistance through rapid rehousing activities, home repair programs, as well as providing operational funding for shelters. Now, looking forward to 2025, this slide shows what we anticipate receiving from HUD for each funding source in the county, and this estimate is based on previous year's allocations. Overall, we anticipate receiving about $11.8 million in funding. And I want to note here, this is including entitlement funding as well as reprogrammed funds from previous years, capital reserve. This could also be projects that were completed under budget, so that money was reprogrammed, as well as program income, which is income we received from past CDBG loans. This table shows an overview of the proposed 2025 CDBG allocations by category. This includes infrastructure and public facilities, housing development and home ownership, public services, grant planning and admin, the agreement cities, which are the non-entitlement cities within the urban county we also receive and administer entitlement funds for. And then we always reserve a little bit in the capital reserve bucket in case any projects go over budget.
Mr. Chair? Okay, sorry, I want to ask a couple of quick questions on that last slide, if you don't mind. Which are the agreement cities?
Folsom, Ileton, and Galt.
Okay, and then these categories, this is determined by, and the percentage is determined by HUD?
Some of the percentages are determined by HUD, so the administrative and the public services categories have maximum caps that we're allowed to spend, and then the rest will go to the infrastructure and the housing.
Okay, and then Rancho Cordova, Elk Grove, Citrus Heights, they're not agreement cities. Who administers their CDBG?
They administer their own. They're part of our home consortium, so we work with them on the home programs, but not CDBG.
Okay, thank you.
So this slide shows the proposed infrastructure and public facility projects for 2025. I do want to note very quickly that the HUD eligible areas did change around August of this year. So about every 5 years, they come up with a new eligible areas map. So it did change a little late in the year this year. So the maps we use to determine project eligibility did change very slightly. So based on our discussions throughout the year for proposed projects, as well as these new eligible areas and other factors, these are the proposed projects. The first is the Fruit Ridge Sidewalk Improvements Phase 2 project. This is for construction of sidewalks, including ADA and pedestrian improvements. The Old Florentown Park basketball court improvements. So this is for installation of a new basketball court surface, new lighting, backboards, shade trees, planter beds, and other improvements at the park. Stockton Boulevard Complete Streets. This is for installing bicycle facilities on both sides of Stockton Boulevard, signalization, and new striping along the corridor. And this project will be between Florin Road and Mack Road. Rudder Park basketball court improvement. This is for installation of a new basketball court and seating. 44th Street bicycle, pedestrian, and lighting improvements. This will install street lighting and safety improvements along 44th Street at the pedestrian crossing over State Route 99. North Watt Avenue pedestrian improvements. This is for constructing sidewalk infill, street lights, curb ramps, and traffic signal improvements. Wide away sidewalks. This is complete street components such as new sidewalks, roadway drainage, ADA curb ramps, and streetlights. And Gibson Ranch improvements. This is additional funding for installation of ADA improvements at Gibson Ranch Regional Park,
which will include picnic areas, drinking fountains, parking, restrooms, and playgrounds. Additional funding for the Walnut Grove ADA restroom, and this is to finally finish up construction of the ADA accessible restroom in Walnut Grove. And finally, the Rosemont Area Streetlights Project. This is funding for new streetlights in the Rosemont area. In addition to the infrastructure projects, the other two primary categories we fund in the action plan are housing and public services. For those programs, we propose to continue funding the ongoing programs, which will continue to meet the goals in the new consolidated plan. For CDBG, these programs include Meals on Wheels, the homeless shelter activities, the home repair programs, affordable housing rehab, and fair housing activities. For Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG, we fund rapid rehousing and shelters. And for the home program, we fund new construction and rehab of multifamily housing. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Madam Clerk, do we have public comment?
Do not have public comments.
All right, thank you for the information. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
This chair will second.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
For item 59, I need a motion to continue this to November the 5th at 2 p.m. This is the request or review of hearing officer's decision in the matter of the Orient Massage.
We have a motion and a second.
Unanimous vote.
All right, takes us to closed session.
It does.
Okay.
Sorry, and that.
We will be meeting on the 7th floor,
Yes.
everybody. Yeah, what's the desire of the board? 2:30. 2:30? Okay.
2:30.
So we're in recess to closed session until 2:30.
Thank you.
I rarely get to use the gavel with such a friendly audience, but you're a chatty audience, so. Madam Clerk, we'll call this meeting back to order. Will you please call the roll?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
Desmond. Frost. Here. Hume.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Next item, please.
Item 60, this is the authority to execute a grant agreement with the Health Communication Research Institute to help fund the completion of the Joshua's House Hospice Program, approve an appropriation adjustment request, and allocate $1.9 million in American River Parkway funding to support the construction of the Watt Avenue Safe Stay project, and the balance to ongoing operational needs and/or expansion of American River Parkway shelter programs.
Emily.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy, members of the board. I'm Emily Halkin, your Director of the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. And today I'm here to seek your approval for funding for a project that frankly I wish we didn't need here in Sacramento, but I really think is going to make an impact in the way that we serve folks who are experiencing homelessness. Many of you are already familiar with Joshua's House, as Marlene Fitzpatrick, who's here today with us, has been working to bring this project to fruition for many, many years. For those who are not familiar, either in the audience or watching on TV, Joshua's House is envisioned to be a 15-bed hospice house to provide end-of-life care for people experiencing homelessness, and it's to be located in Supervisor Cerna's district at 3630 Larchwood Drive in South Natomas. At completion of construction, which is already underway, on-site and day-to-day operations will be turned over to YOLO Cares, who's a local nonprofit hospice care provider. YOLO Cares will provide a medical director for the program, on-site professional staffing, and will coordinate with our local health systems and manage care plans for referrals for people experiencing homelessness and in need of end-of-life care. However, due to delays in construction over time and rising costs associated with that delay, the project currently is sitting on a capital gap of about $1 million. Health Communication Research Institute, or HCRI, who's a nonprofit entity spearheading the development of Joshua's House, has approached the county for assistance in filling this funding gap a couple of months ago. Since that initial ask, HCRI has secured a commitment of $400,000 from Anthem Blue Cross, reducing the ask of the county to approximately $737,000. As you are all aware, about a month ago, the board allocated $19.4 million of our $25 million allocation of funds from the American River Parkway, and you directed staff at that time to come back quickly with recommendations for projects to use the fund balance of this for projects. Not only is the Joshua's House project located proximate to the Parkway, historically, as we all know, the homeless population on the Parkway have been amongst the most vulnerable in terms of age and medical conditions. Staff is therefore recommending that the balance of the Parkway dollars be allocated in part to Joshua's House, and that the balance be allocated to the Watt Safe Stay, which you're going to hear about in the next item, and for continued and expanded operational cost at the Parkway shelters that you've already approved, either the scattered site or the Watt Avenue. Staff will be returning with specific funding and budgetary asks related to these other items at a future date. Returning to the Joshua's House, as I noted, the project is currently under construction, and with today's approval, HCRI will be able to complete the construction without delay and turn it over to YOLO Cares to welcome guests in the spring of 2025. YOLO Cares will be in the interim meeting with our healthcare partners to share their operational plan and referral processes and be ready to accept patients, as I said, next year. In that YOLO Cares is a new partner here in the county, and this is a very, very unique project with a long history. I'd like to ask Craig Dressang, the CEO of YOLO Cares, to come up and share a bit about who they are and the services that they provide.
Thank you. I'm Craig Dressang. I've been the CEO of YOLO Cares for a little over 10 years. I'm actually in my 11th year right now. And I want to just thank the county for considering this really bold consideration of funding the completion of Joshua's House. We are in some ways a new partner, but in other ways we're really an old partner. We've been supporting families in Sacramento County for nearly 50 years. We have been the community's safety net in many regards. Homeless, folks who are homeless, experiencing homelessness, and terminally ill approach us every week. Their doctors or social workers call us and say, they're being discharged from the hospital this week. Can you guys take them? Can you find a place for them? So our team works hard to find housing or shelter for folks who are being discharged from all 4 hospital systems, who have no place to go, but who need their pain and their symptoms and their health care managed. Our team works hard with a small handful of board and cares and a few nursing facilities. Basically, they oftentimes have to beg, borrow, and steal to get patients placed because no one wants to take high needs individuals. It's sad, but that is the truth of how healthcare is delivered across the country. It is missional for us. We were created nearly 50 years ago as a safety net for the community, for this to provide not just high quality care, but to extend it to those who have the highest need. So, on behalf of YOLO Cares, I want to just say thank you. We're hoping this program will become a model, not just for the state of California, but for the entire West Coast. And I'm happy to take any questions about our organization or what we anticipate for the operations of Joshua's House.
Thank you very much. We'll probably have some questions or comments after the presentations, so appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, that also concludes my comments. I'm also happy to take any comments or questions, and as you know, Marlene as well as Nick Advis, who has been advocating for this project, are both here as well.
Yes, let me first invite Marlene up to the podium. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I would just like to say, if I can say this without crying, this has been my mission and vision since I retired from UC Davis as a professor. In 2017, I have focused on creating Joshua's House because I lost a grandson who died on the streets in Omaha, Nebraska. And he and I talked about the needs of the homeless before he died, and it became clear to me that, which I didn't know before, that there were homeless people who were terminally ill and were dying on the street. And so I began planning and envisioning Joshua's House. It's been 7 years of 10-hour days and a lot of work, but I'm so grateful that you're considering helping us finish it so we can get open. I have paid myself personally to put up people in motels who were in that situation and getting them hospice care. There's just such a huge need, and so I'm very, very grateful that you're giving this consideration, and I'd particularly like to thank Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Cerna, who I know have worked hard on this, as well as everyone has on the Supervisory Board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marlene, for all of your dedication to this important cause. And let me make it clear that the three of us have not talked about this outside of these chambers.
Thank you. No, with that, I think Marlene said it all. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, before we do we have public comment?
Do not have public comments for this item.
All right, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So a few comments from me. First of all, a very forceful thank you to Emily and to Siobhan. I requested that we explore the use of the balance of the gracious $25 million that was secured by Assemblyman Kevin McCarty for our intent to expand capacity in different creative ways for those that are unsheltered coming off the Parkway. And I think this is one of those efforts and projects that really comes at a very opportune time, or maybe the other way around. But the fact of the matter is we're here today with a tremendous opportunity to do what is right by our constituents, those that are not just vulnerable because they are unsheltered, but especially so because of their medical and physical condition. And for anyone such as myself who has had to witness a loved one in their waning days and has seen the comfort and compassion that comes from hospice care, and especially the hospice nurses that certainly treat their patients that maybe have days of hours to live the way they do. It should be evident to everyone that we have an obligation, given this opportunity, to do what is right and to fulfill the funding necessary to complete this very unique and what I hope will be a very successful part of our continuum of care. And as was stated by the gentleman from YOLO Cares, our hope is that this will not just serve an unmet need here in Sacramento, and I'm proud to say in the district I represent, in the Northgate community, but will serve as a model for the rest of the state and for the rest of the nation. This will be the first of its kind in the state of California. And again, I just want to offer my sincere thanks to everyone, Marlene, to Mr. Abdus, who has given of his time and energy for years now in a pro bono capacity. This will, once we get to the place where we are cutting ribbons, hopefully in the not too distant future, there'll be plenty of individuals to rightfully thank. I look forward to that day, but immediately so I look forward to an affirmative vote from this board on this recommendation. And I will move the item, ask for a second, and then eager to hear from my colleagues.
Chair will second. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Cerna. And I couldn't agree with you more on everything you said. This is when I first got elected. Nick Avdis very quickly introduced me to Marlene, and the only regret I have with this whole process is that I was not able to find a location in the district I represent for Joshua's house, which would have been such a source of pride for me, because I think you are judged by how we treat the most vulnerable in our society, and I can't imagine any population that's more vulnerable than homeless people with terminal illness. And so, Marlene, thank you for your dedication to this project. It should not have taken this long, but you have never let up. And when you reached out to me, and I think Mr. Avdis did a while ago, and I started talking to Emily and Siobhan, it took Supervisor Cernan to come up with the brilliant idea to use some of the remainder of the $25 million from Assemblymember McCarty. And I think that is a wonderful opportunity and a perfect use of those funds for this project. I too can't wait to be there for the actual ribbon cutting. And this is a good thing. Assuming this board will pass this today unanimously, this is a very good thing that we do today and something we should all be proud of. And I agree. I look forward to seeing this as a model for the rest of the West Coast. Thank you, Marlene.
Thank you, Supervisor. We're making note Joshua's house 2 in District 3. Supervisor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, concur with the comments made thus far regarding the hard work that's been put into this effort. And, we're at kind of a crux in our society where our systems don't necessarily anticipate or didn't anticipate the intersection of health care provisions and homelessness or transiency. And so, for most housed individuals, when they're at the end of their life, they would be discharged so that they could go home and die with a little extra dignity and compassion. And unfortunately, if you're an unhoused individual, you don't have that place to go. And so to be able to provide that little bit of comfort and security and dignity at the end of anyone's life is a valuable endeavor. And so I salute you for doing that. I also agree with the respect as far as utilizing the source of these funds. But the other thing that really stood out to me is in the scale of dollars that we are asked to put towards solutions regarding homelessness, this is really a fairly meager amount just to kind of get it to the finish line. And so I certainly support the item, and I look forward to voting for it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank Marlene for your vision and Nick for all of your contributions to making it happen. When I first heard about this project, I was just blown away. I had never really thought about cancer on the streets, to be honest with you, and I wholeheartedly supported it immediately, even though it wasn't in my district. I knew it would serve people throughout the county. And I just want to say two things. Having been there with family members with cancer, and having my sister have been an oncology nurse for over 20 years, I learned two things. People who are close to death are also really close to life. And there's a lot of joy. There can be so much joy in, even though it's a hard process to say goodbye, there's also joyful moments and important moments to finish business. And I also want to say, the gentleman that came up and spoke, he talked about care, YOLO cares, gentlemen. Pain management is so important when it comes to cancer, and those folks are not able to manage their medications in a way that they're titrated so that it manages the pain. If you let the medication go way down, then it's even harder to get it back up and get the pain under control. So that kind of care that I know is going to be provided in Joshua's house doesn't have to be always by a nurse or a doctor, because family members do it in hospice, which is beautiful. But I think the fact that you're doing that for the most vulnerable population is just beautiful, and I wholeheartedly support it, and I thank you for your vision.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, still no public comment?
Not for this item.
All right, I believe there's no questions, but let me, before we go to a vote, we have a motion second. I will not repeat what my colleagues have all said, and because we know this is the right thing to do and we know why. I'm going to go in a different direction, and that's that this is going to require still further funding. I congratulate Supervisor Cerna and our staff from coming up with a creative solution to get it over the line, but there are healthcare partners that we work with on a daily basis in this community who benefit greatly from this, from not only fulfilling their mission as healthcare providers, but also from a financial standpoint and a bottom line. It makes sense for them, and I hope that by saying this, that the healthcare providers in our community and our partners will contribute. I know that Yolo Cares is already working with many of them and providing these services already. This is just an extension of that, a necessary extension, and I hope they will give that great consideration. And I will also say that I'm proud to be a member of this board where all 5 of us feel the way that we have spoken today. And anybody who opposes this project should be ashamed of themselves. With that, we'll call for the question. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Okay, for item 61, this is the Watt Avenue Safe Stay Community at the Watt Avenue Service Center and Safe Stay bid award in the amount of $28.9 million to Thompson Builders Corporation. Approve the reallocation of $7.2 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding for the project, and approve the usage of up to $1.9 million in the American River Parkway funding for the project.
Hello again. And thank you so much. That's very appreciated. But now I'm back. I'm Emily Halkin, the Director of Department of Homeless Services and Housing. Now I phoned a friend, and I have Josh here with me. And I'm happy here to be with him to seek your approval for the next steps in our efforts to stand up our Watt Avenue Service Center and Safe Stay project. I'm going to start with a general overview of where we've been in this project and where we're seeking to go. And then I'm going to turn it over to Josh for all the nitty-gritty details on the construction contract and the bids that he'll be overseeing. So this slide, many of you have seen in many public meetings. This depicts the future of the site that we've been talking about for a long time, and we're really happy to be at this point today. This site, as you know, is about 13 acres located on Watt Avenue in Winona. It's a former warehouse with a big empty parking lot. And this really shows the vision of where we're trying to get to, which I really want to underscore is much more than just a shelter. We've been standing up Safe Stay shelters. We're really proud of them. And we're really proud of our existing shelters and programs we have in our community, but this is something very intentionally different. As you all know, Watt Avenue is envisioned to be a location where folks who are experiencing homelessness can reconnect and certainly focus on finding pathways out of homelessness into permanent housing, but also really intentionally focusing on pathways out of poverty, out of addiction, and out of other life challenges that we far too often see amongst our homeless population. The site's pure size and its configuration really give us an opportunity we haven't had here in our community ever to serve people who are at various stages of homelessness. We have the ability to serve folks who are immediately coming off the street, within an hour and have a safe respite during an emergency or in a weather event. We also have Safe Stay cabins with all the wraparound services for people who are more invested in permanent exits and reconnections to family and services. And for the first time, we'll also have 50 safe parking spaces, which will allow us to serve a population who's often more invisible to us and more off of our radar, and tend to be people who have just entered homelessness or who are maybe the working poor and really need to step up. The site also allows, because of the physical space that it has and the way that we're seeking to build it out, allows us to integrate a myriad of community-based supports, to bring in our behavioral health partners, to our physical health partners. As you know, Elica Health is right across the parking lot from this location, to bring in employment services and treatment services and many, many other services here, to not only co-locate them physically at the site, but to really integrate them into the way that we operate this and the way that we serve the guests of this site. And while we as a community and we as the county certainly have made a lot of progress in addressing the crisis of unsheltered homelessness, we're proud of the investments that we've made and the progress we've seen in the last point in time count, our community does still lack significant capacity to serve those who are seeking help. On any night, I get a count of the number of people who are awaiting a bed from our coordinated access system. Typically hovers just under 3,000 people on any given night. In addition, many of our existing shelter programs aren't really funded or designed or have the physical capabilities of providing the robust services that so many people need. And to ensure that when you exit the shelter, you're not just exiting shelter, but you're entering self-sufficiency and you're entering long-term stability. And we are certainly working to improve and support those existing programs, but this really gives us an opportunity to start from the ground up with that vision. So what will the Watt Avenue Service Center and Safe Stay provide? These should all look familiar to many of you. Of course, we have the 225 beds of the Safe Stay cabins. Most importantly, this is in 6 neighborhoods. Josh will show you those in another slide, which allows us to even further be thoughtful. We could have a community for seniors, for example, or a community for folks who are interested in engaging in sobriety. There's ways the physical layout allows us to serve people very differently. We'll also have the 50-person capacity of safe parking and 75-person capacity in emergency or weather respite beds. This is something we don't have right now. In every weather event, we sort of struggle to find some capacity in existing buildings or expand capacity at shelters. So we're excited about that. And in addition to the beds, the site will include all of the facilities for daily living, so sanitation, food service, laundry, pet relief areas. Ferguson can have an award here too, perhaps. Security, and of course, significant space for the operator as well as our community partners to come on site, engage with people in a meaningful and ongoing way, and again, help them transition out of homelessness. Before I turn it over to Josh to detail the construction bids and next steps, I do want to provide a bit of context on the economic impact of this work. I'm often in front of you and I focus primarily on both the individual, the human impact, as well as the community impact of these investments. But there's also a real economic impact of investments like this. And we do know this is a big price tag. But we also know the price tag of leaving people unsheltered is oftentimes much, much greater. There's been some national studies. They haven't been that recent, but in 2015, the sort of preeminent national study of the cost of homelessness was done in Santa Clara. And at that point in time, they looked at the top 10% and their homeless population, those who are the most frequent users of community services, public and private services. And the cost of those folks was, at that time in 2015, about $62,000 per year. When you ratchet it down to the 5%, it was $83,000 a year. In 2017, Sacramento did a little pared-down version of this very robust study that Santa Clara did and looked just at public facilities. We looked at what are we expending from people entering the county jail and behavioral health and our publicly funded shelters. And the top 250 users of our systems in 2017 averaged to about $45,000 annually. So I'm not trying to suggest that Watt is a panacea to those costs, but trying to provide some context, because this is a very big investment we're asking you to make, that Watt is going to very intentionally try to stop not just the immediate crisis of homelessness, but stop the trajectory of those folks who are cycling in and out of different systems, and really have not just a long-term impact on individuals, on the community, but also hopefully on the bottom line here in our community, that we're all trying to be economically responsible and really invest in solutions that provide permanent impacts. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Josh, and I'm here as well for questions once he's done.
Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy, Vice Chair Cerna, members of the board, Joshua Green, your Director of General Services. Before I jump in to the schematics and the rest of the presentation, I do want to recognize I got a number of folks from the DGS team who worked on this project here, including Natasha Drain, Brian Lowe, William Yoshida, and not with us today, Jennifer Shively, and recently retired Chris Bryson also worked on this project, as well as Nor, who's been instrumental in getting the designs moved for this project. I want to also thank county leadership for your support, and of course Emily for her partnership as we've worked on this project. So a little bit about Watt Avenue Service Center and Safe Stay. This is the exterior of the property, the 6 neighborhoods that Emily described, each neighborhood including 36 sleeping cabins, restroom, laundry facilities, each with courtyards, landscaping, seating, and shade. The interior of the now warehouse space includes intake and case management offices, that emergency weather shelter, community space, donation centers, kitchen, dining rooms, computer labs, training spaces, and more. DGS took up an approach on this project to do a base bid and bid alternate strategy. And so we put out the bid with the base bid being 3 neighborhoods and 10 what we call add alts or add alternates, each there on your screen. And the bidders respond with a price for each of those elements, and the total of those elements is what's considered for lowest responsive bidder, which was Thompson Builders Corporation at $28.9 million for construction. And that base bid and 10 alternate costs came in just over $6 million less than our original engineer's estimates for construction. The recommendation in front of you today includes funding, which includes the awarding of the $28.9 million for construction costs, as well as a 10% contingency, soft costs, which is CMID, BPI, ASD, and then FF&E for furniture and fixtures and equipment. And to fund that, we're looking to use $32.7 million of currently allocated ARPA funding, reallocation of $7.3 million, as you see there on your screen, and additional American River Parkway Fund dollars that Emily has just presented. This would allow us to award the bid and all 10 bid alternates doing this project in a single motion versus breaking this project into individual phases. Next steps, as you can see, we've been through design, permits, and approval to bid. Last time we were before you, we were requesting a board approval to put this project out to bid. Today is, we're looking for board construction award approval. And then from this point, we move to notice to proceed, which is issued by CMID, and the contractor then has 30 days to respond with a schedule for construction. These are the recommendations in your board report. I'm not going to bore you by going through them again, but they are there on the screen in front of you. And that concludes our presentation. As Emily said, Emily is here, I'm here, and the DGS team is here if you have any questions for us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Emily and Josh. I'll preface this with, again, how proud I am that this is in my district, certainly on the right next to District 1 and District 4, and we have all joined arms in really celebrating this project and meeting with the community. Emily, you're so great at the presentation now because you've given it so many times to so many community groups and others, and I really appreciate it. But what you've now incorporated into the discussion about the cost of unsheltered homelessness, I mean, I think that is going to be really crucial. It's certainly crucial for our discussion today and provides a lot of context in terms of the total amount that this project is costing, because it is an awful lot of money. But in the long run, it's going to save us money, and the sky's the limit, I think, with this facility up there in this part of the county. I mean, I just look forward to us doing great things and establishing great partners with ELICA and others in that part of the county. So I'm obviously a big supporter of this, and once again, just want to thank you and Siobhan for coming up with the idea of using some of that $25 million American River Parkway funds to kind of close the gap. I think that's very appropriate, and I appreciate how you discussed it at length in the staff report and created that nexus between this Watt Avenue Safe Stay site and helping people who were homeless on our American River Parkway. So just really appreciate that. And one question I had for you, Josh, I mean, I think I want to, and I'm sure that Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Frost agree, continue the community outreach and at some point have another meeting with the larger community. That might be maybe what would the next benchmark be? Maybe before they start moving earth over there, or before groundbreaking or something?
Yeah, probably just prior to groundbreaking would be appropriate, and we look forward to putting that together.
Okay, when do you anticipate that might be, Josh? I mean, if your best guess for that.
I would hope early after the new year.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, thank you. And I know we may have public comment, but I'm happy to move approval of the bid.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. We have Supervisor Hume before we go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pile on to Supervisor Desmond's comment about including the current cost that may be ameliorated by having this in place. I did the quick math, and those 250 top users would come up to about $11 million. And as I understand it, that almost covers what we're anticipating the annual operating cost of this center, because to date, we have only looked at the construction costs. And while I'm speaking about construction costs, certainly from where this supervisor sits, I would have forgiven you had you saved the decimal point and just rounded off the figures, because to allocate $1.9 million and 39 cents seems a little bit funny. But anyway, I'm happy to support the item.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Is there any public comment?
We do not have comments for this item.
Okay, seeing no other supervisors, I'll just say that I want to thank my three colleagues, particularly Supervisor Desmond, who really have been champions of this and unwaveringly supportive. I want to draw one comparison, and by the way, the top 250 user was well over $100,000 a year, that costing the county in services. But I also want to, many of us, some up here at the dais, have been to Haven for Hope in San Antonio. Haven for Hope, I will point out, was started with a $50 million contribution from Valero, and has really been thrown in the county's face often is, why don't we do something like Haven for Hope? Well, I will challenge and say that we're doing something better than Haven for Hope, where they sleep on the concrete on a two-inch thick plastic mattress. This is actually something that will be sustainable for many years to come, and is truly intended not just to house homeless people, not to warehouse homeless people, but to get them in a direction in their life that they'll no longer be homeless with all of these services, plus the emergency services. This is really something that I think is going to be a model for years to come. And 10 years from now, someone's going to be sitting in this seat and people are going to say, what's Haven for Hope? We've got dining with Desmond. I want to thank you all for your leadership.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I think we did have a discussion about you got to come up with a catchier name for this, something that we can throw around, and not dining for Desmond, although I know I do have to spend the first night there with my dogs,
All right, we have a motion, a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Okay, item 62 is the fiscal year 2022-23 annual report on the Black Child Legacy Campaign.
Good afternoon, board members. Chair Kennedy, the applause was not for me, but for this overall effort, and you can feel the energy in the room, and this is one of my favorite presentations each year, even though my part is very minor. So I first want to thank the board for supporting the Black Child Legacy Campaign over all these years, and also yes. And also give a special shout out to Supervisor Cerna, who launched this effort back in 2011. So this is our 8th year providing updates on this project. Probation, Department of Human Assistance, First 5 Sacramento, and the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services made a commitment to support the Black Child Legacy Campaign when it first launched. And we have all remained active participants in the project since the Blue Ribbon Commission was formed. I'm happy to report that the excitement and commitment to the work continues throughout the departments, even beyond the line level staff. We'd also like to recognize public health and behavioral health services, who are also making significant investments in providing culturally responsive services and addressing racial disparities in various programs under their purview. For today's presentation, I'm going to cover a few slides about how county departments have become embedded in the BCLC Collective Impact Initiative. Our DCFAS Division Manager, Kim Pearson, and Chief Yarber will follow, highlighting some county programs we're especially proud of. And wrapping up this part of the presentation, Julie Galello will walk us through the most recent outcomes data provided by our child death review team and public health partners. And then Jadida Gomes will provide the Sierra Health Foundation and Reduction of African American Child Death Steering Committee's presentation. So the Black Child Legacy Campaign takes a public health approach to promoting equitable solutions and brings public and private partners and community members together to coordinate resources that support families living in some of our most vulnerable neighborhoods. This slide is a great depiction of the Black Child Legacy Campaign's collective impact model, where everyone is working together to create better outcomes for children and families. You can see, I'm not sure what that, I guess it's just a glitch.
Yes. It's the screen.
Oh, it's a screen.
Yeah. Michelle,
Okay.
look to your left.
Oh,
there you go.
Thank you. Wait, thank you, and I'm going the wrong way. Okay, what'd I just do, Flo? Okay. Can I go back? Now I can go back. Am I going back or forward? Thank you. So sorry. Nope, it's still going forward. Is this right?
Michelle,
Nope.
this says short timer written all over it.
Oh my gosh. Well played, Chair Kennedy. So can you get us to the collective impact model slide?
I'm going to ask Metro if they can queue up the slide again. Just start on page 1. Here we go.
Okay. Ooh, okay, I got it. Okay, awesome. Thank you. So you can see all the different partners that are involved, from child welfare, probation, human assistance, our community-based providers, including our community incubator leads and Birth and Beyond Family Resource Centers. We've got our home visitation programs, neighbors and families who have come together around this effort to strengthen the neighborhoods they live in, our Sacramento County Cultural Broker Program, and then funders of this effort, including this board, our First Five Commission, state and local funding, and numerous grants obtained by Sierra Health Foundation. It's a true demonstration of shared county, community, and family responsibility to protect children and promote family well-being using a three-pronged approach. There's multidisciplinary services and support for families that are co-located at trusted community-based sites. There's shared power across partnerships with partners holding each other accountable to the work. And data collection to thoughtfully and strategically make better decisions grounded in outcomes, research, and lessons learned. As a result, we're seeing improvements in our population level data, which Julie Galello will share in a bit, and our community is working more closely than ever toward a common goal of keeping children and families safe, healthy, and well. So, in addition to the county's annual investment in the Black Child Legacy Campaign through its contract with Sierra Health Foundation, we invest in county-operated programs and staff specifically dedicated to reducing Black child deaths and supporting families in the BCLC-focused neighborhoods. Since 2015, DHA, probation, and DCFAS have co-located staff at each of the 7 community incubator lead agencies. Through multidisciplinary teaming, county and community partners work closely with families to identify strengths, needs, and goals. One of my favorite stories was a parent saying they didn't know what employee was from probation, human assistance, or child welfare. They just knew that they were getting the services and supports that their family desperately needed. This integrated, holistic approach helps remove barriers for families by reducing the need to navigate through multiple public systems. The Sacramento County Cultural Broker Program is implemented through a county and community partnership. Cultural brokers have specific knowledge of the values, beliefs, and practices of the communities they serve, and they also undergo extensive training on our local child welfare system so they can help families navigate through it. They serve as liaisons to families involved with CPS and help them navigate the system, including the juvenile dependency court process. Kim Pearson, our division manager, who has been the champion and leader of the Cultural Broker Program, will share more about its successes. Lastly, we have various cross-systems collaborations focused on prevention and early intervention and addressing racial disparities. All of these efforts collectively have provided a strong foundation to promote racial equity within our respective systems and organizations. So some of these cross-systems efforts, quickly, but I think they're important to highlight, is our Child Safety Forward Prevention Cabinet, which started with just a few county agencies, back in 2019. And it included Sierra Health Foundation to represent the Black Child Legacy Campaign, as well as Child Abuse Prevention Council to represent the Birth and Beyond Family Resource Centers. The goal was to reduce and eliminate fatalities in Sacramento County and near fatalities related to child abuse and neglect, and we continue to work on that. Over the years, the cabinet has broadened to include more community and system partners, and most importantly, we brought on community partners who have lived experience in each of these systems so that they can better inform improvement efforts. The Black Child Legacy Campaign created momentum to launch other programs focused on reducing racial disparities, such as the Safe Sleep Baby expansion into local hospitals, and the Building Strong Families Family Navigator program that spans across the community incubator leads and the family resource centers, made possible through ARPA funding. Finally, the Black Child Legacy Campaign network of partners were and are integral to establishing and implementing our county's comprehensive prevention plan, now called the Family First Sacramento Initiative, that focuses on reducing the number of Black, African American children and families that come to the attention of child welfare. So it's a great collective effort. DCFAS and your other county departments are very proud to be part of it. I'm now going to turn this over to our division manager, Kim Pearson, who will talk about and highlight some of our great programs.
So Michelle has me nervous about this clicker here, so make sure. So good afternoon, Chair Kennedy and Vice Chair Cerna and the board. And my name is Kim Pearson again, DCFAS Division Manager. Just want to thank you all for the opportunity to share the collective work that we have been doing over the years with systems, with other partners, and our community. You know, there used to be a time where we used to say it was a good idea to collaborate, or it would be nice if we could collaborate. And gone are those days when we wish that. We must collaborate in order to bring forth the needed change within our community. And this collaboration is one that your board and our community should be so proud of. And, you know, we appreciate all of your efforts and your investments in our county and the prevention work and the work that we do collaboratively. We are Sacramento strong. When we go to other counties, When we go to other counties, there's always conversation and dialogue. And one of the biggest things that comes up is you actually talk to your public health department. Like you actually talk to, your partners over in behavioral health. And yes, we do. And we partner very well. So we're pleased with that. I'm going to go ahead and start with highlighting some of the partnerships within our agency. Again, there is no one person who can do this work alone, and it is a collaborative amongst a number of people, both county systems and partners within the community. Safe Sleep Baby 2.0, this board has heard quite a bit about Safe Sleep Baby over the years. This specific effort is a partnership, as noted, between DCFAS, our culture brokers, where we have culture brokers in the house today. So can you just, there we go. Our culture brokers, our Child Abuse Prevention Council, of course, our friends at First 5, Sacramento, Sierra Health Foundation under the umbrella of the BCLC, and Public Health. So what the Safe Sleep Baby 2.0 really focuses on is African American Black children who, as we know, have died at 2 times the rate in our county for many years. And so the brokers, in working specifically with African American families, have the opportunity to provide Safe Sleep Baby education. Not only do they provide the education, but there's also an opportunity for a crib to be provided to families. And I want to really stress this and underscore that it's not just going in and watching a video. They actually do a pre-test. They do a post-test. They watch the video. They ask questions throughout the duration of the video. They actually set up the crib, and then they take the crib down and they have the caregiver then set the crib up. And it should also be noted that it's not just the parent who receives the training, because as you know, it takes a village to raise, your children. And so there could be grandparents, caregivers, aunties, etc. They are also eligible to receive the training and as well as get the crib as well. So with that being said, as the culture brokers are engaging with the families, they are ensuring that they have the safe place to sleep. If they already have a crib, they're not just going to state, okay, you already have a crib. What they are going to do is they're going to want to see that crib. They're going to want to lay eyes on that crib, and they're going to want to see if there is anything in that crib that is going to be a concern for where the baby's going to sleep, meaning blankets, stuffed animals, etc. So for this reporting period, we had 161 families that came to CPS's attention through this collaborative who have received the Safe Sleep Baby education, and that's up from 121 from our last reporting period. I won't, in the interest of time, go over every single data point. You all have the report as well. But I did want to note that 143 of referrals were also diverted to our partners over at our community incubator leads by culture brokers for Safe Sleep Baby education. I also want to highlight and just amplify that while this specific model, the 2.0, focuses on African American Black families, there is Safe Sleep Baby under this collaboration for non-Black families as well. And when a family comes to our attention at the hotline and they are evaluated out, there is an opportunity for our partners over at the Child Abuse Prevention Council to also work with those families. So if we looked at these efforts in totality, we will see that since the inception of Safe Sleep Baby in October of 2022, a total of 223 families actually received the Safe Sleep Baby education with this model, and we had 120 cribs that were provided to families. Okay. I don't have the curse of Michelle up here with the clicker, so I'm doing good. Okay. This next effort here is another collaborative, and this is through our Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Collaborative. That is a mouthful. So we are going to say OJJDP. With OJJDP, we applied for a grant because we saw through evaluation and observation that African American families, Black families, were not receiving the same opportunities as non-Black families to participate in CPS voluntary services along with our early intervention treatment court, where children are able to stay in the home, receive services when safety factors can be mitigated, and then participate in early intervention family treatment court. Those numbers were very disparate. If African American families did come in for services through this model, they were more likely to then drop out halfway. And so that was very concerning for us. And so as a result, we had an opportunity through OJJTP to apply for a grant. We entitled that grant Embracing Equity, because that's what we want to do. We want to embrace equity, and we want to level the playing field for everyone within our county. So we were fortunate to be awarded that grant, and we were able to hire 4 additional cultural brokers to work specifically with families who come to our attention with substance abuse challenges. We are seeing some very early promising results. It's a 3-year grant. And so at the end of that 3-year grant, we'll be doing the full analysis. But of course, during the duration of the grant, we are required to collect data, and we are required to ensure that we're reaching our benchmarks. So one of the goals is that we would enroll approximately 123 families to receive this service. And to date, and we still have a year and some change left on the grant, we've enrolled 70 families and counting, and that's up to June 2024. We have about 40 families who have just recently been enrolled. So we're well on our way to meeting that benchmark. And then there's one other piece of data that I just want to illustrate here. And when families are in treatment, a benchmark for them is achieving their 90-day certificate. And as I stated earlier, we found that African American families, Black families, when they were in treatment, they were not completing treatment at the same rates. And so our baseline data, when we started this grant, we had 9 Black parents, or 22%, who completed their 90-day certificate. Today, wait for it. Today, as of 2023-24, still counting, that same benchmark, we have 16 families, Black families, participating at a 44% completion rate of the 90-day certificate. So we're seeing promising practice with having cultural brokers help to navigate families through the system, where, before they weren't even able to be offered the opportunity to participate. And with the cultural brokers advocating and being in on those staffings and identifying family members and identifying ways in which safety plans can be put in place so that families can stay intact, we're seeing these numbers increase. So we're very happy about that, and couldn't do that without, again, the partnership from our community. And so finally, I want to talk about the Sacramento County broker model in a whole. You guys have heard about our model over the years. It's continuing to receive accolades from across the nation. We've been across the states and presentations. We always roll very deep with our culture brokers who go with us to do the presentations. And in fact, we just recently, for our efforts with the grant that I just talked about, a group of us went to Orange County to present. We were asked to present at the RISE conference, which is a nationally known treatment conference with over 7,000 attendees present. So again, representing Sacramento, not just from a DCFAS lens, but from a full community lens. So our Sacramento County Culture Broker model, for this reporting period, we had closed 134 cases in which culture brokers were assigned. I won't go over every single data point there again, but important to note, one of the goals of the culture broker model is to prevent children from coming into care, period. We know, we've heard this before, we live this, it's a value. Foster care is not a place for children to be raised. We want to keep families together. And as you can see, 30% of those cases, or 32 families, had their case closed at the ER investigation level, with the social worker and the culture broker working together to ensure that we could mitigate those safety factors. And then the second piece of data that I'll share is, if families do have to come into care, we hope to return them back safely within a short period of time, and you can see that 32% or 34 families were able to be reunified. And then of significant note, 85% or 114 of the families aligned with the BCLC zip codes, the identified zip codes, and that is obviously intentional to do our work in collaboration. And then a final piece of data here, I've said final piece several times, but the work is just so amazing, we want to share as much as possible. Those numbers equate to 288 children who are positively impacted by the reflected data. So that's significant. Those are children within our community who were able to be reunified or achieve permanency, or of course not have their family come into our system at all. I do want to wrap up with before I wrap up, I want to be able to share with you some participant and staff voices. Again, I won't read every one, but I think it's important for the board and those here in the audience to know just how invaluable not only is this service to the community, but it's also a huge, huge support for our staff in having the culture brokers help to navigate the system with our families. So I just want to read one of the comments from the ER social worker, which states, the culture brokers are amazing people that are so passionate about their community and the people they serve. Teaming with them is like getting to go to work with a cheat code to making my job so much easier. And we hear that day in and day out from our staff in regards to the support that the culture brokers provide. And then if you notice, won't read those quotes, but we have a couple of quotes on there that are specifically from fathers. As many of us know, that fathers haven't fully been engaged over the years via child welfare. It is a gap in child welfare across the nation. And so we are really making concerted efforts, not just within DCFAS, but across the systems to be inclusive of fathers and fathers' voices. And so we do have specific model practices within our model that really speak to fathers. And before the board, very shortly, I'm going to sneak this in. You're going to be seeing a board letter in relation to a fatherhood engagement model that we are hoping to bring forward to our community. So with that, I want to end with a little bit of a success story. And the culture broker who worked with this family is our previous culture broker. She has since left to work within an agency within Sacramento, doing like work and still continuing to collaborate and helping families connect the dots. It's just in another way. And that is Audra Williams. So this story just illustrates just one of the many, many stories, but really being able to put the practice into a visualization and action. So Audra had worked with a family. She, this mother had 2 children, and she was having challenges with housing. She was unhoused, and through our partnership under this umbrella of, again, county systems working closely, Audra was able to connect that mother to our Department of Human Assistance, DHA, and was able to get that mother a motel voucher to stay for some time while her and Audra worked with our ER social worker in regards to what the allegations related to. Not only was there connecting the dots with DHA, but there was also support from our partners over at Stars Bridges, who do our drug testing, as well as our behavioral health services, to ensure that this mother was able to get the services that she needed. And we feel that in reviewing cases that come before us and families that come before us, if it wasn't for this opportunity to have this culture broker model that you invest in and allow that opportunity to occur for our families and those connections to take place, this mother and her family could very well be in the system today. And we're happy to say that through the work that the culture broker did and Audra Williams, she was able to connect with family in another state. And she has not come back to our attention in Sacramento. And we also, prior to this presentation, checked in the state that she went, and she has not come back to their CPS's attention there. So just wanted to illustrate that, and thank you for your time. And available for any questions, or are we holding questions till the end?
Well, we're not good at that. I have a question, Kim.
Yes, please.
So the slide with the testimonials actually jumped out at me before you highlighted the reunification of the fathers being a father. I saw that, and that's important. There's programs now through the Bridge Housing Program, all that. Are we coordinating with all of them as well? Because that's right up to work together with what we're trying to achieve here.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for that question. As we're having this model come forth, it's emerging and working with fathers. We're identifying all of the resources that are available for fathers within the community. We recently had a fatherhood engagement listening session, and we invited partners who are providing services for fathers, and we're intending to expand that out to connect those dots with other services within the community.
That's great, because specifically there's one on 24th Street that's just fairly recently opened that is targeting that audience of people that it would be great if we could reach out to them specifically.
Yes, absolutely. We will be working very closely with them.
Great. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I just wanted to express how thankful I am to you, Kim, for your unwavering support for our AACD and BCLC and all the great work that initiated through the county and rightfully evolved and blossomed into a community-owned and effective way of addressing, some of our greatest challenges as it is reflected in the mortality rate of African American young people. So you've been at it tirelessly for 13 years, and it's, I'm not the only one up here and among our executive team that can really tell, if nothing more by the smile on your face every time you're before us on the subject, that your heart's in this. And so I just want to say thank you for all of that.
Thank you, Supervisor Sherman. Much appreciated. It takes a village. It's all of us. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
you. I think I'm turning it to Chief Yarber.
Good afternoon, Chair. Marlon Yarber, Chief Probation Officer. Do I dare touch this? Yeah, I was not nervous till I watched Michelle. I was like, oh yeah, the short timer's disease, as some of you are well aware.
It's contagious. I was gonna go there.
Happy to talk a little bit. Just I think I've got one slide. Happy to talk a little bit about probation's role in the initiative. I often talk about a light touch or the right touch. It's really about, balancing our efforts. There's lots of things we're great at. There's other things that I always say, there are others who are maybe better, and it might be a referral that we make that connects someone to the support that they need. And so in front of you is just an indicator, I think, of some of the success that we've had, but also some challenges that I think we see on the horizon. So it goes without saying, the work, I think, as has been referenced, it is truly a collaborative. I recall the early stages of talking about our work with community, and it was like, well, first, we all have to work together, and then it's about, how do we now involve community, and now it's about, let us get out of the way and let community continue to move this forward. And so really appreciative of the collaboration and the partnership, I will just say. So the slide, as you are able to see, references a 50% reduction overall in the neighborhoods and the zip codes as identified. And those last three, though, I will just point out, we see, I think for the first time in our report, an uptick, if you will. So the 95832, which I think is Meadowview, 95817, I think Oak Park, if I'm not mistaken, and 95864, I think is Arden Arcade. Is that accurate? Accurate description? Thank you. And so, probation, we've made, hundreds of referrals, served hundreds of kids, largely upstream efforts with early interventions, things like, our work with First Five around parenting and sleep positions, all the perinatal issues that you're all aware of. But probation, we came to this work really with the thought that we might be able to influence and impact third-party homicides. And so later in the presentation, I think Julie will highlight or lowlight, if you will, some of our challenges there. But, we have started to see just ourselves in the probation department, zip codes here that maybe present a challenge for us, an area for us to do more work in. And so with that, the team has we've talked about not just, our prevention efforts, but also looking at how can we impact gun and gang violence. When I hear from community, there are issues going on, and with the risk of throwing down some of my law enforcement colleagues, like we actually prefer probation be the ones that try to address this, because we know, you guys will do it right, and you'll do it, with kind of community's interest in mind. And so we're talking about not just our existing efforts, but layering, our current efforts with more attention in those particular areas in hopes that we can drive down those numbers. I'll also just share, the work as I was sitting there, thinking about, again, zip codes and the challenges. This work has informed other aspects of our operation, our partnership with DCFAS, Health, and others, looking at how we can utilize some of our federal funds. So this board, approved our Families First Prevention Services grant, which for us in probation meant, very specific focus on 95823, 838, and 828. Which, for the longest time have been the areas where we've seen the greatest concentration of youth, particularly black youth, on probation. And so we're proud of that work, but now, again, just paying attention to the data, wanting to shift our focus a bit to now what we see as emergent issues. With that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. And this is, for one slide, there's a lot of the story here. And I'm glad to see that we have the text box that notes the reduction since 2015. That is obviously the great part of this slide in terms of that success. But I'm really also glad that you highlighted the last 3 sets of bars to the right, the 3 zip codes there, and the fact that those numbers have gone in recent memory as going in the wrong direction. So what that should tell all of us is that this is not one of those initiatives or efforts that really, quite frankly, has an ending.
Correct.
That there's always going to be work to do, and we can't rest on our laurels in terms of the successes that we enjoyed together. And that there's a lot of work ahead of us. And I know, and we know, that when the Blue Ribbon Commission was assigned its mission for 18 months to look at those 7 neighborhoods in greater depth in terms of what we've initially learned from the child death reports, and then we took it on a road show. Some will remember we went to those 7 neighborhoods, and we help inform the community about what we knew at the time about African American childhood mortality disparities. We quite frankly solicited input and ideas and solutions. That was a great part of the effort in the early years. But we also knew that when we decided to look at what we thought was a reasonable amount of work to bite off, we said, okay, let's look at the 4 leading causes of death that are the most widely disparate in the African American childhood community. We knew that third-party homicides and child abuse neglect homicides were going to be some of the most difficult to find effective interventions. And so I think part of that, part of the story here with the numbers going in the wrong direction there in those particular zip codes is reflective of some of that challenge. I know we're going to hear from our First 5 director here shortly, and she'll elaborate on that particular challenge. But I do want to conclude with not only thanking you for what you've presented here today, but thanking you, Chief, because as we've kind of tongue-in-cheek alluded to here a few times this afternoon in terms of a few short-timers, we are going to lose our chief to retirement here in the next few months. And Chief Yarber, in addition to Michelle Calles, who is also retiring here shortly, have been just steadfast, integral partners. I can't say enough great things about their personal and professional investment in this initiative. Even before he was chief, Chief Yarber was there serving on our steering committee. So I just want to take the time to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of your sincere contribution and effort, because we couldn't get this far without you. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief, and congratulations on successfully navigating the clicker.
First things first.
That's right. I just have a quick question. I apologize if this is kind of a rudimentary question, but what causes an individual to become a juvenile ward? Is that only through justice involvement?
So it's typically more sophisticated or serious, if you will. It's an offense that's in front of the court. The court's exhausted typically other options and now been determined to be a ward of the court and placed under our supervision. So it's usually a more serious offense.
Okay.
So it could be first time, but typically the court will try to exhaust other options before they go there.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Welcome, Julie.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Pleasure to see you. I very rarely get to, so I'm happy to be up here before you today. And going to, God help me, do this. Okay, hooray. Didn't want to have to call Michelle up for help. Yeah, wow. Sorry, Michelle. It's okay. Our first five
Typically, the
commissioners.
roast comes after retirement.
Hi. Our First Five Commission has been proud partners of the Black Child Legacy campaign since its very beginning, since 2013. And we support over $22 million in funding since that time. It's very near and dear to our heart, as 3 of the 4 causes of death are related to our youngest children, 0 to 5, including infant sleep-related, which you've heard quite a bit about, perinatal conditions, and child abuse and neglect homicides. One thing that First Five Sacramento believes wholeheartedly is keeping community voice at the center of all of our work. And that, I think, has made such a huge difference in our own funded programs. While a significant portion of our efforts focused on direct services, you'll get to see some of our presentation today that talks about our systems improvement opportunities as well. In the next few slides, I'll briefly share some information and progress regarding some of our funded programs. We have conducted a series of perinatal education campaigns over the years, focusing on various audiences to get the message out, including just the general population, African American mothers, as well as healthcare providers serving our perinatal patients. Aside from educational campaigns, we fund direct services through our Black Mothers United program, which is run by Her Health First. Black Mothers United pairs a coach, a pregnancy coach, and mentor with a pregnant African American woman to educate, support, and navigate services. In addition to all the good stuff you see on the slide, 88% of babies were born at a healthy birth weight and full term in our last fiscal year. And importantly, I know, it gets even better. We had 0 stillbirths for the 4th year in a row in this program. And we work really closely with public health to look at our client data. So that's just at the time the parent ended the program. So at 4 weeks, postpartum. A year later, through public health, we track those women and their babies, and we're able to say that of the 76 infants born to BMU moms in 2021, there were 0 infant deaths a year out. So that's amazing. Those babies celebrated their first birthday. And that means a lot when you look at the data for countywide that shows that the death rate, the mortality rate countywide is 10.7 in 2020, and it was 12.3 infant deaths per 1,000 births in 2021 for African American children. The work of the BMU coaches appears to be making a real impact, and our evaluators looked at clients and found that there was a higher number of check-ins with their pregnancy coach, predicted the likelihood of a healthier birth and a higher gestational weight, or age rather. So this is great news from Black Mothers United. You did hear quite a bit about Safe Sleep Baby, and through this program, which reaches all parents, but primarily focuses on African American parents. In 2022-23, we served 832 parents and distributed 546 cribs with our partnership through the Child Abuse Prevention Council. They do amazing work. And this is one where we also do systems improvement. So not only did they provide the education and crib, but they're out there working with the hospitals, the birthing hospitals and clinics to integrate Safe Sleep Baby messaging with perinatal workers and labor and delivery nurses throughout every one of our clinics and birthing hospitals. So it's pretty great. With regard to child abuse and neglect homicides, preventing those homicides, 2 of our 9 family resource centers, including Mutual Assistance Network in the Arcade area and SAC Children's Home in the Valley High zip code, are funded specifically to conduct home visiting and crisis intervention case management services for African American families. Those 2 FRCs incorporated this past couple of years. The Effective Black Parenting Curriculum was provided to African American families, 872 home visits just in the last fiscal year alone. So much work is being done in these communities. Additional systems work, we're really trying to go upstream. We've been working across county departments, partnering with other community organizations as well. It's made a real impact in policies and practices that will support longer lasting change. As mentioned previously, we had Safe Sleep Baby 2.0, which was really looking at the way child welfare department at the county works. And Safe Sleep Baby 3.0, which launched this last year, is working with those birthing hospitals and perinatal clinics across the county. So again, just incorporating Safe Sleep Baby education and cribs distribution. We also convene SAC Family Connect. There are over 50 providers that work in family support, direct family support services and home visiting. And we have implemented a decision tree to make sure that the families get to the care that is the right care for them. We're actually fairly resource rich in Sacramento. We have multiple options for families, and we want to make sure that families get connected to the right service for them. And you heard about our family support navigators that we were able to place in each FRC and CIL with ARPA funding. And then finally, our Be Mom Aware campaign focuses specifically on African American and Latino women who have a much higher rate of perinatal mood and anxiety disorders in the county. And that is a social media campaign that really directs them to their provider, helps them connect to their provider to get services. Okay, so in the next few slides, I'll share the countywide outcome data that was prepared by our evaluators at ASR. But first, I wanted to speak overall and just share that the 2021 data is a pretty disappointing year. Chief Yarber sort of alluded to the fact that the numbers for probation increased in the wrong direction, and the same has happened for most of our child death goals. The Sacramento County just completed its 2017 through 2021 Child Death Review Team report. And in that report, it showed an increase in overall child deaths from 116 deaths in 2020 to 135 deaths in 2021. So those are for all causes, preventable and non-preventable, and I think based on that report and language from that report, COVID was still really impacting families in 2021, and families didn't have access to the services in an in-person format, and I think that really does show what's happening in the rates. So, also before I begin, just as you know, child death data lags 2 years, at least 2 years behind child birth data. So that's why we're looking at data for 2021 as our most recent data. And finally, I always just keep in mind that each of these numbers represents the death of a child, and their parents who had to figure out how to go on living after that child died. So it's not just numbers, as you all know. As you can see from this graph representing overall child death from all causes, preventable and not preventable, there was an uptick from 2020 when compared to the baseline even in 2012 to 2014. 18%, we still saw an 18% reduction in African American child deaths, but it just is sort of trending in the wrong direction.
If I could, real quick.
Sure.
I would just note, too, before you leave the slide, Julie, if you look at the orange and the red lines below, the same direction was the case for all others in countywide as well. It was also going in the wrong direction. So I think that's important to note, maybe as a footnote, but when we're looking at trends and then we're trying to compare one particular population compared to all, you can't do it without looking at the background. So
true. Thank you for pointing that out. And yeah, you can see that the red line is for just a county-wide, and then the orange line is for all other races and ethnicities outside of African American. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. So kind of the same thing that you'll see, again, increasing for all on this one, except African Americans slightly went down, stayed roughly about the same though. An 8% reduction among African Americans from our baseline, and 24% reduction in the disparity gap. This is for overall infant death. Infant deaths due to perinatal causes include low birth weight, prematurity, placental abruption, and congenital infection. And there was a 24% decrease in African American deaths due to perinatal causes and a 31% reduction in disparity. This one was going in the right direction. In 2021, unfortunately, there was an uptick in sleep-related deaths. However, when compared to our baseline, we were still doing better. Infant sleep-related deaths declined by 37% compared to baseline, and a 43% reduction in disparity. This slide, related to child abuse and neglect homicide data, is for children ages 0 to 17. Most of the other slides you saw were children 0 to 1 or 0 to 5. Unfortunately, we saw an increase in child deaths here as well, but still shows a 63% reduction in common homicide since baseline. And unfortunately, for third-party homicide for children 0 to 17, we saw an increase. Compared to baseline, there was a 38% increase overall for African American child death. I know that Jadida will be speaking to some of this with the efforts of BCLC's Healing the Hood. And again, I think it really does tie back into the impacts of COVID at this time, and mentors and pregnancy coaches and home visitors just not being able to be in the house and in community to provide these services. It really brings to light how much an in-person touch is necessary to do this kind of work. Okay, my final slide. We always we know it's helpful, that helpful part of the puzzle to show where we're making progress and where more work needs to be done. So this slide shows a snapshot of the countywide trends against the Blue Ribbon Commission's 2020 goals. So last year when we were here, we showed you what happened between 2015 when we started the work and 2020, and we had pretty much exceeded 3 of the 5 goals, and a couple were unmet. A year later, we have met or exceeded 4 of the 5 goals, and still having a significant challenge with third-party homicide. But overall, to me, this shows we're doing good work, and there's still lots of more good work that needs to be done. So our steering committee, which I'm sure Jadida will chair, is going back to the drawing board. They are looking at establishing new goals to take us beyond 2020, and the work continues. So,
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. That was a great presentation. It's very eye-opening. One of the things that, obviously we can't control but is very disturbing is the fluctuation in third-party homicides. And do you have any suspicion, any data, anything that looks at why we were trending down positively until 2014 to 2016 and then shot up in 2015, 2017? Is there anything that correlates?
I wouldn't have that information because I'm your expert on everything 0 to 5. And this is primarily for children older, but I know Jadida is right up next on the docket here and can probably share some of that, maybe some of the background about what was happening then. Because it does look contraindicative to, we started the services in 2015 and there was that jump in 2015. And then, the other thing I can say is because the numbers aren't very large, when you do have a couple of deaths, it does throw the data off, which is one reason why we do this in 3-year rolling averages instead of year by year by year, because then it really fluctuates. So the 3-year rolling averages does help to minimize that, but I'm hoping one of my colleagues can speak to that better than I can.
That in and of itself is helpful.
Yeah, okay, great.
Supervisor Serta.
Yeah, I would also, just to dovetail off of Supervisor Hume's concern, or rightful concern there, noting the numbers going the wrong direction in terms of third-party homicide. It's not the first time this graph indicates we're going in the wrong direction. In fact, between 14, 16, 15, and 17, it went in the wrong direction at a greater rate. So this is based on nothing more than kind of an anecdotal guesstimate on my behalf, but of the 4 leading causes, third-party homicide is one of the causes of death that I think are kind of more generally episodic, without the benefit of trend data, as if it were disease or if it were something that we had probably a little bit more, honestly, a little bit more control of in terms of our intervention, both as CBOs, as local government, as the community. Doesn't mean that we can't affect it. In fact, we wouldn't be trying to address it if we thought otherwise. So it's just a different animal completely, and it takes some really careful, thoughtful approaches to addressing violence in the population. And as Julie has mentioned too, it could take nothing more than a single incident, depending on how bad that incident is, to really throw the numbers. So I just wanted to take the first part of my commentary before Julie sits down to also address that. So thank you, Supervisor Hume, for the question. But without breaching confidences here, again, I want to thank Julie for her continued interest and advocacy and energy and spirit that she puts into this effort every day, along with the others. And when I say I don't want to breach confidences, I'm going to tell you that when I had the opportunity to be on the panel to interview potential new first five directors some years ago, I distinctly remember once we made our selection and letting Julie know, she confided in me, she said one of the most important reasons that she wanted to come from Yolo County to serve as our director was because of this initiative. Yes. And while I know Dr. Kasiri is not here in chambers with us today, and she's been an incredible part of this effort as well. She is watching, she tells me, by text, so she's at her office. She's good at pulling double duty and multitasking, no doubt. But I will tell you, too, that when then Director of Health and Human Services, Ann Edwards, recruited Dr. Kasiri to be our public health officer, my first meeting with her, she confided to me the same thing. The reason she wanted to come from El Dorado County, one of the reasons, primary reasons, was because of this initiative. And if you look at the timing of those two hires, I think it makes a lot of sense, because that was the time when we're just getting up to speed with steering committee recommendations, and this board was getting ready to fund, to the tune of ultimately about $35 million, all the various efforts that have now been engaged and out in the community now, and whether it's First Five or through different county departments, we're at full throttle, and we don't want to take our foot off the throttle at this point. But I just felt it was a good time to call out those two incredibly important hires for people in their respective positions, public health and early childhood development and policy around it, that have really helped our community attract really quality professionals that have this effort at heart. So just want to say that. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Surma. And Supervisor Hume, I think one thing I just thought of was I would just hate to think what that slide would look like if we didn't have the efforts that are happening right now through Black Child Legacy campaign. So it would absolutely be worse. And I think I'm going to introduce Jadita Gomes to come up and share Black Child Legacy.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair Kennedy, Vice Chair Cerna. It's good to be here. I look forward to this presentation every year. It's exciting to see our folks in green. This means quite a lot to us, and this year even more. My name is Jadita Gomes. I'm with the Center at Sierra Health Foundation. Although new to the work on this side, I have had the honor and the privilege to work with Black Child Legacy in the community for over 5 years. And so this work is deeply important to me. I have seen it. I have seen individuals walk through the door with very specific needs and see those needs specifically met by this initiative that you have invested in. So gratitude, and I appreciate you for that. I would like to just recognize our chair and co-chair of the Reduction of African American Child Death Committee. We appreciate your support and your leadership and all that we get to do. Okay, I said that this year feels a little bit more special. I don't know if you remember, Supervisor Cerna, but we kicked off Black Child Legacy Campaign in October, 9 years ago. And so this feels like a birthday party. We get to truly reflect on all that has been done over the years. And so before we get too far ahead, I wanted to create some space for us to reflect on all that has happened, the deep-rooted work that has taken place, the dedicated, concerted effort. So while we have some updates to give you and would love to highlight some programs, I also want to create some space for us to just reflect and think about how far we've come in these last 9 years. So I have a video that I'd like to show you. So I'd like to invite you, if you have a pen in your hand, to release it for a second, or a phone in yours, that you would put it down and that you would watch this video intently and imagine your journey with Black Child Legacy and where you have come in and intersected through this journey. And then hopefully this will ground us towards our presentation. Let me see if I can get this right. Okay. Have a mouse.
Is there a way to get the text in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, there we go. Okay. So the journey, we watched this video that documented 25 days, the process of this plant from seed to plant form. And we know that a little over 25 days we've been at this work, and so have been able to watch the journey to this tree, right? We wear our BCLC green with pride. The BCLC tree is recognizable in the community. Folks know that when they see that tree, they can encounter hope. They know that if there are needs, that those needs will be met, or at least there are folks that are invested that will help them navigate through those needs. But how did we get here, right? The tree wasn't always recognizable. It wasn't always as present as it is today. So let's take some steps back. First, there was some soil, and some of us have referred back to this soil, to this rocky ground that we had to deal with a little over 15 years ago, finding that Black children in Sacramento County were dying disproportionately 2 times the rate of any other ethnicity. That was an issue for us. That was rocky ground. We also recognized and through the data found that these preventable deaths were happening over the span of 20 years, and not much was being done about it. So through perinatal condition, infant sleep-related death, child abuse and neglect, third-party homicide, our Black children were experiencing a reality that really wasn't appropriate and wasn't acceptable. And so many could look at this ground and say, there's nothing we can really do about it. Nothing can grow here. But I'm so proud to be a part of this legacy and through your leadership, that you looked at this ground and said, we'll figure it out. There's something that we can do. And so you tilled that ground and a seed was sown. So you, Supervisor Cerna, with your leadership, began and conveyed the Blue Ribbon Commission and decided there's something that we have to do. We take accountability to this soil, to these conditions that are happening in our county, and we're going to do something about it. Our children, our Black families deserve something better than this. And so you gathered the community, you gathered expertise of some of the community-based organizations that are here today. As you mentioned, Department of Health joined, and you begin to think through, what can we do to change this reality? And so a seed was sown. We know with every seed, there has to be an appropriate support system to ensure its health, to ensure that not only it survives, but there is room and there is possibility for a future. And so the Reduction of African American Steering Committee was started. And there was a plan that was set out. We tapped into, again, trusted-based community organizations that were already doing the work, but potentially needed some more resources, potentially needed some more support and some more structure. The backing of the county, we appreciate that you, again, took accountability to this problem and decided we have to be more present, we have to be more proactive to change this reality. The support of First Five. And so 9 years ago, Black Child Legacy Campaign was born. This work was so important that we also tapped into evaluators. We knew that how we were going to do this work, that it was going to be important, but also that we needed to measure it, because one day we needed to show the success, but also reproduce this thing that was happening. So a root system. We knew that with the seed planted, with the appropriate ground, with the support system needed, this thing could work. And so the environment, and they stand behind me. I'm so proud to always bring attention to our community-based partners who do this work on a day-to-day basis. They are the heroes that make this work happen. They build the environment. We know that if there is a plant, if there is a seed, there's some other things that we need for that seed to be successful. So there's some sun that's needed, there's water, and these folks are the water. These folks are the sun. They're the ones speaking to the plant and ensuring that this plant has opportunity to grow. So we rested on their expertise. We knew that they were experts in faith and activism. We knew that they knew how to serve Black children as it came to education. We knew that they had already been doing crisis response and crisis intervention for a very long time. And so we trusted them to continue to do the work that they were doing with some added supports. At each of these incubators, you'd find, again, the partnership of county partners, so Department of Probation, Child Abuse, Child Prevention Services, Department of Human Assistance. They're present in this environment. And so what happened? You have a seed. This seed is in good ground. This seed has deep roots. This seed has great environment. So eventually, there's a sprout. So we set out to impact these disparities by 10 to 20% by 2020. And well, a few years into this movement, that happened. Before 2020, we had already accomplished that. And by 2020, we surpassed our goal. And we've mentioned there's been considerable progress in many of those areas, child abuse and neglect. There's been progress in perinatal condition and infant sleep, and we know that there's been some challenges that we have faced in third-party homicide. The work continues, but there's so much more that needs to be done. And so we know that the pandemic has impacted the work that we are able to execute, but I still think we need to recognize the extent of this tree and the impact by 2020 that has occurred. how has this happened? This tree is growing, it's impacting the community. And if I asked anyone behind me, they say, we do this because we're rooted in love. We feel called to this community and they deserve better. And so you see DHA workers not only working on their computers, but they also show up to Kings and Queens event. You see, you're the star. You're showing up, Supervisor Desmond, showing up to the community. I don't know what you were doing there. Were you? Okay. But showing up, connecting with the community, and prioritizing what the community prioritizes. We see our community incubator lead representatives just wrapping around our community members and loving them through. This is the impact of this growing plant that started with just a seed. In the last fiscal year, we have been able to support as a collective. This is incredible, and I hope that we are taking the time and we're celebrating almost 30,000 individuals through Black Child Legacy Campaign. Thank you. I love receiving applause. And so this is incredible work. We've done this in many ways. As mentioned already, we have supported and come on board with the Safe Sleep training and insisting that our families are experiencing and understanding how to safely sleep their babies. We were able to intensively case manage 12, that's a lot, that's amazing. 1,200 intensely. And so let's break that down, right? So that doesn't mean that family units come through the door and we send them over to DHA and then we're done. No, these folks sit with them, they support, they ask the question, who is connected to this youth? What does the parent need? Is there employment needs? Do we need to advocate for you in certain spaces? And so to be able to say that this reach of the tree, that we have been able to intensively case manage 1,200 people in the last year is incredible. Yes. Yeah, kudos to y'all. Yeah. And how do we do this? We do not do this alone. It is a partnership, as we already said, the partnership between government and community, but also throughout other partners here in Sacramento. So we are very present in our school districts. They call us. They know that if there's some difficulty with students, engaging parents, they know that they can look for the tree. They can call on us to support and to ensure that these families get the necessary resources so that they're not only surviving, but that they're thriving. There's mental health services available. We have pillars in the community understanding that as we navigate through loss, that our families need support when it comes to mental health. We have support groups that we've already mentioned. The other thing that is incredible in how this is happening, and we've alluded to it already, is what this infrastructure has brought a possibility for. So when the county is deciding we have some funds, we need to get them to the community and we need to get them fast, they know that they can come to Black Child Legacy Campaign, right? We have these needs that we're experiencing with Department or DCFAS. We can go to Black Child Legacy Campaign and use that infrastructure to serve this community at a high rate. I'll talk about Healing the Hood a little bit later. And I also wanted to point out at the bottom, we have a DHA worker. Again, the duality of this work, the reach of this work. You can help these families that are coming in to navigate, to ensure that they have the right benefits, but also they know you as a human, as a person who can serve them at a community event. This work that we're doing is holistic. It's considering multiple aspects of individuals and families. And this is what the reach of the tree is. All right, we're not supposed to have favorites. But this is an initiative that really is important to me and is close to my heart. So our Kings and Queens Rise Co-ed Youth League. This has been going on, and it started a little bit after the inception of Black Child Legacy Campaign. And after a conversation after the death of Stephon Clark, and considering the risk that our families, our youth and families would be experiencing during summer months of third-party homicide and child abuse and neglect, we started this strategy. This strategy is incredibly important. Over the last 7 years, we have served over 300 youth. Y'all could clap there too. Every summer. Again, these are not 300 youth who stand alone. These are youth that are connected to caregivers. These are youth that are connected to family members, that when they are participating in this co-ed youth league, they also get to access resources. They also understand that there is a lifeline, that if somehow they're disconnected from what their usual services would have been during the school year, they know on Saturdays or on weekdays when my son or my daughter or my grandchild goes to Kings and Queens, I can ask somebody to help me with my groceries. I can ask someone to help me navigate my daily needs. And so this is the reach, again, of this tree. This year we added a new component, our KQR cheer. They look so cute. Because we found that the environment that we were building was so life-giving that youth were attending and not participating. They just wanted to be in the room. They just wanted to be in the space, maybe get a meal. And so we found other pathways for them to engage. And so is Kings and Queens Rise. And so Kings and Queens Rise Youth is more than just a basketball league. It's a lifeline. It's a space of equity, as you'll see in a later video, that we have young ladies on the court, we have folks that are playing from different neighborhoods, and so you're creating this continuity in this community across neighborhoods. It is one of our initiatives that we are incredibly proud of. We're building leaders, we're changing the environment for these children, and they're shifting environments in their schools and in their communities. So this is incredible and something that we're deeply proud of. I could talk about Kings and Queens all day, but I think it probably is a little bit more pointed to hear directly from a family member.
My name is Jasmine. I am 12 years old.
Hi, my name is Renee Bowles. I'm a mother of Jasmine, Janae, and Jordan.
And I'm in 6th grade going to 7th. And I've been doing cheer for about 2 months now. And my favorite part about cheer is that you get to meet a lot of new people and learn different type of dances.
All of my kids are involved with Kings and Queens. Jordan plays basketball. Janae and Jasmine, they both are the cheerleaders. And I so appreciate Kings and Queens because it gives my kids something to do. They're not just in the house doing nothing. I so appreciate this program. Thank you.
All right. So this shows you the reach of this. So we have a mom with 3 young ladies in the league attending on week to week, and the confidence that you see built in the belief that is generated to this program is incredible. I mentioned that I would talk a little bit about our other initiative, Healing the Hood. So Healing the Hood is is BCLC's prevention and intervention strategy here in Sacramento County. And in this last year alone, our crisis intervention workers, y'all here? Yes. I think it's necessary for us to create space to honor them because these are folks that have been impacted themselves by violence and have chosen to take an approach to give back to the community. And so let me paint a picture for you. We said there's 77 crisis response that they have gone out to. So you get a call and someone says, you need to get to the hospital. or you need to come to this crime scene. And so immediately when that call happens, our crisis intervention workers are also dispatched. And so they meet these families, not from a place of place of distance, but from a place of empathy. They understand what it is to mean to receive a call. I think something's happened to your son. Something may be going on with your family. And so they show up with that innate empathy and understanding, and they extend the thing that some of them may not have received to the community. So this work that they do is deeply impactful and allows for the community to navigate difficult circumstances with some sort of hope, with some sort of guidance, with some sort of ease, whatever ease, would happen in those circumstances. So we're incredibly proud of what they are creating in the community, how they're standing in the gap for multiple families. And so we appreciate y'all. You are the superheroes to this work that we do. Not only are they doing that, they are intensely case managing youth. One of the reasons why we believe there's been an uptick in violence is because it takes intensive case management. We need to be face to face with those youth that we consider high risk. They need to know that this person believes in them. They need to have these individuals, these credible mentors showing up to the schools and communicating on their behalf, but also calling them higher. And during the pandemic, that was vastly interrupted. And so some of what we're seeing, although devastating, isn't surprising because we understand that this work is only possible if it's continuous. It can't be interrupted. These youth need continuous services, continuous support, and continuous presence. And so we thank them for being able to provide that to 97 youth in the last year. So yes, amazing work happening through our Healing the Hood initiative. All right, so we started with a seed that was sown through courage, through leadership, that seed into good ground, that seed rooted and established, that seed that was a sprout, that became a plant, that became a tree, and now is producing fruit. I want to point you to what is happening in Fresno County. So the center at Sierra... The Center at Sierra Health Foundation is also in Fresno, and we are doing incredible work there. And as a center, we have invested into this work that is happening in Fresno County financially. But you are investing through the model that you have made possible here in Sacramento. And so folks get to do what we had to figure out through trial and error with ease in Sacramento and in Fresno County. And so over the last 9 months, they have served 700 individuals. Y'all can clap for them too. They have case managed 200 families, and they too are continuing this legacy, right, of safe sleep training. And I love this safe sleep campaign because although it was created specifically to support and to the end of reducing African American child deaths, it is helping families beyond, right? So systems are integrating this model that was created to target a very specific population that, to be frankly, the numbers told us where we need to be and who we needed to serve. Although that has taken place through targeted work, we're experiencing universal success for other families. So while reaching out to the most marginalized, there are others that are benefiting along the way. This is what you have prioritized. This is what, through your leadership, you have invested in and made possible. Your peers in Fresno County are looking at y'all like, we just got to do what they did. They're smart. They are doing the thing. They are being forerunners. And so we thank you for what it is that you have initiated and that you have continued to invest in. And later on, you'll hear from some folks in Fresno County who are actively doing the work. All right. So we started with the seed. The seed was planted. We were intentional enough to ensure that it was rooted so that there would be some long-lasting effect. We saw the benefit of what happens when a seed is placed in an environment that is loving, that is nutrient rich. That seed has turned into a plant that has now turned into a tree that is producing fruit. What could be possible? What is next for Black Child Legacy Campaign? Could it be that we are on the precipice of experiencing a forest? If this work that started locally here in Sacramento County has regional impact and is impacting folks in Fresno, what else could be possible? Could we be talking about what Black Child Legacy Campaign is doing in Los Angeles? Could we be talking about the impact of this work in Chicago? Absolutely. Absolutely. That is the promise of the forest. That is what is ahead for this seed that you nurtured. And so we hope to sustain the work that is happening. We understand as we are looking at the data that this work is valuable and that it needs to continue. It needs to go deeper and wider so we can continue the impact here in Sacramento County. And so we hope to sustain our partners so that they are doing this work in a deeper, wider way. We are excited to also expand to an 8th site finally in the next, I'm gonna say, year. That's exciting. That's exciting. Our partners here are serving families that are traveling, that are navigating barriers, transportation to get to one of their sites because they're hearing about what is possible with Black Child Legacy Campaign. They're hearing about what they can access when they reach the tree. And so we are excited to inaugurate an 8th site to bring the service to folks at greater ease and with more accessibility. So that's something that's coming. Another thing that is possible is the preservation and the expansion of extremely needed programs like Kings and Queens Rise lead. Not only Kings and Queens, but ensuring that these programs have longevity, that we're able to continue to serve the families that we are serving, but also expanding to more families. If you look at the video with Kings and Queens Rise, it started in these neighborhoods, and we had Black youth and Black families attending. And now this league is supporting not only Black youth, but we have seen that there's 30% of youth and families that are being served that are not Black. And so these programs throughout the summer are needed beyond the families that we are serving. And then increased visibility. I think you all have this book? Yes, okay. So that's a gift for you. Spoiler alert, Supervisor Cerner, you're in here. You're a star in here too. But this book is showing the reach of the work that we're doing. Folks are talking about what is happening in Sacramento County. They are modeling the things that are working here, and they are taking on what is happening and executing it in their own neighborhoods, in their own cities. And this is one aspect of this work. We would like to increase this visibility and increase this, the reach of Black Child Legacy Campaign. So to what I mentioned before, not only are we having regional impact through what you've decided to invest, but we also can have some national impact for what it is that we know as Black Child Legacy Campaign. That's the forest. That's what we get to look forward to. But it doesn't happen if a seed didn't take place. It doesn't happen if investment and reinvestment continue to take place along the years. And so we thank you for prioritizing this work for Black families, but also prioritizing this work for families all across this county and beyond. That is my presentation. If you have any questions.
Supervisor Cerna.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your words and your energy and your commitment and for enlightening us yet again how important the work is and how much more there is to do. I certainly don't want to be the last person between the public who has waited patiently to speak to the item and us listening intently. But because there's so much glowing thanks to share and go around today to so many. I want to make sure that we don't forget about our county executive, David Villanueva. David has been, I think, not just a supporter based on the substance of the work at hand and how important it is, but he, working with my office, has taken the extraordinary step to recommend it in the latest budget, our annual budget exercise that begins in earnest in June and really concludes in September. The very unique multi-year commitment of county revenue in an annual budget, in a single budget, which is very unheard of for this particular initiative. So I want to look to our county executive and offer my sincere gratitude to David for having our backs. And when I say ours, I mean the entire communities, because without that resource base, it's hard to do the great work that everyone is so eager to continue. So David deserves a lot of credit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
No questions? That's amazing.
You were pretty thorough.
All right.
Public comment.
We have several. So the first is Tina Roberts.
Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy, Vice Chair Cerna. I am so happy to be here, and I'm just so delighted that I'm old enough that I don't have to do the presentation. Been around a long time. So with great honor, I'd like to introduce, did I say I'm with Roberts Family Development Center? Tina Roberts, Roberts Family Development Center, co-founder, COO. And it gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce our program manager for our Black Child Legacy in Del Paso, North Sac.
Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy, Vice Chair Cerna, board members, community members, elders, and the family that we have here in the room today. Much appreciated for you guys having us. So a few things that I want to talk about today really quick. Oh, and to our students that are here standing with us.
Grant students.
My name's Bobby. I am the Black Child Legacy Program Manager for DPH North Sac. And I want to talk about how our pillar, one of the pillars that we've been working on, perinatal conditions, and how that connects with mental health. So through Sierra Health, we are able to provide grants to small organizations within our community that help our initiatives. And one of those grants actually went to a doula that we work with very closely. Her name is Kairos, and her organization is Doulas in Heels. Unfortunately, she is not able to be here with us today, but I will explain a little bit about her greatness. Through our grant, we were able to provide her with the funding to go out into our communities and train other doulas of color to be able to go into our hospitals and advocate for our families. As you know from our statistics that have been put on the board and presented before you, African American women and children are still dying at a pretty high rate in Sacramento County. And doulas like Kairos actually can go out and help folks combat postpartum depression, can help folks with their nutrition as they're raising a child. And we all know that happy mothers and healthy mothers make happy children, and happy children can come in here and stand before you with 3.0s in this space. And be able to come in here and see you guys' faces and be able to enter in lanes of politics as they would like to, a lot of them would like to enter into. So, and I'm also a legacy person or a legacy adult. Many know my story. I left the Bay Area, my home that I knew from violence in very traumatic spaces, and I came here and Black Child Legacy found me. and they wanted me to be a part of their movement. So I started off as an intake coordinator, and I worked my way up to management, and now I have been able to go from mentee to mentor and be able to transform lives as they come into my space. So there is a saying that happens within the Black Child Legacy movement, that the work is working, and that is something that I stand for every single day, and I really do appreciate it, and I do see my timer at the end there, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Bobby. Next speaker.
Next is Anglin Baker.
Oh, you start the timer right when you walk up here, right?
No. No.
Get the crew settled in here. But good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Anglin Baker, and today I'm honored to share the impact story of Fruit Ridge Stockton Community Incubator Lead, pillar of transformation and a testament to the power of community intervention within the Black Child Legacy Campaign. Our mission is driven by a commitment to reducing African American children's mortality rates in Sacramento County, and Fruit Ridge Stockton stands out through its remarkable collective efforts. A robust partnership with county agencies and community organizations is at the heart of Fruit Ridge Stockton's approach. By working hand in hand with Her Health First, Black Mothers United, Hooked on Fishing Not on Violence, United and Guided, Child Protective Services, the Department of Human Assistance, Probation, and various other community-based organizations, we have crafted a network of support that delivers comprehensive wraparound services. These services are tailored to meet the complex needs of our community, ensuring that no family has to navigate their challenges alone. A poignant example of our success is the story of a mother who reunited with her children through the comprehensive support offered by our network. This journey to reunification included counseling, skill building, and practical support that addressed her immediate needs. We ensured that she had gas cards for transportation, arranged for her to be picked up and dropped off at counseling sessions, and stood by her side during court hearings. We provided essential items such as diapers, wipes, food, clothing, and a car seat, doing everything we could to remove the barriers to her success. Moreover, during her overwhelming challenges, our doors were always open for her to find a space to cry, vent, and feel embraced by love. Our center was more than just a service point, it was a sanctuary for healing and hope. The unique strengths of Fruit Ridge Stockton lies in these deep-rooted collaborations and our unwavering dedication to empowering our community members. Our success is reflective not only in the statistics, but in the real, positive changes we witness in the lives of the families we support. As we look forward, let's continue to fortify these partnerships and expand our impact, taking pride in knowing that we're not just addressing critical community issues, but laying down the groundwork for profound, enduring change in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Angelina Solis.
I have a slide. Oh, face this way.
Can we bring the overhead up? Thank you.
Great. Hello, supervisors, and thank you for having us here today. My name is Angelina Solis, and it is a privilege to lead the Black Child Legacy campaign at Liberty Towers, and I'm also the worship pastor there. I joined the BCLC program about 1.5 years ago, and I currently manage the day-to-day operations on site. Today, we are here to show the pride that we take in representing Foothill Farms and North Highlands, while also paying tribute to the work that the team has been able to do. The heart of our work is case management, because every statistic is a story, and every story has a name. At Liberty Towers, we are always ready to love on the people of our community and engage with them. throughout various connection points that we offer, such as community events, weekly programming, distribution of on-site resources, or through our youth center. I'm very excited for you to hear from JJ and Alicia, who are the real heart of this work and who literally hold the hands of the people that we serve.
Hi, I'm JJ. That stands for Jennifer Johnson. I have the privilege of working out of the North Highland CIL. And as you can see from my slide, in the upper left quadrant, many families come in with stories that are pretty much like that Mario character, where they're facing all of the fiery darts and things around them, and they're looking for a way to the bottom right, which is that flag of success. And we use not only our community partners to be able to do that, but we also use really going in and finding out the story. The people aren't their statistics, the people aren't the things that have happened to them, they're the individual stories that they bring in to us that then we go out into the communities and we reach. So one example of that is the opportunity I had to be at a family's home just in the past month. They came into our CIL and they said, listen, we need help. There's 8 babies, there's not enough beds, and we don't know what to do. So between my colleagues and I, we rallied together, we got donations. We went to community partners like Alliance. We went to other community partners that were able to provide bedding. We went to their home. We constructed that bed. We put that bed together. They had fresh linens without having to worry about paying for them. And they left where kids that had no beds had beds. We didn't have to involve CPS as another stop in that gap, though we have, access to that. So it is our privilege to provide that case management. And the other pieces that you see are data. So case management isn't just about talking, isn't just about the story, but it's about being able to look at data and see what they need. In the upper right, you'll see a snapshot of a spreadsheet where we have gone and we have called and we have said, what do you do and how can you help? And as we've aggregated that, we've provided that to the families we work with. In the bottom left, you can see a little snapshot of diapers. We are connected with the Sacramento Food Bank and their diaper distribution, and we're able to, at least up until now from April, provide 18,000 diapers to individuals in the community. And we're able to do that with just collaboration and, again, just looking at case management on how we can see that story and help those people. So I'm going to step aside for my colleagues.
Hello, my name is Alicia Roundsville. I've personally been in a place where BCLC and my life would have made a huge difference. Pregnant at 14, scared, ashamed, and from a very dysfunctional, broken home, where abuse, addiction, and mental health issues were things I grew up around. I wanted to keep my baby, but I was not sure all the things I needed to do, and I felt so alone. I was left to figure things out by myself, and I wanted a better life for my daughter. The church was always such a huge help in our life, but having a program like BCLC would have given me more of an uplifting support that I feel would have benefited both my daughter and I. A program that helps educate and navigate by getting you the help you are looking for, all without judgment. That kind of help gives hope to a struggling young mom. I have lived in Foothill Farms in North Highlands area my entire life, and BCLC has been such a huge blessing to our community, and I am so proud to be able to be a part of it and give moms in need the hope and love I needed as a teen mom. Being pregnant 8th grader and not of African American descent, I know BCLC would have embraced me regardless with universal help, kindness, support as we as a program give to everyone in need today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Paris Dye.
Our big thank you once again. I feel like we mic dropped. So thank you very much for everybody that was here today. For the county, I can give you a plug for the executive's office. You guys chipped in and bought a barbecue grill that we use quite often at our youth center. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for just the support that you've provided. It's been a long uphill battle, but over the years, I'm proud, and I can honestly, boldly say that you have watched us grow, and I appreciate that. We started as babies, as an anchor institution in this work, and we're beasting, so thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ismail Imran.
I'm waiting for the cue.
Go.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank all of the board members, all of the executives, and all of our community partners from the county, and all of our constituents at all of the other CILs. My name is Ismail Imran. I am the program manager for BCLC at the Youth and Family Center inside the Greater Sacramento Urban League in Oak Park. We came here today just to discuss with you some of the influential outcome of the programs that BCLC provides the community in Oak Park, and to bring to you one of our greatest accomplished individuals who took part in our programs and benefited a great deal. I want to give it over to our CIW, Rodney, so that he can bring to you his most developed client, Jakari. Go ahead, Rodney.
I got you. He's eager. Thank you for allowing us to be present today to share these accolades and these moments of growth. I've been here before, right? My story is, 30 seconds of being impetuous as a youth cost me 30 years of my life. I'm a re-emerging citizen, but the work that I'm doing is that I truly appreciate the effort to be a part of a great team, a part of a great family. We do the work that requires us to wear dual hats, right? So in doing so, we have to have the compassion and the empathy and the wherewithal to really give it our all, right? So I'm a CIW, I'm a crisis intervention worker. I see our communities at its worst, but also I see it when it's time to rise and produce rising stars, right? So as the CIW, I'm continually preparing myself for the worst, but I always see the shining points at the end of the road, right? So I'm gonna transition. I'm gonna take off that hat as a CIW, and we'll put on life coach, youth mentor, and aspiring entrepreneur. So, as a life coach, we have a program at the Youth and Family Centers called Black Boys to Men. And we mentor the young boys, the young men with life skills. We take them through effective thinking, healthy belief systems, relationship building, health and wellness, employment skills. We give them the full gamut when it comes to life skills, me and my partner. We do our best with the youth that we have. We can't go through and handpick them, and we do the best to take those raw lumps of clay and oh, I forgot about that. Black Girls Heal. We also, there is no community without equal male and female participation, right? So I'm gonna make sure I gotta plug that. So what we end up doing is we continue to sharpen these individuals to become functional, rational members of society, right? And we also include a little social engagement. So I'm gonna turn it over to the rising star, one of my rising stars, and let him give you his rendition.
My name is Jakari. I started going to BCLC for community service, but then after a while, after I finished my community service, I used to just stay up there for a couple hours after, because I felt comfortable. It was a place that wasn't at home, that felt safe and comfortable for me to be at. That I didn't have to talk to everybody for me to be there, but they always made me feel welcome. Another thing I want to say, at first, I felt like I was going to be judged because I was referred to them because I was on probation. So when I first got there, I was a little, standoffish, maybe. But then they always treated me and welcomed me with open arms. Rodney, well, the community center in general helped me prepare for fatherhood. but giving me like the utilities that I need, the cribs, diapers, gift cards to go get like certain baby bottles that we needed, or just things that we need in general. They helped me a lot, like helped me prepare for when my baby came, and like just as a mentor, counselors, just being there. No matter who I talk to, I've always got some information or some advice that helped me in life.
Hey, Jakari.
And also our fabulous director, I just want to give her big up and big applause. We couldn't do it without Ashley. She's the captain and the general. So we stay in humble service to her. We appreciate her.
Thank you guys. I'm not much of a speaker, so I handed it off to everyone else. But yeah, I'm very, very proud to just be a leader of this incredible team that we have and just to be a part of this huge BCLC family. I'm a Sac native. I was born and raised here in Sacramento County, and I was actually a part of BCLC in its infancy back in 2013. So it's been a full circle moment for me just to be up here standing in front of you all and speaking in front of you all. But thank you guys so much for everything that you do, and thank you to everybody here. I'm getting emotional, but thank you guys.
Thank you.
Les Simmons.
You all make this whole clock thing a real challenge, I'll have you know.
Great. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and County Board of Supervisors, and to the county exec as well. I'm Les Simmons, a senior leader at South Sacramento Christian Center / the Simmons Center. We are the Valley High Incubator lead for Black Child Legacy Campaign. I want to just talk about food insecurity. I don't know if you have things that give you PTSD, but mine was 2020, COVID, and when the world pretty much stopped. This network of organizations throughout Sacramento County really stepped up and came together to address food insecurities within our community. I remember a conversation being had around March 2020 with Chet Hewitt, CEO and president of Sierra Health Foundation, who's right here. I just want to give Chet a shout out as well, too. Having a conversation with Chet, having a conversation with you, Supervisor Kennedy, and then the Sacramento Food Bank. And that conversation birthed where we are today. And if it wasn't for that, I don't think we would be here. So just to tell that story of kind of where we are, since March 2020 to today, we've served over 566,480 people through our food distribution. Part of that is our TFAB food, which is 316,486 people. And then that represents 62 households that have 62,000 households have been impacted or served throughout our food distribution. And then this year alone in the food distribution, we've served 36,790 individuals, which represents 10,171 households. Now, that's something to just, give some thanks and appreciation for. As my friend Bishop Carthen used to say, amen all by myself on that. Our commitment goes well past just food insecurity, and it addresses a lot of other community concerns, especially as it relates to diapers. As you see on the slide, we've served over 2,027 babies have received diapers. That represents 1,029 households, and we've given out 160,375 diapers. That's huge. That's a huge number. And then also, we want to just give a special shout out to Supervisor Kennedy for your support in our our food distribution. As you can see, we've expanded and we've made it more accessible, and that's all thanks to your direct support of our distribution as well.
You got extra time for that, by the way.
I didn't even look at my time. That's the preacher in me. Sorry about that. My time is up. Let me turn it over to our program manager, Katrina, who's actually taking the speaking time for Kelvin, who's the next speaker.
Well, since he used all of our time as the pastor.
No, you got time.
I'm going to go ahead and keep it short, but thank you for understanding that efficiency helps us serve more people. So the addition of the food distribution garage allows us to roll out food in a more efficient way, which allows us to then in turn serve more community members at each of our distributions. And in place of Kelvin, he is our CIW. He got called away because this work, when kids call, we answer. And so he was here, but he had to step out because a kid called, and he took the call to give that answer. But Jakari pretty much wrapped up the story that he was going to tell. We had a young man who came in who was a probation assignee, also on academic probation at school when he entered our program. Through the Healing Circle, mentorship, and community service, he went to being off of probation, bringing 3 new probationers who were his friends associated with the incident also to our program. And he was able to get off of academic probation, play football, and graduate high school. He is now pursuing his college dreams, and it's all as a direct result of this work. So we just wanted to share that tangible story with you all, and thank you for your continued support in this work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James Willock and Brandy, Missouri.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody, for having us here. I get the opportunity to talk about crisis response. Jadida did a great job explaining it, but I just really want to talk about the importance of it. When crisis responders are called, they don't just show up at a scene. And when the yellow tape is gone, they're gone, right? It's wraparound services. It's trying to eliminate any trauma that those family members and those victims are going through. We're also the buffer between law enforcement and these families, because sometimes there's a lot of distrust, right, with the communities that we serve and law enforcement. And so we step in to try to mitigate that, right? We don't just show up also, right? We have extensive training in trauma-informed care and crisis intervention and safety and even law enforcement's procedures, right? So we can help mitigate that. And that's just at the scene or at the hospital, right? And when I say wraparound, it's every CIL here, right? Each one of us has team members that go, and when they are referred after the fact, sometimes they can't afford funerals. They can't afford food. They have to be moved. Every CIL tries to find a creative way to make all that happen, right? And it's not always in the budget, right? But they make it happen. So I just want to send shots out. 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, doesn't matter what time. So that's the importance of crisis response, right? I'll turn it over.
I would like to add for crisis response that there are families involved. And so being able to provide the wraparound services, like he mentioned, is amazing. I'm actually here. Good evening. My name is Brandy, Missouri. I am a CIL program manager for Art and Arcade. And so I'd like to just talk a little bit about child abuse and neglect for just a quick second. As we all know, child abuse and neglect is preventable. And it's been an honor to be in spaces where we're able to advocate for our families that are experiencing a crisis or just missing basic needs. And so the partnerships, the community partnerships, and our county partnerships we have gained within the community has provided us access to families in need, and we receive referrals daily, sometimes at an overwhelmingly amount for families that are in need. Providing intensive case management services, as Jadida had mentioned, means that we're addressing all of the needs of the family, and we're working with our partners to meet those needs. So imagine not knowing where to go when you need support or if you need help, not knowing how to advocate for yourself, not knowing like the first step to get any kind of help. For basic needs, we're talking about housing, food, your utilities are getting ready to be shut off. And so being able to be in this work and be able to provide that service, not only for our sites, but across sites, serving each other and being able to work together in partnership has been amazing. And so I feel honored to do this work. And I was going to see if anybody else wanted to say anything. And so one of the things that I would just add is that one of the newer things that we've added at our site is Strong Families, Strong Generations. And so Strong Families, Strong Generations is a targeted home visitation program that focuses on Black families with children 0 to 5. We empower effective Black parenting through the Effective Black Parenting curriculum, which is designed to address the specific needs of Black families, promoting family pride and cohesion while helping them cope with the negative effects of society. So again, thank you for serving and supporting this work.
Thank you.
Flynn O'Shun and Shaylin Doxey.
Good evening. My name is Flynn O'Shun, and I'm the program manager for Black Infant Health at Mutual Assistance Network. And this is my team. And we wanted to talk to you today about the work that we do and the mothers that we serve. I feel like you've heard a lot of the work that we do. But we are working with Sacramento's most vulnerable mothers. They're dying almost at 3 times the rate of their counterparts across ethnicities, and it is preventable, as we mentioned. And so through the work that we're able to do here, we are helping reduce those maternal and infant mortality rates. And we do that with our amazing team. We have our mommy advocates that are going side by side with their mothers to help support them throughout their journey, to help reduce those maternal mortality rates, provide support groups and wraparound services. Like my coworker just mentioned, Brandy, when our moms come through our doors, not only are they getting prenatal support, they're getting a sisterhood community and also those wraparound services with car support, hotel vouchers, food support. There's so many things that these mothers are receiving through this funding, and we are genuinely making an impact. And there was a mother here earlier. I don't know if you heard those beautiful cries from a baby earlier. She had to leave. I wanted her to speak today, but she had to go pick up her other son. She's a single mom, and she wanted to be here today to speak, so I'll speak on her behalf. She goes by Rose, and she mentioned that Black Infant Health, through Mutual Assistance Network, has helped through providing her with Safe Sleep Baby education, with education that she didn't know of, and a crib to sleep her baby. And every mom that comes through our doors receives Safe Sleep Baby education and a crib, a pack and play if they need one. She said we have helped her stay mentally balanced, connecting her with resources that she needs right then and there, with open doors and opportunities for an amazing place to share her support and the support that she needs, rather. Providing her with a crib and a pack and play, diapers for her babies, food assistance, and so many more expenses that she's needed support with, including food, car repair assistance, transportation to and from her prenatal and postpartum appointments throughout her entire pregnancy so that she can access prenatal care. And helping getting her son to school, which she left to go do, and anything else to make her a strong and successful mother. So that's what we do, and that's the voice of one of our moms for the mothers that we've served. Thank you.
Thank you, Flynn.
Yolanda Stevenson.
All right. Didn't want to just put it on there. I'm gonna stand here. Okay. Gotcha. I might need your help. And this one afterwards. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Yolanda Stevenson. I'm Director of Social Services, Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center. Today, I really want to talk to you guys about our community resources programs and our collaboration with probation and the impact of both. With that being stated, some of our collaborations and partnerships, we would not be able to do this work with our community intervention workers without the collaboration and partnership of probation, Sacramento City Unified School Districts, Safe Schools, as well as the Department of Hearing and Placement. One of the things in regards to, we do very, very, very well when it comes to our supportive services and wraparound services is here, the numbers you can see with our concrete needs. We have service over that service families 0 to 5. We service over 45 families with housing and basic needs of $94,384.68. With our problem-solving program that specifically works with the homeless management program, with our partnership with Sacramento Steps Forward, we have served over 150 families with their housing needs, totaling $473,097.06 and 20 cents. And with the highlight of $398,000 with just security deposits and first month rent, and over $42,000 of that 470 of eviction avoidance alone with our homelessness. The next one is our family supportive services. We've serviced over 1,093 families with our supportive services that we provide within our house, as well as we distributed 13,755 individual diapers, equaling 114 boxes, serviced 109 moms with the diapers and wipes, totaling of $20,280. Then, as we talked about that food insecurity, Sacramento Food Bank services 9,259 households with 22,737 members within that family. Lastly, I know my time is up, but I really got to speak to this because with when we talk about our county partners with probation, we cannot do this work without having our probation officers and our access to this to be able to help our youth. As you can see here, as our data has shown, in the different programs that we have with probation, just between July 2023 and 2024, our at-promise risk and intervention prevention, we have serviced over 25 youth. We've successfully gotten 5 youth off of probation. We've also got credit reduction through the Department of Placement and Hearing, over 8 youth. And for court records and sealed, we have over 10 youth and 100 youth that engage in leadership activities, and successfully youth that had alternative education places versus being expelled and or suspension, totaling at least 40 youth together with the school district, as well as dealing with the placement and hearing, and successfully completed community services, over 20 youth, and given 30 youth employment that they make money in their pockets to be, great citizens in the community. And we have graduated of these intervention programs over 60 youth who, by the way, Ms. Jackie gives them $500 stipends after their graduation to put into their pockets so they can walk with their head held high. And that's it.
Thank you.
I know we are out of time. I'm Jackie Rose with Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center, the Meadowview CIL lead. Chair Kennedy and Vice Chair Cerna and the board, we just want to thank you guys. We couldn't do this work without you guys' support. So I am here today to just say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Malicia Navarro.
Hello. Can I use this too?
Of course.
So let's talk about the schools. So my name is Malicia Navarro. I am the Safety Intervention and Response Coordinator for the Office of Safe Schools with Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm here on behalf of myself as well as my boss right there, Director Ray Lozada. From our school district, reimagining school safety started with community, and it continues with community. From a resolution in 2020, our safety task force emerged, filled with the community of organizations, staff, students, and families who shaped our design from the beginning. Now we bring that collective vision to life. With our ideas and dreams in action, our direct services staff are carrying out the mission on the ground, and a constant key component is recognizing that a strong community is a safe community. As we address issues, we want to also be empowering and strengthening communities from within so that a positive system lasts beyond us as individuals, the legacy. To address the complex needs, there is a high amount of coordination within SUSD with our internal departments and also external community organizations within BCLC. Community violence and school violence are not silos. Student safety goes beyond campus. We know that what happens on the weekends spills into our schools, and what happens in the schools spills out into the weekends. We focus on connecting with students who are engaging in safety-related Tier 4 and Tier 3 behaviors. We're looking at severity, we're looking at frequency, things like fighting, gang involvement, justice-involved youth. Our staff address emergency and urgent issues and utilize case management, mentoring, restorative practices to serve our students. Our director, Ray Lozada, gathers families around a table to mediate multi-family conflicts, and it is our community orgs that help us to extend out, to provide wraparound services to those students in need that we identified. We value lived experience, and our staff are members of the community. We also identify key partners who have established relationships within the community. I saw the time. Okay, within the community to help us in our mission to interrupt the school-to-prison pipeline. Students and families who may be weary of systems due to the disproportionate discipline and disparities they experience end up establishing trust with our culturally responsive staff and community organizations. So moving forward, Safe Schools Department is doubling down our community, being key with our youth diversion partnership to keep the community and school bridge strong, and we seek positive outcomes for our students, and we can accomplish this with targeted focus and commitment, invest in our youth, invest in Black Child Legacy Campaign.
Hey, thank you. I have one question. One question. You can put that back up for a second. Well, or not. It doesn't matter. Just as a former Sac State Unified School Board member, I just have one question. School to prison pipeline?
Yes. You want to know the definition?
Sounds like it's going the wrong direction there.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem. So it speaks to any policies and practice that help to accelerate the relationship between criminal justice and students or youth. And basically what it looks like is that the outcomes that are when students don't graduate and have positive educational outcomes, they end up more likely to be involved with criminal justice system. So that's
totally appreciate the work. I think it's a great program. You might want to talk to your marketing people about naming it.
It's more like lack of school to prison pipeline.
Yeah. I think it's like that's just like the known term for researchers and stuff that we utilize.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sharon Barnes.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sharon Barnes. I'm the Director of Behavior and Reentry with the Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm here today for support on behalf of the Black Child Legacy Campaign in our partnership with the Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center. Over the past 3 years, I've had the privilege of working very closely with the Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center and its dedicated team led by Ms. Jackie Rose. In my role, I support our most vulnerable students and their families, those students that are facing serious behavioral challenges, substance abuse issues, mental health struggles, dysfunctional family situations, and involvement in the juvenile justice system. These challenges often result in frequent suspensions and the possibility of expulsion. My primary goal is always to be proactive and provide interventions and using restorative justice strategies to prevent expulsion and avoid alternative school placements, disrupt the school-to-prison pipeline, and help students and families succeed with our district. The Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center has been an invaluable partner in this effort, working alongside me and my team to achieve positive outcomes for students and their families. Their support of some of the district's most disenfranchised students has been critical. Their team consistently reaches out to me to discuss the needs of students on their caseload, schedule meetings to share important information, and collaborate on creating support plans for both students and their families. They provide vital resources that our district often, unfortunately, lacks. The team regularly attends meetings with students and families as part of the intervention process and helps ease the transition for students back to school when they've been out of school for extended periods of time. Their focus is always on the whole child, ensuring their social, emotional, and academic needs are met. Some examples of this that I've experienced in the past 3 years working with them are they provide a safe, supervised space with academic tutoring for students who may be on temporary independent study. They offer counseling services to both students and their families. They arrange for mentors to check in with students regularly and do home and school visits. And they often support parents who are navigating the juvenile justice system, including going to court hearings. They also help with transportation and offer tutoring, among many other forms of assistance. One of the most important things the Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center does is help students take accountability for their actions. When a student makes serious behavioral mistakes, the team works with both students and their family to ensure they understand how their actions affect not only themselves, but also the broader community. The focus on accountability is key to promoting future positive behavior, better decision-making, and ultimately, personal and community restoration. The partnership between the Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center and the Sacramento City Unified School District has been exceptional and invaluable. It has helped ensure that our most at-risk students and families have advocates who genuinely care about their success. They help students and families navigate a school system that often is inequitable and fails to serve Black and brown students effectively. Thanks to their support, many students have gone on to graduate and pursue future positive careers and positive futures. It is truly a blessing and a privilege to work in partnership with the Black Child Legacy Campaign and the Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center, and I look forward to our continued collaboration and partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Crystal St. James and Savannah Finley.
Hello, my name is Krista St. James. And I'm Savannah Finley. And we are with Fresno BCLC. And so just a little background, Fresno County also noticed the alarming rates of the disproportionate rates as it relates to African American childhood deaths. And so a group of agency leaders and community partners met right before COVID, but then COVID kind of halted things, but we were able to pick back up sometime last year. But through COVID, Margaret Jackson, who is the director of Culture Brokers, Inc., she had her staff trained for effective Black parenting and also Safe Sleep Baby. And so although we were on that short break, we were still trying to get some work done. And so within the campaign, we know we have the 4 initiatives, and so currently in Fresno for our perinatal conditions, we are working closely with the Black Wellness and Prosperity Center, which is an organization that was created to improve Black well-being and better health outcomes. And we also are in partnership with Black Infant Health, and they offer various different classes and things of that nature. For our Safe Sleep initiative, of course, we've talked about Safe Sleep today, but we offer the crib, the training. We can do that at our facility or at their homes. We also provide hygiene products and case management, and so that's a way to help see what other resources they may need, and it might be something that we can offer, or we can talk to one of our partners. For child abuse and neglect, we're doing the effective Black parenting as well as trauma-informed workshops. And then for third-party homicide, it's one of our newer initiatives that we're trying to tackle, and we are partnering with the Troy Center. It stands for Truly Reviving Our Youth, and it is a mentoring and tutoring program that was founded by Nicholas Butler, who lost a friend to senseless gun violence. And so now he makes it his mission to work with youth and reach out to lift them up and find out what they're passionate about and steer them in the right direction. We're currently housed at Fresno Mission City Center. It's been newly renovated. It has over 20 organizations. It has a housing unit that has, I believe, 4 or 5 floors. Certain rooms can hold up to families of 10. They have a grocery store, and again, a whole bunch of other organizations. And so we are working in Fresno. We're very grateful that you guys were able to provide what you have, as well as giving us a BCLC family here in Sacramento, and just a basis to continue our work and get it off the ground.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Great, thank you. I just think it's an important milestone to note that I think this is the first time we've actually heard from representatives from a distant community outside of Sacramento County take the great work that's done here and attempt to achieve some of the same successes, in this case in Fresno. So thank you for making the trip up north, and we wish you the best of good fortune in your efforts to accomplish the same thing in your community.
And I also want to say that take back to Fresno the message that we appreciate Fresno for a number of reasons, but when we started providing mental health services in schools with the Sacramento County Office of Education in the county here, we got that started because of the Fresno County Office of Education and Fresno County, and used them as a model. So, you know, tell our sister county how much we appreciate their good work. All right, thank you.
Up next, we have Greg King and Always Knocking.
Hi, I'm Deborah Cummings, co-lead of Healing the Hood. Greg King is the lead. He had to step out and handle some family business. I want to start out with, first of all, I just want to thank the team, who I call family, that has supported me since day one. I have seen a lot of people come, and I have seen a lot of people retire on a good note, and I just want to say I have been right there with you, supporting you, and you're supporting me, and I just want to say thank you for that. My job is the co-lead aside of Greg King. When a call comes out, we navigate resources. We send 7 teams out to get the job done. In some stressful times, you know. We do this 25/8, as Greg says. Greg's up all night until everyone's back home, and that is what you call skin in the game. I have known to come to say this word a lot of times. I am boots to the ground. I live in the community that I serve, day in, day out. When I put on this vest, it's just not for swag. I put on this vest because this basketball right here is putting me in my position, and that was because my brother was murdered, but he also had a love for basketball. So when we created King and Queen Rise, my family members, who also championed me with helping me along this charge, they always look for ways to reach out in the community and spread the awareness that Black Child Legacy provides for our community. We are countlessly tired out here in these streets, but just keep in mind also, we also have challenges. We also have families that get murdered. We also have families get sick. Mentally, we go through situations as well. So for me, I'll tell anyone, I have a lot of skin in the game, so any team that I can get on to do with mental wellness, any team that I can get on uplifting families, I do that. Greg always tell me, Deborah, you have a lane. I know I got a lane. I know that. A lot of people tell me there go boots to the ground. But, you know, I just want you guys to really understand, being a part of Black Child Legacy is a culture for a lot of us. And sometimes we don't really care about culture or color. We care about the service that it provides, the families that we're helping. And I just want to say, I see Chet a lot, and I know a lot weighs him down. That's why I am if he's boots to the ground for all of us, I am boots to the ground to serve all of you. And I just want to say, you guys, it's been a good ride with this new steering committee coming in. We're going to do great things. Love you guys, and that's my time.
Thank you.
Kenneth Duncan.
Brought a few youth with me today. How are we doing, Supervisors?
I thought they were just short adults.
So I actually, I'm the CEO and founder of Ball Out Academy, but I wanted to shine some light on Kings and Queens Rise. Mr. King, actually, I was a co-commissioner with him about 4 years ago, and for the last 4 years, I've had the honor of being the commissioning organization for Kings and Queens Rise, which is Ball Out Academy. I brought a few of our youth with us. I see Safe Schools in the space. We're a partner to Safe Schools as well. So weekly, we're on campuses checking on our youth, case managing, making sure they're not truant, being able to support the families with our programs like Parent Link Up. But this is all modeled after Black Child Legacy. Phil, you know, I was working with Black Child Legacy at many, with DPH, Oak Park, CIW work. A mentor of mine, Chet Hewitt, right here, has took me under his wing in the support of my organization, which is based out of Marina Vista, Alder Grove, which is, I believe, a forgotten neighborhood. It's surrounded by a very thriving neighborhood, right? But my kids come from the public housing, CV Circle, the Bricks, and weekly we feed our kids. Weekly we check in on with them at Leotata Floyd, the Cal Middles, the McClatchies, folks like Ray Lazada able to help us build coalitions to support our kids. So Black Child Legacy, I feel like I'm a product of Black Child Legacy, and Black Child Legacy has helped raise me into a young man and father. So now I'm able to mentor kids like Zaylin and Harmony, and now we have an organization in Marina Vista that we work very closely with Black Child Legacy and the Oak Park site. We could call on them, and they're able to support our babies or support our families. We lost a young man this summer who was shot 7 times. His name was Danny Partridge. And due to the resources of Black Child Legacy, we were able to support the mom, help with the funeral, put them, get them out of the neighborhood and just help with some peace of mind. But with the expertise of Black Child Legacy to be able to support those families, we've been able to model some of that as a partner in Marina Vista with Ball Out Academy.
Thank you very much.
They're a little nervous, but he's ready to go.
I'm Zaylin Williams, and I'm with Ball Out Academy. I love this academy because it helps me not just on the court, but off the court as well. When I get into trouble, they advocate for me. When I'm doing good, in school, they reward me. I met a lot of positive adults at Kings and Queens Rise. I live in Marina Vista, and there is a lot of violence, so we need programs like Black Child Legacy.
Thank you.
Say your name and who you're with.
I'm Harmony Williams. I'm with Ball Out Academy. Kings and Queens was my first ever basketball team, and they helped me improve on and off the court. And they helped me improve my attitude and grades off the court.
Thank you. Good job.
Hey, good evening, everybody. My name is Shelby Oliphant, also a representative of Ball Out Academy and this BCLC work. And so just really appreciative of the funding that comes in so that we're able to continue to do this work. Being able to see Zaylin and Harmony standing in front of you guys, conquering fears of some of us, haven't already conquered, speaking in front of people just speaks to a lot of the work that we do with them, on the court and off the court, making sure that we're advocating for them in spaces where sometimes they feel like they can't advocate for themselves. And so just really appreciative. I've been in this work for almost 10 years now, and I always get super emotional talking about it because the gun violence in our neighborhoods really affects us as leaders and us as mentors. And so a lot of what we do is because of our own experiences. And so, man, sorry, y'all. You got this. But it really drives and motivates us for what we do and why we bring our kids in with us in spaces like this so they can see that there's strength in numbers. And so constantly appreciative of the work that I'm doing and that we are all doing in this space. And so thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think that was Zaylin, so Audria Williams.
Okay, I want to just point out and make it clear that it's our board clerk that started the 2 minutes on those kids, not me.
You better sneak out through the back door.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Audria Williams. I was acknowledged earlier by Kim, and I want to thank Kim. I'm from SAC Family Services. Previously, I was a cultural broker. So because my mother raised me right, I need to acknowledge Miss Jackie, my previous boss, and also Miss Yolanda, my previous supervisor. I stand here representing SAC Family Services, and I have to use the analogy that Ms. Jadita used. So when I think about the role that you all play, you all are what I call seeds to the sowers. And that's what we are. We are the sowers because we can take the seed that you provide and we can plant it in the critical places in the community. And to further use that example, I'm also growth a seed from the work that BCLC has done because, again, I may be new to you. My name is Audrey Williams, but many of you know my partner, Margot Santana. And because of the work that we have done, we have opened our own agency, SAC Family Services. And so we are called the Underground Resource. What we do is we do 3 service areas. We provide prevention, aftercare, and organizational payee services. And so the reason why we do that, when we went to the trip in Washington, D.C. in 2022 with Kim and our whole team of cultural brokers, we had a meal. And at the end of that meal, Kim was saying that what we need now is a prevention model so that way we can stop our families from coming into CPS, and also an aftercare model to make sure they stay out of CPS. And so this is not enough time to introduce myself appropriately. Please have us back. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity.
Thank you.
The final speaker today is Ray Green.
You're looking particularly tall tonight, Ray.
Good morning, board chair, the rest of the board, Phil Sarna. Excited to be here. They decided to skip out on dinner tonight because they said this is more important. For those who don't know, my name is Ray Green. I have the honor and privilege of serving as a program officer, leading the My Brother's Keeper initiative through Sierra Health and the Center at Sierra Health Foundation. But before that, I was 3 kids less, and I actually had the opportunity to lead one of the Del Paso Heights communities for Black Child Legacy, led under Daryl and Tina Roberts, my mentors who are still here, continuing doing the work. But I just wanted to come by and just say thank you for My Brother's Keeper because of the groundwork that you've all laid, the investments that you've made, the commitment that change is actually possible has created My Brother's Keeper to be a national model. And I say that because the representation, yeah, you can clap on that. The representation to improve lives for boys and men of color is evident, and it's happening in these communities. We use the same infrastructure. It allowed us to secure investments from the Board of State Community Corrections to the tune of $2 million to invest it right back into this infrastructure that you've committed to time and time again, reaching over 240 young men of color, diverting them from school to prison pipeline, as Patrick Kennedy said, back to trusted community-based organizations. Many of them are all represented here in the room. Also want to thank you for being committed not just to the infrastructure, but also the programs and the policy change. Oftentimes we talk about the programs, but the policy is really the work that President Barack Obama, and we know, makes the difference. And that is what I see here in Sacramento, so I want to thank you for that. I'll end with this quote from Dr. Martin Luther King, or it could have been a quote from my children, but it says, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that." With your ongoing commitment, thank you for allowing Black Child Legacy, My Brother's Keeper, the Centered, and all of the community advocates that spoke so eloquently today to continue to be that light and continue to be that love. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Ray, and thank you to all of those who stuck with us tonight, and spoke so eloquently and from the heart. Appreciate it, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the chair. So I want to thank Supervisor Kennedy for really, I think, being a very lenient and understanding steward of our time this afternoon. So I think it has to do with the fact that this is such an important and critical report that we receive each year. And It's always something that I think all of us, to a person up here, look forward to, not just to understand the critical data points, which I'll just be the first to tell you, we got to do better. And I know it's difficult work. Some aspects of what we've attempted to do for ourselves and for our community are more difficult than others. And I think this is the time we really have to, be sober about look, how are we going to tackle third-party homicides, and that that's the nut to crack here, as far as I'm concerned. Getting those numbers heading in the right direction. I do want to join others in personally thanking Chet Hewitt with Sierra Health Foundation. Chet has been a steadfast, not just supporter and cheerleader at times, but just he's been, quite frankly, the substance away from the county. He's been the substance of what we're trying to do. He's kind of the, at least as I'm, putting it here, I sincerely believe he's kind of the nucleus around much of the work in terms of just whether it's the administration coming up with innovative concepts and division of labor. I mean, just think about that alone. We have so many people that are eager to do the work, to volunteer, to serve on different advisory bodies, to be at the CILs and do the work out in the community, to orchestrate all that and make sure that at the end of all of it, we're achieving the objectives that we set for ourselves is no small task. So Chet has just been an incredible field marshal when it comes to making sure that after all the rhetoric and the budget decisions, things are actually getting accomplished. So really do appreciate that, Chet, from bottom of my heart. Really, really do. If I could ask Flo to put these photos up, and as she does, don't laugh. This is not to name drop. But so I asked Flo to put these particular photos up because the photo to the right, that's when Kamala Harris was senator. Okay. And she was here for a fundraising event, and I knew I only had maybe 30 seconds with her. Everyone else wanted a piece of her that night in terms of, bending her ear on one subject or another. So guess which subject I bent her ear on? It was Black Child Legacy Campaign. And, I got the distinct impression at that point that she was very interested. And then again, I had the opportunity earlier this year, this is before she was a candidate for president, to be part of a small local government delegation to greet the vice president off of Air Force Two at the airport. Chet Hewitt was there. Probably some other folks that have been here all afternoon with us were also there. Again, I knew that I only had a few short seconds with the vice president to greet her, but guess what I chose to use my time on? Again, same thing, DCLC. And I also was given a book at the time. Chet was yelling at me from what they call the pen, where everyone's kind of held back from the airplane. And he's like, come get this book. So I come and get the book. And I try to give it to the vice president, but the Secret Service was not going to have any of that. However, what I did commit to do was to send the book from our office on our letterhead with a cover letter with our letterhead to the vice president's office to make sure that it rests on her bookshelf and she's had a chance to read it. So I just want to leave you with that thought that the work that you're doing is going very far, and it's going far in ways that have an efficacy measured in lives saved. It has a depth and a breadth that is now being measured geographically. I've had several conversations with Chet in the past few years about how this can and should kind of grow into a national movement that can and should be, I think, implemented based on the model that we've set here in Sacramento County and this terrific partnership between local government, your county board of supervisors, your cities, your school districts who we've heard from this afternoon, and most importantly, the people that have the most skin in the game, the most skin in the game, which is the parents, the grandparents, the clergy, the CBOs, and of course the people that have been affected by tragedy the most, when they have been, the victims of a great loss in their life due to a child losing their life. So again, I can't thank everyone enough for what they do. This is something that 13 years ago, I didn't think, quite frankly, we'd be here talking about it still and celebrating the successes and acknowledging the challenges, the ongoing challenges, but it really is at the very top of what I am most proud of here in Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor, and thank you for your leadership. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. Certainly not nearly as articulate as Supervisor Cerna, but I'll start with Supervisor Cerna because what an amazing legacy you will leave when at one point you leave your service on this Board of Supervisors. But to be the seed that created the BCLC is just truly amazing, and you know. And all of you thank us up here. Well, I just, of course, want to thank all of you, including everybody who already left, for the work you do and for every year coming in and giving such an inspirational presentation. You know, I'm wiping away tears. I see the chair wiping away tears. Our clerk can't hold it together sitting out here in the audience. It is just, it's so touching and inspiring the work that you do. And I think often about the role of a county supervisor. This is why it's such an amazing job, because we get to support programs like BCLC and support you and lift you up and be a part of the amazing, amazing work that you're doing in the community. So thank you all very much for everything that you do.
If Supervisor Cerna is the seed, we are the fertilizer. I've been asked to have a photo down in the well with those of you who are still here for Black Child Legacy Campaign with the board, if we can come down in the well.
And if you want, you can come forward. Come forward. Keep coming forward. Step forward, step forward, step forward. Step forward, step forward. Come on. You get block all this. Keep coming forward. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Yes, yes. There we go. Now we got space. Now we got space.
real quick. Jadita on the side right here, but missed by these sides. Come all the way around, come around, come around, come around. I got space here. I got space here. Keep coming, guys. Feel free. Spread it out. Spread it out. Spread it out. Okay, on this side, spread it out some more. Come on, come on. I want to see as many people as I can. Plus, I'm short. I'm short, right? One. First, a selfie with me. Now you guys, that's better. 3 cameras, guys. 3 cameras. 1, 2, 3. Next camera, next camera. Hold on. Let's see, guys. You guys are beautiful. Reset action. Oh, there you are. Thank you, guys. Beautiful. Love it. Love it. 5, 4, 3. Black Child Legacy. Black Child Legacy. Wait. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, but I'm talking to them. That's how I'm trying to. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Beautiful, guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Love all the energy in the room, but we still have work we got to do. Okay. Okay, would the clerk please call the next item?
Item number 63 is Grow Florin, Community Partnership and Good Neighbor Policy for Homeless Solutions.
And staff presentation, Tim, is it you?
Oh, I was in exactly the wrong spot to hear that. Yeah, is that?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. I don't know how you follow that up, so we will try and go through this relatively quickly with the team here today. So in July, Behavioral Health brought to the board the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing RFP Awards. And these really are offering a tremendous opportunity for us in various spots across the community to invest in our behavioral health system and our clients. Since that time, we've been working with our providers to implement these projects. The state, by nature of the bridge housing dollars set aggressive timelines for us to get these projects moving, asking that we're providing services within a year. Today we're here to talk about one of those projects called Grow Florin, which is at Florin Road and Power Inn. Really excited about this project, the population it serves, and we've been working on doing community engagement. In October, at the beginning of October, behavioral health staff and Department of Homeless Services and Housing staff, along with Supervisor Cerna, met with the Vietnamese Martyrs Church to discuss the project. And I felt like that was a helpful discussion that staff had. They were able to identify some areas to talk about and address. And so what we wanted to do today was bring this back to the board to really highlight what this project is. So here today is Hope Cooperative's Executive Director, April Ludwig, in addition to behavioral health staff, Sherry Green, who will provide an overview of the program quickly, the bridge housing funding going into it, and also hopefully answer any questions that might be here from community members.
Hello, Sherry Green with Behavioral Health Services. I support some of our homeless initiatives and behavioral health bridge housing. So Tim gave you the overview of that. This is Grow Florin is what we're going to be focusing on today. And I'm going to talk first of all about the referral process and how we are going to be admitting folks into the program. We're going to be screening them. First of all, they have to meet medical necessity for a mental health or substance use condition. And then we are then prioritizing the most vulnerable. So those are the that have been the homeless the longest, as well as medically fragile or medically vulnerable, as well as escaping abuse situations. And they are over 55 years old as well. And then also on the heels of the Black Child Legacy and all of the important work that's going on with our partners in the county as well as the CBOs, they're addressing the needs at the youth level, but we are going to be addressing the folks who are homeless that I'm prioritizing African Americans to reduce the racial disparities. They're overrepresented in homelessness, and so we thought it was very important to prioritize that population. So now I introduce April.
Good evening, everyone. April Ludwig, CEO of Hope Cooperative. It's great to see some very familiar faces. We have the opportunity to partner, of course, with Behavioral Health Services for BHBH Bridge Housing funding. And so this would be specific to our Grow Florin project that is, we're working with Inky developers in this specific project for transitional housing for individuals who are 55 plus in our communities. And so we will have 72 transitional housing beds for our community, on-site kitchen, laundry, shower, restroom facilities. It's really important to know the service aspect. Is this right? Okay, good. The big one. Very good. Thank you. So some of the services that we'll be providing with Grow Florin to our individuals are case management. We'll be working with them on behavioral health support, which is specific to client advocacy, ensuring that individuals, their mobility needs are met, transportation needs are met. We'll be supporting them with housing navigation because this is transitional living, so we want to make sure that they are moving into permanency as well. We will have 24-hour on-site security, staffing 24 hours as well. So we want to make sure that we're supporting the community. And again, as we just heard of Black Child Legacy, we want to make sure that this is a community, a staple in the community, supporting our full community, not just individuals who are living at Grow Florin. So being mindful of what we do, how we do it, and how we engage our community partners. It's really important that Hope Cooperative is absolutely adding to the community as opposed to taking away from the community. So we wanted to ensure community partnership and good neighbor practices and principles as well. And look at that, that's already covered.
And so what we did was we have our good neighbor policy, and then as April mentioned, they also have their own good neighbor policy. They also have rules of behavior that are expected on the site. But what we also did was we decided with all of the homeless programming that we as the county have going on, we developed a more general good neighbor policy related or guidelines related to homelessness. And we did this in consult with Emily Halcon and her shop. And it covers rules for safety, commitments to the community, such as having safe, sanitary locations, problem solving. It will include who to call. It'll be fill in the blanks so that it'll be the contact information for the site managers. So in this instance, it would be Hope's team that would be listed on there as the point of contact if they have any concerns. And what else?
Just add to that is that one of the biggest parts of this initiative is to really ensure that community has points of contact, that the community understands that this is a community agreement, and it's not just one provider with the community, it's a collective. And I think that that was our really big concern and one of the biggest points that we wanted to bring forth here in this community agreement.
And attached is the draft language, but I'm not sure how we get access to the attachments that we submitted for this. But I've covered the general guidelines.
And I would add, it is in the board packet.
In the board packet, thank
yeah,
you.
Sorry. Didn't realize we were going to put it up.
So if you have any questions.
Yeah, I know that Supervisor Cerna wants to jump in, but for time's sake, I'm just going to quickly throw something out there more to our staff, and that's, I think this is great, and Supervisor Cerna and I have been talking about something here for years, but what I'm hoping is that, and I believe April will know what I'm referring to, is that, since this is a vital program for the county and something that we are steadfastly behind, that we provide the resources that Hope Cooperative needs beyond just dollars when necessary to make this a success in the community. April and I have worked with another jurisdiction that didn't provide that type of support, and I think the last thing we want to do is set this up to fail and take that responsibility on behalf of the community. Supervisor Cerna.
Good comments, and I feel exactly the same way. First of all, let me say that I want to thank our staff for listening carefully to what I had to say early about community outreach and transparency and accountability, and making sure that we learn from our past, that we owe it to those we serve and represent at least one or two opportunities to understand what's being proposed so they don't get misinformed inadvertently or directly by other means. And I think what we've done here to get us to the point this afternoon is fulfilling that mission, which is to actually go out to the community, as Tim mentioned, having that sit down with the Vietnamese Catholic Church out on Florin Road. And in fact, prior to that, actually sitting down at my behest to meet with the bishop of the Catholic diocese here in Sacramento, Bishop Soto, so that he even understands, along with his flock, what it is that and what it is not that we are proposing. So that was very successful. It brings us to today. My question is, are we being asked to adopt the Good Neighbor policy today? It's not clear.
Yeah, it's a presentation on what we're proposing, that we can create guidelines to utilize, but we brought it here for community input and input from the board.
So is the intent then, Tim, to come back and formally adopt it? Very fast?
The intent was, because the county has an existing good neighbor policy within behavioral health, and wanting to have that level of transparency and feedback, we wanted to provide basically what is our kind of guideline document that we're working with different community providers on. We'd be happy to receive input and feedback on what else we might want to see in that. But I don't think the intent was to bring it back here to formally adopt an agreement like that.
Okay. I know this is a very time-sensitive proposal that some of which is out of our control in terms of the funding and the funding availability. I do think, though, it's important, again, for accountability, though, that the board probably have the last opportunity to adopt a good neighbor policy so that if there are claims later by our constituents that maybe elements of the good neighbor policy aren't being followed, they have some way to hold someone accountable. I don't want them trying to hold staff accountable, which becomes very awkward very fast. So that was kind of my inclination, was to see something come before the board for adoption. I don't know if we can do that in short order, but I think moving forward, that should be the MO of the county.
Sorry, David, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, Supervisor Cerna, we brought this item for you to not only get feedback from the public and get additional feedback. Like you indicated, we're on a pretty tight time frame, but we can look at that to see if we can bring something back. We can definitely have this project continue to go forward and come back at a later time to bring that good neighbor policy.
Okay. That would be my interest to do that.
We will do that.
Yes.
Okay. Again, appreciate the hustle by staff to get this at least to presentation form as fast as you have, and for listening not just to me but to the community most importantly.
Thank you.
I don't have any public comments for that item either. For item 64 is your nominations. You're continuing to December 3rd, Adult and Aging Commission, American River Parkway Advisory Committee, the Children's Coalition, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Mission Oaks Recreation and Park District, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, the Veterans Advisory Commission. Continuing to December 10th, Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council, Building Board of Appeals, Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, Human Services Coordinating Council, Maternal Child and Adolescent Health Board, Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee, and the Sylvan Cemetery District, and the Vineyard Community Community Planning Advisory Council. Your first item is Consumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to December 10.
And Supervisor Hume. Thank you. First 5 commission.
Reappoint Ayanna Evans and waive the process.
And did we have a?
Supervisor Desmond. And continue the remainder to November 5th.
Okay. Supervisor Frost, can you cast your vote?
Which one is this for? I'm sorry.
First 5 commission?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Unanimous vote.
Getting tired.
North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Cerna.
Please continue to December 10th.
Supervisor Desmond.
Continue to December 10th, please.
And Supervisor Frost.
Please nominate Kenya Bell.
Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Frost.
Continue to December 10.
Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board, Supervisor Cerna.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Clara Armstrong and to waive the process.
Second.
Unanimous vote. Sacramento County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls.
Please nominate Amber Kemp and waive the process.
Second.
Unanimous vote. And Sacramento County Mental Health Board.
Please continue to December 10th.
Thank you. Sacramento County Youth Commission, Supervisor Kennedy.
Continue to December 3rd.
Desmond.
Please continue to November 5th.
And Supervisor Hume.
Also continue to November 5th.
Thank you. And Sunrise Recreation and Park District, Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to December 10.
Thank you. That concludes your nominations. And now we're on to county exec comments.
Thank you, Flo. If I can ask Metro Cable to put up a quick picture. Last Thursday, I got a very proud text message from one of your staff, one of our staff, This is a picture of our PIOs. Our PIOs were at an event and won an unprecedented 5 Influence Awards on this evening for the Public Relations Society of America. They've won awards for the county and the PIOs for Our Life Looks Good on You water safety campaign, the Media and Communication Day for the county's first Safe Stay site, community relations about the County Clerk Recorder's Office relocation, the 5 over 50 award video, and my favorite is the county's 2023 annual report and video. So many thanks to the PIOs. I know for a long time, since I've been here and for a long time, I've heard from the board that you always want to get our story out. And I think Kim and her team has done as best they can to get that story out, and they continue to push that information out, and very proud of that team. The other thing, just as a side note, just how proud I am of being your county executive today. You guys did some fantastic work. You had some feedback based on the Black Child Legacy. While it took a long time, I think it was a great show of support, and to use the analogy that they were using, a great seed that we planted some 13 years ago or 11 years ago. You also approved a significant project on Watt Avenue that will, again, yet another seed that you will plant that I know will be successful, and county staff will be doing a fantastic job. You've also had Joshua's House, which is going to be one that I think will be award-winning, and one thing that's been done very few places in California, if at all. And then the last thing on your consent agenda, you made the priorities for the Valley Youth Academy, the folks that are leaving that system and looking for housing, and we were able to set up additional housing for those folks. So just from the county executive and the county executives team behind me, we are incredibly proud of the work that you do and how you function, and support that you provide the staff and their recommendations. So thank you very much.
Good job, Jana.
Now we can say we have an award-winning team.
We do. 5 times award-winning.
Okay, comments from the board? There's no adjournments. We're adjourned.